Chapter 463. Emperor Wu stared at Yi Hao and said greedily, "Cut the crap. If you can't take out a dragon throne of a higher grade than mine, then divide the territories of the Great Sun Empire and the Fire Empire to us. Do you dare?" The emperor's expressions changed. They didn't expect Emperor Wu to really dare to say that. However, when they thought of being able to divide the territories of the two empires without using a single soldier, the emperors became interested. "It's destined that your daydreams will never come true." Yi Hao suddenly sneered. Just as everyone wanted to refute, a dragon throne suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The dragon throne's color was dim. Although it looked majestic and domineering in everyone's eyes, it was still a dragon throne. No matter how domineering the dragon throne was, if it wasn't a saint-grade dragon throne, it would definitely lose. The emperors looked at Yi Hao's dragon throne. It didn't have any signs of being a spiritual artifact, and they all smiled. "Ha ha ha, I think there's something wrong with your brain. How can this broken throne compare to my emperor-grade dragon throne?" Emperor Wu didn't care and actually laughed out loud. "Go." Yi Hao ignored him and actually threw the dragon throne at Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu looked at the dragon throne flying towards him and immediately dodged to the side. He said in a dissatisfied tone, "What are you trying to do? Are you going back on your word after losing?" Everyone also looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Could it be that it was really like what Emperor Wu said? Yi Hao was so anxious after losing that he went all out. "What do you mean?" Emperor Wu dodged to the side and stared at Yi Hao with a face full of anger. Boom! The dragon throne violently collided with Emperor Wu's dragon throne. How could this be? Emperor Wu was also attracted by the sound of the collision, but he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The heavenly dragon throne stood perfectly on Xiao Chen's emperor-grade dragon throne. And his beloved emperor-rank dragon throne had already turned into a pile of scrap metal. What sorcery did you use? How did my emperor-level throne become like this? Emperor Wu's eyes were glazed at first, then he pretended to be crazy and shouted. This was something that he had spent several years of his own blood, sweat, and tears under the pressure of the empire. There were also countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were used to create the emperor-level throne. This emperor-level throne definitely occupied a very important position in his heart. He regarded it as his most precious treasure. He had only taken it out to show off for a short while, but it had turned into scrap metal. How could he accept this? If it weren't for Huiji, he would have rushed up and fought Yi Hao to the death. When the other emperors saw this scene, their hearts were in turmoil. The two dragon chairs crashed into each other. Emperor Wu's dragon chair was turned into scrap metal, while Yi Hao's dragon chair was completely unscathed. Then, there was only one possibility. Yi Hao's dragon throne was stronger than a martial monarch's dragon throne. But was this possible? If it was stronger than Emperor Wu's emperor-level dragon throne, then it could only be a saint-level one. However, when they looked at the Sky Dragon throne, which exuded a domineering aura and didn't have the slightest aura of a spiritual artifact, no one was willing to believe that it was a saint-level throne. However, the truth was right before their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. "Emperor Wu, don't be anxious." Emperor Song couldn't help but say out of concern when he saw Emperor Wu's dazed look. "No, I don't believe that this broken dragon throne can be stronger than my emperor-level dragon throne," Emperor Wu said, flustered and exasperated. Clearly, he couldn't accept that the emperor-level dragon throne had turned into scrap metal. This kid must have done something. This. Everyone was speechless for a moment. "Please get up. Your dragon chairs belong to me now," Yi Hao said with a chuckle. Everyone's expressions changed. Clearly, they didn't want to give their dragon chairs to Yi Hao for nothing. This dragon chair represented their status. How could they give it away for nothing? Among them, Emperor Ju was the one who was most reluctant to part with it. This was because his dragon throne was also an emperor-level dragon throne. It had been passed down for many generations in the Ju dynasty. If he really lost to Yi Hao at this moment, he would really lose face. "Sir, if you have something to say, we can still discuss it," Emperor Ju said with an awkward smile. Could it be that the famous Emperor Ju wants to go back on his word? Huiji said as he stood up. Please hand over your dragon chairs. Yi Hao naturally couldn't let these people off so easily. They had actually dared to covet his territory. Humph. Although my dragon throne has been destroyed, who knows what kind of sorcery you used? This doesn't prove that your dragon throne is stronger than mine. Yes, Emperor Wu is right. Emperor Wu is right. Your dragon throne looks ordinary. How could it surpass an Emperor level 1? Hearing Emperor Wu's words, no one wanted to lose their dragon chairs, so they all spoke out. I think we should just forget about this. Emperor Ju, who was a nice guy, said with a smile. Because he didn't know what else would happen if this continued. Because he couldn't afford to gamble. He couldn't afford to lose his dragon throne. What was the point of talking about it now? At least he could keep his dragon throne. No, I can't let my dragon throne be destroyed for no reason. Emperor Wu roared out. Emperor Ju frowned as he looked at Emperor Wu with dissatisfaction in his eyes. All right, I will make you lose wholeheartedly. Ding dong. Would you like to unlock the seal of the Tianlong throne? Yes. Boom. Suddenly, the ordinary Tianlong throne suddenly burst out with a dazzling rainbow-colored light. Roar. On top of the Tianlong throne, the shadow of a rainbow-colored dragon appeared, looking down at everyone. The heavenly dragon throne that was still ordinary and mediocre just now and the incomparably dazzling heavenly dragon throne now was simply a world of difference. At this moment, the emperors felt as if they could barely open their eyes. Yi Hao had already sat on the Tianlong throne and said with a majestic voice, "Kneel before me." Plop, plop, plop. All the emperors were in a daze, as if they couldn't control their bodies, and all of them knelt before Yi Hao. At this time, Emperor Ju was sweating profusely. If one looked closely, they would see that Emperor Ju's legs had already begun to bend. Looking at Yi Hao on the Tianlong throne, Emperor Ju had the thought of surrendering to him. How is this possible? But he still relied on his willpower to resist this feeling. No, I can't kneel before him. Emperor Ju gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to stand up straight on his knees. Looks like my realm is still a bit low. Yi Hao thought to himself as he looked at Emperor Ju, who could still hold on. But he would never give up so easily. He couldn't help but roar out again, "Kneel!" Roar. The rainbow-colored dragon on the Tianlong throne suddenly roared and rushed toward Emperor Ju. Chapter 464. No. No matter how much Emperor Ju persisted, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness in front of the rainbow-colored dragon. Emperor Ju's hair was scattered and his face was ferocious. His flushed face was covered with peanut-sized beads of sweat. Crack. The rainbow-colored dragon's shadow was entrenched on Emperor Ju's body, emitting endless dragon's might. Go for me. Emperor Ju threw out a square-shaped object. Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing Emperor Ju throw out the Imperial Jade Seal that emitted a dazzling golden light in the air, Yi Hao didn't understand what Emperor Ju was doing. Roar. Suddenly, just as Yi Hao was puzzled, Emperor Ju's Imperial Jade Seal suddenly shot out a golden dragon. The golden dragon immediately condensed on Emperor Ju's body, protecting him. This golden dragon seems a bit familiar. Looking at the golden dragon protecting Emperor Ju, Yi Hao felt a sense of déjà vu. Roar. The rainbow-colored dragon felt that it was being provoked and suddenly opened its mouth, sucking toward the golden dragon. The rainbow-colored dragon's mouth seemed to have an endless suction force. In front of this suction force, the golden dragon's shadow began to struggle in panic. Roar. The rainbow-colored dragon roared again, and the golden dragon's eyes became dull. At this moment, the golden dragon was swallowed into the rainbow-colored dragon's mouth. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for increasing the fate of the nation by one dragon. Kchem. What does that mean? Seeing the rainbow-colored dragon swallowing the golden dragon's shadow, a prompt sounded in his mind. As for the increase of the fate of the nation by one dragon, he did not quite understand. Yi Hao checked the system's information and understood. Then, he was ecstatic. The foundation of the nation, whether it could have good weather or not, depends on the amount of fate of the nation. And the fate of the nation in the world of 10,000 kingdoms was calculated in dragon. As long as the nation had the Imperial Jade Seal, It basically had the power of one dragon. With the power of one dragon, one could manage a force of 100,000 cities, making it have good weather and develop well, and the dragon power corresponded to the power. The greater the power, the more dragon power. If a nation's power decreased, the corresponding dragon power would also decrease. Therefore, the dragon power was also the basis of evaluating a nation's level. Of course, there were also countries that were very powerful, but their internal affairs were in turmoil. That was because there was a problem with the country's fate, which was a problem with the dragon's power. The reason why Yi Hao found the golden dragon familiar was because he had seen it before. He had seen the golden dragon on the dukedom rankings. As for the 10 golden dragons behind the Fire Dragon Empire, another golden dragon appeared behind them. It was the one that the rainbow dragon had devoured. Yi Hao had not expected the rainbow dragon to have such an ability. It was actually able to steal the fate of other countries. How could this be? No. Zhu Huang's expression changed drastically when he saw that a dragon had been snatched away. Because that was the fate of the country. Losing a dragon now would definitely affect the Zhu Empire. For example, with the power of one dragon managing a city, the country would be safe and prosperous. However, if he were to use the power of one dragon to manage an entire city, the citizens of the country would definitely complain, and danger would be everywhere. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to increase the fate of a nation. A nation's fate was a nation's power, resources, military strength, and people's will. Only by increasing it could it increase. Moreover, the dragon's power represented the status of a country. Now that a dragon's power had been devoured, Zhu Huang immediately became anxious. Above the imperial jade seal, more than 10 golden dragons appeared. This was the Zhu Empire's fate. Yi Hao looked greedily at the golden dragons. Similarly, the rainbow dragon did not need to be ordered and rushed towards the golden dragons. Zhu Huang's expression changed. If the fate of the country was devoured, the Zhu Empire would be finished. Zhu Huang immediately controlled the imperial jade seal and hurriedly recalled the golden dragons. Roar. However, it was clear that Zhu Huang was too late. The rainbow dragon had already devoured 2 of the golden dragons. Sensing that the fate of the country had been reduced by 2 more dragons, Zhu Huang's face became pale. This 3 dragons' power, how many years of hard work had he spent on it? Now it was gone just like that. What a pity. Seeing that the rainbow dragon had only devoured 2 dragons' power, Zhu Huang could not help but feel a little regretful. If others knew that Yi Hao had obtained 2 dragons' power for no reason and was still not satisfied, they would probably want to kill Yi Hao. At this moment, in the Zhu Empire, a group of princes, ministers, and patriarchs gathered together. Strange, why do I feel that the martial Tao of the country has become weaker? A general frowned and asked in confusion. I feel it too. Could it be that something happened to His Majesty? Everyone understood that the martial Tao of the country would definitely not decrease for no reason. Moreover, in their opinion, the decrease of the martial Tao of the country was mostly related to the fate of the country. However, no one dared to say it out loud. There's no need to make blind guesses. We will know when His Majesty returns. Suddenly, an old man said in an incomparably dignified voice. No one dared to make any more comments and obediently shut their mouths. However, the loss of the fate of the country made them restless. If they looked at the old man carefully, they could see the worry and doubt in his eyes. Do you feel that the martial Tao of the air seems to be stronger than before? In a military camp in the Fire Dragon Empire, a soldier who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes and asked his classmate happily. I thought it was just my imagination. So you felt it too? The soldier immediately opened his eyes and replied happily. Hurry up and cultivate. I feel that the time needed to break through has shortened by a lot. Me too, kneel before me. Seeing Emperor Zhu withdraw his golden dragon, Yi Hao shouted unhappily. Since you have already released your golden dragon, don't take it back. Ah! Emperor Zhu was stunned. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. He could no longer resist the might of the rainbow dragon and directly knelt in front of Yi Hao. Seeing Emperor Zhu kneel, Yi Hao finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Little bastard, I will not live under the same sky as you. Emperor Ju felt extremely humiliated that he had knelt on the ground. At this moment, Emperor Ju looked at the ground and swore with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hao had snatched away his fate of the 3 dragons and now he was actually asking him to kneel. He was the ruler of the Emperor Wu Empire and a peak martial sage expert. To him, kneeling before a young brat was simply a great humiliation to him. However, the rainbow dragon above his head was still suppressing him, making it impossible for him to get up. Tell me, who won and who lost? Yi Hao asked the emperors. You won. One of the emperors said with difficulty as he was suppressed by the heavenly dragon throne and couldn't breathe. Who else has any objections? Damn it, we were suppressed by your dragon throne to this extent. We can't even speak, let alone have any suggestions. At this moment, the emperors even felt like crying. Chapter 465. Broken Chair. That's the dragon throne, that's the symbol of their status. At this moment, in Yi Hao's mouth, it actually became a broken chair. How could they feel good about it? At this moment, they felt as if they had eaten 10,000 dead flies but they couldn't refute. Everyone felt the pressure from the heavenly dragon throne. They didn't expect that Yi Hao actually had such a throne. Fire Emperor, Emperor Sun. Yi Hao suddenly shouted to the 2 emperors. Your subordinates are here. The 2 emperors immediately replied. Go and smash these broken chairs. I feel uncomfortable looking at them. Yi Hao pointed at the 9 dragon thrones and said impatiently. What? Prodigal. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they were first stunned and then thought of this with grief and indignation. These dragon thrones, the lowest grade was at least revered grade. And the best one was Emperor Ju's. That was an emperor-grade dragon throne. He smashed it just like that. Not to mention the value of the dragon throne, just smashing it was enough to make them lose face. Why would they sit when they returned to their country? This isn't appropriate. Suddenly, one of the emperors said. HMPH, why? Are you going back on your words? Yi Hao sat on the heavenly dragon throne and stared at the emperor who spoke. With the support of the heavenly dragon throne, Yi Hao's words carried an unparalleled power and pressured the emperor who spoke. The emperor looked at Yi Hao's gaze and felt panic in his heart. He avoided Yi Hao's gaze and said, No. I don't dare. My lord, isn't it a bit too wasteful to smash it? Emperor Sun looked at Emperor Ju's dragon throne enviously. That was an emperor-grade dragon throne. PH, you dare to covet my emperor-grade dragon throne? Emperor Ju looked at Emperor Sun with disdain. As this emperor's subordinates, how can you still sit on the dragon throne in the future? My lord is right. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 2 emperors immediately bowed. From Yi Hao's point of view, Emperor Sun and Emperor Fire were already his subordinates. In the future, they would also be conferred titles but definitely not emperor or king. Because that was purely looking for trouble for himself. What he wanted was to unify the world, and there would only be Yang Long. As for Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor, it wasn't that they couldn't have a seat, but they had to follow his instructions. He absolutely could not give them the 9 dragon throne. Ha ha ha, this young noble is truly overbearing. Could it be that you are the only one in this world who can sit on the dragon throne? The Jew Emperor couldn't help but loudly laugh after hearing Yi Hao. The other emperors also smiled disdainfully. It was almost as if they could feel the pain in the hearts of the Fire Emperor and Emperor Sunday. However, the next scene stunned them. Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor took out their own dragon thrones and destroyed them with a single palm strike. No one understood why Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor were so loyal to Yi Hao. Could it be that the 2 of them really didn't care about the throne and the supreme power? After Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor finished smashing their own dragon thrones, they immediately turned their attention to the dragon thrones of the emperors. The emperors panicked. Could it be that these 2 people were really planning to destroy their dragon thrones? Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them struck out with their palms and destroyed 8 dragon thrones. The emperors had ugly looks on their faces. They didn't expect their dragon thrones to be destroyed. How were they going to face the other officials when they returned? Fire Emperor, let me do it. Emperor Sun looked at the Jew Emperor's dragon throne and thought of what the Jew Emperor had said. Don't. This is an Emperor-ranked dragon throne. To be able to destroy it with my own hands makes me excited. The Fire Emperor rubbed his hands as well. Let's do it together then. Emperor Sun was similarly excited and couldn't hide his excitement. After all, this was an Emperor-ranked dragon throne. It was placed right in front of their eyes. This was something that they could only dream of obtaining. Although they couldn't obtain it now, to be able to destroy it with their own hands was a different kind of excitement. Look. When the Jew Emperor heard the words of the two emperors, he felt as if his heart had been cheated. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the two emperors. If it wasn't for the fact that the rainbow dragon was suppressing him, he would have definitely taught these two emperors a lesson. However, it was better if they weren't threatening him. Emperor Ju's attitude had completely angered Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor. Pooey. What fart chairs are these? Emperor Sun suddenly spat at the Jew Emperor's dragon throne. You're courting death. Emperor Ju shouted angrily. The anger in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to tear Emperor Sun into pieces. This was his dragon throne and Emperor Sun actually dared to call it a broken throne in front of everyone. Emperor Sun actually dared to spit at the dragon throne. He didn't even place him in his eyes. This was a complete provocation to him and a slap to his face in front of the emperors. Indeed, the emperors were all staring at him in a daze. Seeing Emperor Ju's angry look, the Fire Emperor couldn't help but give Emperor Sun a thumbs up. Emperor Sun's spit was really too vicious. Let's see who's courting death. Emperor Sun ignored Emperor Ju's anger and immediately attacked the dragon throne. Ari. Wait for me. Seeing Emperor Sun suddenly attack, the Fire Emperor couldn't help but cry out anxiously. No. Seeing Emperor Sun attack, Emperor Ju became anxious. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion and dust flew everywhere. There was no need for the dust to disperse. The Jew Emperor already knew that his dragon throne was most likely doomed. At this moment, Emperor Ju was kneeling on the ground and his face was ashen. He didn't even bother to hide his killing intent. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Emperor Sun shrugged his shoulders and didn't seem to care about Emperor Ju's expression. Alright, everyone, don't be so courteous. Quickly get up and discuss. Seeing the 10 dragon thrones being destroyed, Yi Hao suddenly spoke with a smile on his face. Everyone's faces turned ashen. What do you mean by being courteous? If it wasn't for your dragon throne, would we have to kneel on the ground? However, just as they were about to get up, they realized that the suppression on their bodies was still there. When they looked at Yi Hao, they realized that Yi Hao didn't seem to have any intention of keeping the dragon throne. Damn it, you want us to discuss? How are we supposed to discuss? Are we supposed to kneel in front of you and discuss? Young master, since you want to discuss, can you let me get up first? One of the emperors laughed awkwardly. Oh. Yi Hao replied casually, but he didn't put away the rainbow dragon's shadow. What a joke. You forced me to unseal the dragon throne. Now you want me to take it back. How can it be so easy? Looking at the awkward faces of the emperors, Yi Hao sneered in his heart. This. Looking at Yi Hao's appearance, the emperors had unspeakable bitterness in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. However, without exception, in their hearts, they hated and feared Yi Hao, this arrogant kid. However, everyone wished that they could cut Yi Hao into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, the hatred in the eyes of Emperor Ju and Emperor Wu was self-evident and they didn't even bother to hide it. Chapter 466. No one had expected Emperor Ju to make such a decision. Giving up on the grand competition meant giving up on the chance to advance to the next level. Moreover, there was a higher chance that their country would be downgraded. However, given the Ju dynasty's foundation, it was unlikely that they would be downgraded. However, it also meant that the Ju dynasty's many years of preparation would go down the drain. My Ju dynasty forfeits. As for you, It's up to you, Emperor Ju said to the other emperors. Ha ha ha, my Emperor Wu forfeits as well. My Song dynasty forfeits as well. Emperor Wu and Emperor Song were the first to agree with Emperor Ju. At this moment, Emperor Ju couldn't help but feel smug. He wanted to see Yi Hao anxious, he wanted Yi Hao to panic, and he wanted Yi Hao to beg for mercy from him. Because there were 10 countries in each camp for the competition. He didn't want Yi Hao to be the only one left in his camp. Although he had 2 empires under him, how could he defeat 10 empires? Therefore, he thought that Yi Hao would panic and beg him not to forfeit. However, to his disappointment, Yi Hao still had a smile on his face. He didn't panic at all. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. At this moment, Emperor Ju thought that Yi Hao was just pretending to be calm. Seeing that the other emperors didn't say anything, Emperor Ju wanted to continue pressuring Yi Hao and asked in dissatisfaction, "What about you? My Wu dynasty forfeits as well. My Chen dynasty forfeits." The other emperors were afraid of Emperor Ju and were dissatisfied with Yi Hao. Therefore, they all chose to forfeit. Seeing that the other emperors had forfeited, Emperor Ju was in a good mood. He looked at Yi Hao with a smug expression. Of course, they were standing up instead of kneeling, which made them look even more imposing. Emperor Sun and Fire Emperor frowned. They didn't expect Emperor Ju to use such a despicable method. If they did that, they would have to forfeit the grand ceremony. Because even if they were to compete, they would lose. Using his Fire Empire and Great Sun Empire to fight against 10 other empires, even if there was a miracle, they wouldn't be able to win. Emperor Sun and the Fire Emperor watched on anxiously. They wanted to know how Yi Hao was going to handle this matter. "Everyone, please wait for a moment," Yi Hao said to the crowd with a smile. Then he turned around and left. The emperors frowned, not understanding what Yi Hao was trying to do. Fortunately, after Yi Hao left the Heavenly Dragon throne, they felt the pressure on them lessen significantly. Only then were they able to get up, all of them gasping for breath. "Humph, let's go." Emperor Ju flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted. After saying that, the emperors prepared to leave together. "Everyone, please wait for a moment." The Fire Emperor opened his mouth to stop them. "What? Are you trying to force us to stay?" Emperor Ju furrowed his brows and looked at the Fire Emperor unhappily. "That seems to be the case." The Fire Emperor shrugged his shoulders. "You think you can stop me? Everyone, let me hold these people back. You can leave first," Emperor Ju said. The emperors cupped their fists towards Emperor Ju and stood up to leave. "Let's see who dares to move." Suddenly, the Fire Emperor shouted and revealed his peak martial saint cultivation. When he felt the Fire Emperor's peak martial saint cultivation, Emperor Ju's face fell. If it was only Huoji who was a peak martial saint, he could still hold him back. However, with the addition of the Fire Emperor who was a peak martial saint, things became more difficult. However, this didn't mean that he would admit defeat. He hurriedly said, "Run in all directions." Emperor Ju was trying to use the emperors to attract the attention of the Fire Emperor and the others so that he could take the opportunity to escape. "Whoever runs, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Suddenly, Emperor Sun revealed his peak martial saint cultivation as well. The emperors' faces turned even uglier. Even Emperor Ju's heart was beating like a drum. Although he was also a peak martial saint, if he wanted to escape from 3 peak martial saints, he didn't have the confidence to do so. However, what happened next made him completely dispel any thoughts of escape. The 4 emperors, including Huoji, revealed their cultivation levels as well. Their auras locked down the entire area. This wasn't a joke. The young man who had been following behind Yi Hao also revealed his peak martial saint cultivation level. 7 experts at the peak of the martial saint realm, a total of 7 peak martial saints. Under the gaze of these strong cultivators, the emperors felt their calves trembling uncontrollably. The emperors looked at Emperor Ju with an ugly expression, waiting for Emperor Ju to make a decision. However, at this moment, Emperor Ju swallowed his saliva because he felt that he couldn't even protect himself. How could this be? How could there be 7 peak martial saints? This was what the emperors were thinking. "Why aren't you leaving?" The Fire Emperor laughed as he looked at these emperors who used to be on equal footing with him. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be able to look down on these people. Unsurprisingly, the fate of the emperors was in his hands. If he wanted the emperors to die, the emperors would definitely die. At this moment, the emperors were crying in their hearts. Under the oppression of the auras of these 7 peak martial saints, they did not even dare to move a muscle, let alone leave. They were afraid that the Fire Emperor and the others would suddenly attack. If that happened, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist. At this moment, everyone was regretting their decision. They didn't know if it was right or wrong to give up on the grand ceremony. At this moment, everyone could only pray for Yi Hao to return quickly. This made them feel a little depressed. At most, they wouldn't give up. After all, under the pressure of the 7 peak martial saints, it was too torturous. However, the emperors were curious. Logically speaking, it was still possible for Emperor Sun to break through to the peak martial saint level. After all, Emperor Sun had encountered a fortuitous encounter and they had heard of it. However, it was different for the Fire Emperor. One must know that previously, when the Sun dynasty wanted to attack the Fire dynasty, the Fire Emperor had requested for their help. However, among the 7 peak martial saints present, including the Fire Emperor, there were a total of 5 people from the Hua clan. If the Hua clan really had so many peak martial saints, why would they be afraid of the Sun dynasty? Why would they request for their help? Could it be because of him? At the same time, everyone thought of Yi Hao. Looking at the 7-colored heavenly dragon throne, the emperors were even more curious. Who exactly was Yi Hao? Could it be that he was a disciple of a powerful faction and was here to train? At this point, the emperors were filled with regret. Because the more they thought about it, the more they felt that Yi Hao was a disciple of a powerful faction. And a disciple of a powerful faction was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, these people had weird personalities. If the faction behind Yi Hao came to find trouble with them, they would be in trouble. The emperors didn't look good as they thought of a solution. They were anxious and uneasy. Chapter 467. Leave. With your subordinates here, we want to leave, but can we leave? When the emperors heard Yi Hao's words, they felt like crying. The emperors felt very complicated because they didn't know what Yi Hao wanted to do and what he was doing just now. Yi Hao smiled and sat down on the heavenly dragon throne. Plop. Suddenly, the sound of someone kneeling down could be heard. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the emperor who was kneeling on the ground. Yi Hao was also stunned when he saw this scene. Am I so dignified? One must know that I didn't activate the heavenly dragon throne to summon the rainbow dragon. Hey! The emperor who was kneeling on the ground was also stunned. Because he didn't want to kneel down himself. He didn't know why, but when he saw Yi Hao sitting on the heavenly dragon throne, his legs didn't listen to him. Now that he was kneeling on the ground and felt everyone's gaze on him, he couldn't stand up or continue kneeling. All of you, please leave. Yi Hao waved his hand at the emperors. What? The emperors thought that they had heard wrongly. Logically speaking, shouldn't Yi Hao threaten them and ask them not to give up on the grand ceremony? Could it be that Yi Hao was so easy to talk to? Or was he full of confidence in the grand ceremony? Or did he not care about the grand ceremony at all? However, it was fine for Yi Hao to ignore the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. But they couldn't. They were only threatening Yi Hao. If they really gave up, Emperor Ju's Ju dynasty would still be fine. But their country wouldn't be able to maintain its current status. And when they thought that Yi Hao might be a disciple of a powerful sect, they started to want to curry favor with him. After all, they were very envious of the strength of the Fire Emperor and the rest. Do you still need me to ask you to leave? Suddenly, Yi Hao's face turned serious as he asked in a low voice. When they heard Yi Hao's words, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. However, they didn't dare to look into Yi Hao's eyes. The emperors wanted to say something, but they had no choice but to swallow their words. Humph, let's go. The Jew emperor coldly snorted and said to the emperors. But after waiting for a long time, he found that the emperors ignored him. At this moment, The emperors were looking at the ground or the sky as if something was attracting them. Seeing that he was ignored by the emperors, Emperor Ju felt ashamed and angry, but he was helpless. The Ju emperor clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. It was obvious that he was furious. Emperor Ju angrily swept his gaze over the emperors. Then, he waved his sleeves and left with his bodyguards. This young master, seeing Emperor Ju leave, the other emperors still wanted to ease their relationship with Yi Hao. However, they realized that Yi Hao was ignoring them. The emperors were embarrassed and could only fly away. "My lord, this." Seeing that the 9 powers had left, the Fire Emperor looked at Yi Hao in confusion. He didn't understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. "Since you dare to threaten me, you better think of the consequences." Seeing the emperors leaving, Yi Hao stood up and spoke. "My lord, what should we do now?" "Wait." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the others didn't understand. They wanted to ask more questions but realized that Yi Hao had already taken out his pill furnace and was starting to concoct pills. "Set up a barrier. Don't let anyone disturb my lord." Seeing that Yi Hao was starting to concoct pills, the Fire Emperor and the others retreated and instructed their subordinates. "Nephew, what do you think our lord is trying to do? What are we waiting for?" Huiji didn't understand and asked the Fire Emperor. "How would I be able to guess what our lord is thinking?" Huiji laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Oh yes, do you know what our lord was doing just now?" Emperor Sun asked the question that everyone was curious about. However, everyone laughed bitterly and shook their heads. "Ju Emperor, wait for us." "Ju Emperor, why are you chasing me?" Looking at the group of emperors who were chasing him until they were out of breath, Ju Emperor said unhappily. "Ju Emperor, you are a magnanimous man. It's just that with that little bastard around, we couldn't do anything." Emperor Wu said bitterly. "Ju Emperor, you are a magnanimous man. Don't be so calculative with us." Emperor Song also said. "Mph, it's him who doesn't care about you." Ju Emperor's words instantly made the emperors feel extremely awkward. "Mph, why are you chasing me?" Looking at the awkward crowd, Ju Emperor asked with his hands behind his back. "Ju Emperor, that kid is too arrogant. He doesn't know what's good for him. That kid actually dared to humiliate us and even asked us to kneel down before him. We would rather die than be humiliated. We can't just let this go. He even dared to destroy our dragon throne. If we don't take revenge, we won't be able to live under the same sky." The emperors seemed to want to vent the anger in their hearts. One by one, they scrambled to speak. Seeing the emperor's impassioned speech and their various dissatisfaction with Yi Hao, Ju Emperor felt slightly better. "Then what do you want to do?" Everyone looked at each other. Emperor Wu immediately said, "If we want to deal with that arrogant kid, we naturally have to choose a person to lead us." "Oh, who is this person?" Ju Emperor asked despite knowing the answer. "That person is naturally the virtuous and prestigious Emperor Ju." "That's right. Only you can lead us. No one else can." "Ju Emperor, just give us your orders. We will listen to you." The emperors immediately scrambled to speak. Hearing the emperor's words, Ju Emperor's face finally revealed a smile. But he still waved his hand. "Everyone is on the same side. There's no need to be so polite. But in order to deal with that ignorant kid, I won't refuse." Everyone saw Ju Emperor's fake expression and blushed with shame. But who asked Ju Emperor to be the strongest among them? Everyone could only continue to flatter him. Moreover, Yi Hao had humiliated them. He actually dared to ask them to kneel. Who were they? They were the dignified emperors of the dynasty. If this matter were to spread out, it would be a great humiliation. But if the people present weren't brainless, they would definitely not mention this matter. Because if their people knew about this, they wouldn't have the face to continue being emperors. This matter could be ignored. Yi Hao had even smashed their dragon throne. This matter could also be ignored. Yi Hao had actually forced them to forfeit the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. How were they going to explain this when they returned? They originally wanted to curry favor with Yi Hao. But Yi Hao didn't know what was good for him. So, he couldn't blame them for being impolite. Therefore, they had to join forces to deal with Yi Hao. Ju Emperor, what should we do next? Emperor Song looked at Ju Emperor and asked. With our strength, we naturally can't deal with him. We have to think of something. Ju Emperor pondered. I think that kid's dragon throne is a treasure. Why don't we publicize it a little and let people snatch it? An emperor said sinisterly. Chapter 468. No. Hearing the emperor's discussion, Emperor Ju immediately cut them off. Looking at the emperor's puzzled expression, Emperor Ju immediately said, Don't forget, that kid might have a powerful force behind him. Hearing that Yi Hao had a powerful force behind him, everyone's expression changed. Looking at everyone's worried expression, Emperor Ju immediately comforted them with a smile. Of course, that's just a possibility. Maybe that kid doesn't have a powerful force behind him. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. But when they thought of Yi Hao's heavenly dragon throne, they guessed that Yi Hao didn't have a powerful force behind him. The chances were very slim, so we have to be careful. Before we investigate the heavenly dragon throne thoroughly, we can't leak it unless we have no other choice. Emperor Ju is right. Emperors quickly agreed with Emperor Ju's words. Emperor Ju immediately pulled Emperor Wu to the side and whispered in his ear, Emperor Wu, I don't feel at ease sending someone else to do this. I'll send you to do it. Emperor Ju immediately pulled Emperor Wu to the side and whispered in his ear. Emperor Wu immediately flew away. Emperors looked at Emperor Ju in confusion. They didn't understand what Emperor Ju was up to. Everyone, it would be a great humiliation for me to return to my country like this. Emperor Ju, what do you think we should do now? We'll listen to you. Everyone immediately looked at Emperor Ju. Because even if Emperor Ju didn't say it, they wouldn't have the face to return to their country. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here. Emperor Ju thought for a moment and said, Let's go to Little Heaven Alliance. What? Hearing Emperor Ju's words, everyone's expression changed again. Because Little Heaven Alliance wasn't just another faction, it was their enemy. Now that they were going to the enemy's faction alone, wasn't that asking for trouble and walking right into a trap? Mph, isn't that ignorant kid very arrogant? Emperor Wu snorted coldly, since he doesn't need us, I believe Little Heaven Alliance definitely needs us. When the time comes, we'll join forces with Little Heaven Alliance and see how long he can last. Hearing Emperor Ju's words, everyone nodded. The Ju Emperor is right. I don't believe that his great Sun Empire and the Fire Empire can defeat our 19 empires. The Song Emperor's eyes lit up as he spoke. When she thought of Yi Hao, she recalled the scene of her being thrown out by Yi Hao in front of everyone. To her, that was a great humiliation. At this moment, he wished he could throw Yi Hao out as well. Will the Little Heaven Alliance want us? An emperor asked uncertainly. Emperor Ju sneered, as long as the Little Heaven Alliance is not stupid, they will definitely agree. Let's go. Emperor Ju is in a very good mood. He immediately led the emperors towards Small Heaven Alliance's camp. How is it? The Fire Emperor looked towards Emperor Sun anxiously. Emperor Sun's expression was somewhat ugly. I think they're heading towards the direction of the Little Heaven Alliance. What? The Fire Emperor's face fell. They were not stupid. Naturally, they knew what the emperors and the others wanted to do in the Little Heaven Alliance. Should we report this to our master? Emperor Sun looked at the peak of the mountain where Yi Hao was still concocting pills and asked. Let's go. This is an important matter. The Fire Emperor threw caution to the wind. This was because if the emperors were to side with the Little Heaven Alliance, they would really be finished. Originally, using 2 empires to fight against 10 empires was already enough to make them feel helpless. If they were to fight against 19 empires, they wouldn't be able to survive. Master. The Fire Emperor and Emperor Sun's hearts jumped as they interrupted Yi Hao's pill concoction. Are you trying to say that those trashies have gone to the Little Heaven Alliance? Yi Hao raised his head and laughed as he spoke. The Fire Emperor and Emperor Sun paused as they asked in unison, Master, how did you know? One had to know that they had been guarding the foot of the mountain all this time. Yi Hao had never left the mountain and no one had entered. They didn't understand how Yi Hao knew about this. And from the looks of it, Yi Hao didn't seem anxious at all. Could it be that Master is really going to abandon our empires? The Fire Emperor and Emperor Sun asked uncertainly. Don't worry. Your empires are my people. I won't hurt them and I won't abandon them. Your subordinates wouldn't dare. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the two of them were taken aback. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to see through their thoughts. However, with Yi Hao's words, they felt more at ease. Although they had already sided with Yi Hao, they still had their own people. However, he still had feelings for the people of Dynasty. He could not bear to see them being abandoned. Master, now that we've brought them here, what should we do? The Fire Emperor was still worried as he asked. Wait. Yi Hao said another word. Wait. Wait. Are we going to wait for the Little Heaven Alliance to come knocking on our door? Although the two of them were thinking this, they didn't dare to ask. One had to know that the first round of the grand ceremony was for each of the 10 empires to send their own troops to defend their own territories or to attack and occupy other territories. Of course, this wouldn't happen in the real world. There would be a secret realm. The secret realm would simulate the territories of the two empires. If one side lost, they would lose a large amount of dragon power and their territories in the real world. The winning side would gain a large amount of dragon power and the losing side's territories in the real world. Furthermore, in the secret realm, no lives would be lost. Of course, there were people who didn't follow the rules in the past. They lost in the secret realm. However, in the real world, they weren't willing to give up their territories. The outcome would be very tragic. Because if they lost in the secret realm, their dragon power would be greatly reduced and the people would be disillusioned. The internal structure of the country would be shaken and it would be torn apart. In the end, the country would be swallowed up by the other empires and would be at death's door. In the worst-case scenario, the country would be destroyed. If these 19 empires were to join forces to fight against 2 empires, wouldn't that be a total defeat? However, when they saw Yi Hao's confident expression, they couldn't understand where Yi Hao got his courage from. Yi Hao looked at the sky and kept his firmness. It was almost time. Are our soldiers ready? Yi Hao asked the Fire Emperor and Emperor Sunday. They are ready. The Fire Emperor and Emperor Ju nodded their heads. The grand ceremony was a huge event. Even if Yi Hao didn't instruct them, the soldiers would have already been prepared. Get ready to move out. Yi Hao spoke. Yi Hao led the Fire Emperor and the rest and flew for tens of kilometers before they saw a huge golden door which exuded an ancient aura. The golden door kept flashing with golden light, but it was still tightly shut. At this moment, there were thousands upon thousands of golden doors in the grand ceremony. In front of each door, there were people dressed in yellow robes. It could be said that the people standing in front of the golden door were the rulers of their respective empires. At this moment, Yi Hao saw the words Fire Empire written on the golden door. Behind it, the names of the empires were grayed out. This meant that these empires had already forfeited. Chapter 469. These names belonged to the Little Heaven Alliance, which was the enemy of the Fire Empire. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Bolts of lightning danced in the sky like silver dragons. It was about to begin. Everyone knew that the Myriad Kingdom ceremony was about to begin. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion could be heard in the sky as rays of golden light shot down. The golden light was blinding and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, not daring to look at the sky. The Myriad Kingdom ranking. The Myriad Kingdom ranking would only appear during the Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony to show everyone. It had always been circulating in the Myriad Kingdom continent. If one wanted to know how many kingdoms there were in the Myriad Kingdom continent, one could just look at the Myriad Kingdom ranking. The Myriad Kingdom ranking included all the kingdoms and powers in the Myriad Kingdom continent. The Myriad Kingdom ranking was split into 10 rankings, which were Divine Kingdom ranking, Holy Kingdom ranking, Empire ranking, Imperial Dynasty ranking, Revered Dynasty ranking, Spiritual Dynasty ranking, Marquis ranking, Public ranking, and the lowest ranking, Wild ranking. The wild ranking was for the most powerful kingdoms in the Myriad Kingdom continent. As long as one had the imperial jade seal, one had the strength of a dragon, and one city, one could be listed on the wild ranking. The wild ranking was so densely packed that it made one dizzy. This was because there were too many wild subordinate kingdoms, too many to count. Even at the revered dynasty ranking, the number of kingdoms on the ranking was still densely packed. It was only at the imperial dynasty ranking that the situation became better. However, at a glance, there were close to 10,000 empire-level countries. At the imperial dynasty ranking, there were only 800 kingdoms left. At the imperial dynasty ranking, there were only 53 kingdoms left. At the divine kingdom ranking, there were only 4 kingdoms. Yi Hao looked at the myriad kingdom ranking in the sky and his heart was filled with shock. Although he knew that the myriad kingdom continent was vast and filled with resources, there were many kingdoms and powers. However, after looking at the myriad kingdom ranking, Yi Hao finally understood how terrifying the myriad kingdom continent was. Just the wild subordinate kingdoms alone were innumerable. How many people were there? However, when Yi Hao looked at the divine kingdom ranking, he realized that it was covered with a layer of golden fog. Although it was only a layer of fog, Yi Hao realized that he looked down on what was written on the divine kingdom ranking. Fire Emperor, do you know which country is on the God Nation rankings? Yi Hao asked the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor looked at the Divine Kingdom rankings as well before shaking his head. The powers on the Divine Kingdom rankings belong to divine tier powers. People like us wouldn't be able to find out about them. Hearing the Fire Emperor's words, Yi Hao frowned. Could it be that no one has ever seen the God Nation rankings? According to what I know, there has never been such a case. The Fire Emperor shook his head once again. At this moment, Yi Hao finally understood why God-grade factions were so mysterious to the people of the Myriad Kingdom continent. After all, even in the Myriad Country Great Ceremony, one couldn't know their names. If this wasn't a mystery, then there wouldn't be any mystery left. However, he knew that there were a total of 4 God-ranked forces in the Myriad Kingdom continent. This was also a precaution for Yi Hao. At the very least, he knew how many top forces there were in the Myriad Kingdom continent. This would allow him to be prepared. Rumble. Suddenly, the golden door in front of him slowly opened. Let's go in, Yi Hao said to the crowd. The Fire Emperor took out the Imperial Jade Seal of the Fire Empire. The Imperial Jade Seal floated above the golden door and several figures appeared on it. Yi Hao looked over and realized that the figures were all neatly dressed soldiers. These soldiers had already imbued their auras into the Imperial Jade Seal before the battle began. As long as the Myriad Country Great Ceremony started, no matter where these soldiers were, they would be teleported into the secret realm. After Yi Hao saw this, he took out his own Imperial Jade Seal as well. Following which, Yi Hao's Imperial Jade Seal floated below the Fire Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, proving that Yi Hao was assisting the Fire Emperor in battle. If Yi Hao didn't do so, with Yi Hao's status, the secret realm would automatically block Yi Hao from entering. This was what he knew from the Fire Emperor and Emperor Sunday. With regards to this point, Yi Hao was extremely surprised. He didn't understand why the secret realm was so mysterious and powerful. Not only could it automatically assign people to different camps, it could also assign people to different battlefields. It could also simulate everything that happened in the Myriad Country continent and could even teleport all the soldiers into the secret realm. Furthermore, the secret realm was separated into countless different areas. Only people from 2 opposing camps could appear in the same secret realm. 114. What does this mean? Yi Hao looked at the numbers below his Fire Dragon Empire and was puzzled. The Fire Emperor saw that Yi Hao was puzzled and immediately explained. It turned out that the number 14 represented the Fire Dragon Empire's Imperial Jade Seal. In order to enter the secret realm, one had to possess the Imperial Jade Seal. This Imperial Jade Seal was extremely valuable. One Imperial Jade Seal could bring one person into the secret realm. The Fire Dragon Empire only had 14 Imperial Jade Seals. This meant that including Yi Hao, they could bring a total of 14 people into the secret realm. Yi Hao looked at the Imperial Jade Seal and saw that the Imperial Jade Seal had offered 10,214,100 Imperial Jade Seals. So much Imperial Jade Seals? Yi Hao asked uncertainly. Master, an Imperial Jade Seal requires 10 million Imperial Jade Seals to become a true Imperial Jade Seal. I'm already at the edge of becoming an Imperial Jade Seal. If I lose, I'll be demoted. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. 10 million Imperial Jade Seals to become an Imperial Jade Seal? Yi Hao looked at his Imperial Jade Seal and saw that his Imperial Jade Seal wasn't even worth a fraction of the Imperial Jade Seal. He couldn't help but blush. He had thought that his 14 points of Imperial Jade Seal was already very good. But now, it seemed like he was just a pitiful beggar. Thinking about how Emperor Ju had lost 4 points of Imperial Jade Seal and looked like he was about to die, Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at how petty Emperor Ju was. However, Yi Hao felt relieved. Regardless of whether it was the Fire Empire's dragon power or the Great Sun Empire's dragon power, they would eventually belong to him. Emperor Sun, how much do you have? Yi Hao guessed that since the Fire Emperor had 10 million Imperial Jade Seals, Emperor Sun shouldn't be too far behind. When Emperor Sun heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately took out his Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal immediately floated to the bottom of the Imperial Jade Seal. However, it was placed in front of the Fire Dragon Empire, 31,953,123. Yi Hao looked at the numbers below the Imperial Jade Seal and couldn't help but be shocked. He had expected the Imperial Jade Seal to be slightly stronger than the Imperial Jade Seal. However, he didn't expect the Imperial Jade Seal to be so much stronger than the Imperial Jade Seal. This was 3 times the Imperial Jade Seal's Imperial Jade Seal. Although the Imperial Jade Seal's Imperial Jade Seal wasn't considered outstanding, it wasn't too bad either. Even in an ordinary faction, the Imperial Jade Seal's Imperial Jade Seal could still be considered as an Imperial Jade Seal. Looking at the numbers behind the Imperial Jade Seal's name, the Fire Emperor opened his eyes wide and his face was filled with envy. However, he still felt a lingering fear. According to the Imperial Jade Seal of the Imperial Jade Seal, it meant that the Imperial Jade Seal was at least 3 times stronger than the Imperial Jade Seal. It wouldn't be easy for the Imperial Jade Seal to deal with the Imperial Jade Seal. If it wasn't for Yi Hao's appearance, the Imperial Jade Seal would have been destroyed by the Imperial Jade Seal. Chapter 470. I don't know either. Emperor Sun shook his head. He only knew that Zi Xing'er had a strong background, but he didn't know her identity. Emperor Sun then pointed to the God Kingdom rankings, but I'm guessing that she's from there. It can't be. The Fire Emperor was shocked. That should be right, Yi Hao said. He knew that the Purple Sky God Kingdom had a martial god as a servant. That meant that they were at least at the level of a saint dynasty. However, when he looked around, he didn't see any sign of the Purple Sky God Kingdom in the rankings. At this moment, everyone in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent looked up at the 10,000 Kingdoms rankings in the sky. This was because they could at least see the situation in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent and observe the situation in their own countries. This is weird. In one of the countries in the Little Heaven Alliance, all the citizens were carefully observing the situation in the Little Heaven Alliance. After all, the Little Heaven Alliance's victory or defeat would affect their future. Whether their lives would be better or worse depended on whether they won or lost. If the Little Heaven Alliance won, their living conditions would be better and their countries would be stronger. This was very beneficial to them. However, if the Little Heaven Alliance lost, they might have to accept the baptism of war and become slaves of a conquered country. Hence, they were all very nervous. What's wrong? The people around the person who exclaimed immediately asked. Quick, look at the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings. The person exclaimed excitedly. The people around him looked at the battle rankings in confusion and quickly found the Little Heaven Alliance's battle ranking. Everyone was also stunned and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did I see wrongly? Everyone asked at the same time. The Little Heaven Alliance had a total of 10 empires and 9 other empires supporting them. Looking at the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings, There was only one fire empire and two other empires supporting them. As for the fire dragon empire, they only had 14 points of dragon power. Was that a joke? The difference between the two empires was huge. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would be able to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha ha ha, the Little Heaven Alliance will definitely win this time. The citizens of the countries in the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings laughed excitedly. I want to know who the Fire Empire offended. Why is there only one country left? Who cares? This is a free victory. For us, this is a great thing. That's right. Our Little Heaven Alliance will sweep through the entire Fire Empire and turn them into chickens and dogs. Hee, with just 2 dynasties, they want to deal with our Little Heaven Alliance. If it were me, I would just admit defeat and not embarrass myself. In the camp of the Little Heaven Alliance, the people of all countries were talking about it. As for Yihao's Fire Dragon Empire, they completely ignored it. After all, they wouldn't be interested in a country that only had 14 dragon power points. It was probably just a Marquis kingdom, and that would be enough. At this moment, not only the small Heaven Alliance, but the entire Myriad Kingdom continent was in an uproar. What followed was a wave of mocking laughter and envious voices. Ha. This Fire Empire is too hilarious. Even at this point, they still refuse to surrender. Do they really think they have a chance of winning? Ha. I'm dying of laughter. They are simply seeking their own humiliation. However, I really admire the courage of the Fire Empire. No, let me laugh for a while. However, I'm envious of the Little Heaven Alliance. They won effortlessly. They gained 40 million dragon power points for nothing. However, this is the first time in history that there has been such a huge disparity in strength. I remember that there was only 1,000 Emperor. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and turned defeat into victory. At the mention of 1,000 Emperor, everyone fell silent. This was because 1,000 Emperor was a legendary existence in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Countless martial artists regarded 1,000 Emperor as their goal and worshipped him. However, there were also many people who were disdainful of 1,000 Emperor. This was because 1,000 Emperor was famous for killing. Only by killing countless opponents and killing countless hostile forces would one be able to civilize the continent. It was said that the number of corpses killed by 1,000 Emperor was enough to form a mountain of corpses. He had even declared that he would unify the entire Myriad Kingdom continent. However, such an existence had suddenly disappeared. Countless people thought that 1,000 Emperor must have met an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. Before 1,000 Emperor became famous, he had also become famous through the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. At that time, 1,000 Emperor was also the emperor of an emperor force. In that battle, he was also outnumbered. There were a total of 5 forces in 1,000 Emperor's camp. 1,000 Emperor's force was at the bottom at that time. However, 1,000 Emperor's enemy force had 10 forces. This was originally a situation where they were bound to lose. However, there was another situation that made things worse. At the beginning of the competition, another force surrendered. In other words, 4 against 10. Sure enough, as everyone expected, when the Battle of the Secret Realm began, everyone watched the battle results on the battle list. 1,000 Emperor's dragon power was crazily decreasing. Soon, the other 3 forces were unable to hold on and immediately chose to surrender. At this time, only 1,000 Emperor's force was left and 1,000 Emperor's dragon power had dropped to 1 million. If it dropped a little more, 1,000 Emperor's force would drop from the imperial level to the spirit level force. This was extremely cruel for a country that had painstakingly advanced to the imperial level. This was like a multimillionaire being reduced to a millionaire. Just when everyone thought that 1,000 Emperor was going to surrender, no one thought that 1,000 Emperor's force name would suddenly turn black. At that time, everyone was wondering if 1,000 Emperor had been beaten silly. This was because when the name turned black, it meant that the 2 sides would start a war until one side died. In the secret realm, one side had to die to end the war. If one side knelt down and surrendered, the other side had to agree to it. Otherwise, the war would not end and only one side would be left. It could be said that Thousand Emperor's action had shocked the entire world. However, it was followed by a wave of ridicule. After all, the four countries' forces had been beaten until they only had 1 million dragon power left. Against the 10 countries' forces, they still dared to start a war until one side died. This was purely an act of seeking death. Soon, Thousand Emperor's opposing force also agreed to fight until one side died. After all, this was a free 1 million dragon power. Only a fool would not want it. Soon, Thousand Emperor's 1 million dragon power was rapidly decreasing. In an instant, it dropped below 100,000. Just when everyone thought that this dramatic battle was about to end, Thousand Emperor's dragon power suddenly stopped at 30,000. Just when everyone thought that Thousand Emperor was going to kneel down and beg for mercy, they realized that Thousand Emperor's dragon power had begun to increase rapidly. In an instant, it broke through 1 million, then 10 million, and finally 100 million. Chapter 471. I don't know either. Emperor Sun shook his head. He only knew that Xi Xing'er had a strong background, but he didn't know her identity. Emperor Sun then pointed to the God Kingdom rankings, but I'm guessing that she's from there. It can't be. The Fire Emperor was shocked. That should be right, Yi Hao said. He knew that the Purple Sky God Kingdom had a martial god as a servant. That meant that they were at least at the level of a saint dynasty. However, when he looked around, he didn't see any sign of the Purple Sky God Kingdom in the rankings. At this moment, everyone in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent looked up at the 10,000 Kingdoms rankings in the sky. This was because they could at least see the situation in the 10,000 Kingdoms continent and observe the situation in their own countries. This is weird. In one of the countries in the Little Heaven Alliance, all the citizens were carefully observing the situation in the Little Heaven Alliance. After all, the Little Heaven Alliance's victory or defeat would affect their future. Whether their lives would be better or worse depended on whether they won or lost. If the Little Heaven Alliance won, their living conditions would be better and their countries would be stronger. This was very beneficial to them. However, if the Little Heaven Alliance lost, they might have to accept the baptism of war and become slaves of a conquered country. Hence, they were all very nervous. What's wrong? The people around the person who exclaimed immediately asked. Quick, look at the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings. The person exclaimed excitedly. The people around him looked at the battle rankings in confusion and quickly found the Little Heaven Alliance's battle ranking. Everyone was also stunned and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Did I see wrongly? Everyone asked at the same time. The Little Heaven Alliance had a total of 10 empires and 9 other empires supporting them. Looking at the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings, there was only one Fire Empire and 2 other empires supporting them. As for the Fire Dragon Empire, they only had 14 points of dragon power. Was that a joke? The difference between the 2 empires was huge. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would be able to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha ha ha, the Little Heaven Alliance will definitely win this time. The citizens of the countries in the Little Heaven Alliance's battle rankings laughed excitedly. I want to know who the Fire Empire offended. Why is there only one country left? Who cares? This is a free victory. For us, this is a great thing. That's right. Our Little Heaven Alliance will sweep through the entire Fire Empire and turn them into chickens and dogs. With just 2 dynasties, they want to deal with our Little Heaven Alliance. If it were me, I would just admit defeat and not embarrass myself. In the camp of the Little Heaven Alliance, the people of all countries were talking about it. As for Yi Hao's Fire Dragon Empire, they completely ignored it. After all, they wouldn't be interested in a country that only had 14 dragon power points. It was probably just a Marquis kingdom, and that would be enough. At this moment, not only the Small Heaven Alliance, but the entire Myriad Kingdom continent was in an uproar. What followed was a wave of mocking laughter and envious voices. Ha ha! This Fire Empire is too hilarious. Even at this point, they still refuse to surrender. Do they really think they have a chance of winning? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. They are simply seeking their own humiliation. However, I really admire the courage of the Fire Empire. No, let me laugh for a while. However, I'm envious of the Little Heaven Alliance. They won effortlessly. They gained 40 million dragon power points for nothing. However, this is the first time in history that there has been such a huge disparity in strength. I remember that there was only 1,000 Emperor. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and turned defeat into victory. At the mention of 1,000 Emperor, everyone fell silent. This was because 1,000 Emperor was a legendary existence in the Myriad Kingdom continent. Countless martial artists regarded 1,000 Emperor as their goal and worshipped him. However, there were also many people who were disdainful of 1,000 Emperor. This was because 1,000 Emperor was famous for killing. Only by killing countless opponents and killing countless hostile forces would one be able to civilize the continent. It was said that the number of corpses killed by 1,000 Emperor was enough to form a mountain of corpses. He had even declared that he would unify the entire Myriad Kingdom continent. However, such an existence had suddenly disappeared. Countless people thought that 1,000 Emperor must have met an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. Before 1,000 Emperor became famous, he had also become famous through the Myriad Kingdom ceremony. At that time, 1,000 Emperor was also the emperor of an emperor force. In that battle, he was also outnumbered. There were a total of 5 forces in 1,000 Emperor's camp. 1,000 Emperor's force was at the bottom at that time. However, 1,000 Emperor's enemy force had 10 forces. This was originally a situation where they were bound to lose. However, there was another situation that made things worse. At the beginning of the competition, another force surrendered. In other words, 4 against 10. Sure enough, as everyone expected, when the Battle of the Secret Realm began, everyone watched the battle results on the battle list. 1,000 Emperor's dragon power was crazily decreasing. Soon, the other 3 forces were unable to hold on and immediately chose to surrender. At this time, only 1,000 Emperor's force was left and 1,000 Emperor's dragon power had dropped to 1 million. If it dropped a little more, 1,000 Emperor's force would drop from the imperial level to the spirit level force. This was extremely cruel for a country that had painstakingly advanced to the imperial level. This was like a multimillionaire being reduced to a millionaire. Just when everyone thought that 1,000 Emperor was going to surrender, no one thought that 1,000 Emperor's force name would turn black. At that time, everyone was wondering if 1,000 Emperor had been beaten silly. Because when the name turned black, it meant that the 2 sides would start a war until one side was dead. It would only end when one side was completely annihilated, or one side would kneel down and surrender. However, the other side would have to agree. Otherwise, the war would not end and only one side would be left. It could be said that 1,000 Emperor's action had shocked the entire world. However, it was followed by a wave of ridicule. After all, the 4 countries' forces had been beaten until they only had 1 million dragon power left. To fight against the 10 countries' forces and still dare to fight until one side was dead was purely an act of seeking death. Soon, 1,000 Emperor's opposing force also agreed to fight until one side was dead. After all, this was a free 1 million dragon power. Only a fool would not want it. Soon, 1,000 Emperor's 1 million dragon power was rapidly decreasing. In an instant, it dropped below 100,000. Just when everyone thought that this dramatic battle was about to end, 1,000 Emperor's dragon power suddenly stopped at 30,000. Just when everyone thought that 1,000 Emperor was going to kneel down and beg for mercy, they realized that 1,000 Emperor's dragon power had begun to increase rapidly. In an instant, it broke through 1 million, then 10 million, and finally 100 million. Chapter 472. Everyone looked at the huge virtual sand table in front of them. On the sand table, there were 3 red dots which represented Yihao's forces. The red dots indicated the number of dragons each country had. Among them, the Fire Empire and Sun Empire were 2 big red dots. At this moment, they were surrounded by more than 10 green dots. Without a doubt, those green dots were their forces. And that little red dot from the Flame Dragon Empire that showed 14 dragon energy was actually at the very edge. This area is a low-level area. No wonder there are only 14 dragons. They actually dare to get involved in the battle of Emperor-level forces. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Hu Emperor looked in the direction of the Fire Dragon Empire and couldn't help but mock them loudly. This Flame Dragon Empire, who's interested in playing around? Hu Emperor wasn't interested in this small country with only 14 dragons. He couldn't help but ask the crowd. Hu Emperor wasn't interested because he didn't have any contact with Yi Hao. However, Ju Emperor had. In Ju Emperor's heart, Qin Chu and Yi Hao were most likely disciples of big forces. That meant that there might be experts protecting him. Ju Emperor's forces must not go up against Yi Hao. Similarly, the Fire Empire had 5 martial saints. It wasn't easy to go up against them too early. Thinking of this, Ju Emperor smiled and cupped his fists. Hu Emperor, the Sun Empire is the strongest. Why don't you give it to us? As for the Fire Empire and Fire Dragon Empire, you can play with them as you wish. Let me do the hard work. Hu Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Ju Emperor as if he wanted to see through his thought. However, he smiled and said, "All right, it's decided then." Ju Emperor was delighted and immediately suggested, "Hu Emperor, it wouldn't be good if they surrender. Why don't we just activate fight to the death?" Hu Emperor hesitated because he was afraid that if he activated fight to the death, Yi Hao wouldn't agree and would just give up. That way, the final benefits wouldn't be as great as killing Yi Hao's forces. Hu Emperor, there's no need to be afraid that they won't agree. At most, we can just destroy them in the real world. Ju Emperor continued to press on. That's right, Hu Emperor. We have so many forces, how can we be afraid of them? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? That's right, Hu Emperor. Activate Endless till one dies. There's nothing to worry about. Kill him. What's there to be afraid of? The emperors said. All right then. Seeing that the emperors were in high spirits, the Hu Emperor did not hesitate any longer and immediately transmitted his thoughts to the virtual sand table. Following which, a layer of black fog covered the sand table. Now, let's see if they dare to agree or not, Hu Emperor said. However, in Hu Emperor's opinion, the chances of Yi Hao agreeing were very small. Unless Yi Hao was a masochist. The Little Heaven Alliance has activated fight to the death. Are they trying to kill us all? The Little Heaven Alliance is being too hasty. Aren't they afraid that the Fire Empire will give up? If I were the Fire Emperor, I'd just admit defeat. This is a fight to the death, isn't it? Seeing the Little Heaven Alliance's name turn black on the battle list, the Myriad Kingdom continent went into an uproar again. This was because when the name turned black, it meant that Endless till one dies had been activated. If there was no deep hatred between the two powers, it would not be activated until the very last moment. Once a secret realm was activated, Endless till one dies was extremely rare in the Myriad Kingdom continent. After all, this was the Myriad Kingdom continent. The worst that could happen was that they would be demoted and they would still have a chance to win in the future. However, once Endless till one dies was activated, it was a different story. It was a fight to the death. Everyone looked at the Fire Empire's name. This was because when they saw the color of the Fire Empire's name, they knew the Fire Empire's decision. However, as long as they did not want it, they would probably choose to give up. At this moment, within the secret realm, Yi Hao looked at the sand table in front of him. Suddenly, a layer of black fog appeared on the sand table. Yi Hao frowned, not understanding what was happening. The Fire Emperor was enraged. This is too much. This is too much. They are trying to kill us all. Emperor Sun's expression wasn't good as well. He looked at Yi Hao and said, "Master, let's give up. They have activated Endless till one dies." Endless till one dies. Yi Hao didn't know much about this secret realm and thus looked at the two of them. When the two of them saw that Yi Hao didn't understand, they immediately explained. They thought that Yi Hao would be flustered and would choose to give up. However, what they didn't understand was that Yi Hao's face was filled with joy. That's great. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. What do you mean? The two emperors looked at Yi Hao in puzzlement, not understanding what was going on with Yi Hao. The other party had already activated Endless till one dies and yet Yi Hao was still smiling. The Fire Emperor was starting to suspect that he hadn't explained it clearly enough. Fire Emperor, hurry up and agree. Yi Hao looked as if he was afraid that the Fire Emperor would go back on his word. What? When the Fire Emperor heard Yi Hao's words, he was afraid that he had heard wrongly. However, he quickly replied, Master, please reconsider. Master, please reconsider. Emperor Sun and the other emperors looked at Yi Hao anxiously. After all, the other party had activated endless till one dies. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them and leave no one alive. Everyone could already imagine what would happen once they entered the secret realm. If they didn't activate endless till one dies, they could still surrender at the critical moment. At least they wouldn't be driven to the brink of destruction. However, once they activated endless till one dies, there would be no room for negotiation. Everyone was suspecting that Yi Hao didn't know the importance of the Imperial Dragon energy. Seeing the anxious looks on everyone's faces, Yi Hao couldn't explain himself. Don't worry, I have a way to help us win. Yi Hao didn't have time to explain himself. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they looked at each other in dismay. In such a situation, they could still win. If this wasn't boasting, what was it? Master, please reconsider. The Fire Emperor and the others pleaded once more. Because this was a situation where they were bound to lose, they definitely couldn't agree to endless till one dies. If they really agreed to it, they would become the laughingstock of the entire grand ceremony. Because the Fire Emperor was the leader of this competition, only the Fire Emperor could agree to it. If not, Yi Hao wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Looking at the Fire Emperor, Yi Hao immediately used the mind control pill. The Fire Emperor's gaze froze as he stretched out his hand and pointed at the sand table. This time, the black fog on the sand table was even thicker as it enveloped the entire sand table. At this point, the Fire Emperor finally regained his senses. When he saw the changes on the sand table, his face turned ashen. This time, we're really done for, the Fire Emperor said dejectedly. But what could he do? Yi Hao was his master and he couldn't blame him. As for Emperor Sun and the other emperors, when they saw this, they wanted to say something but stopped themselves. This was because they couldn't see any hope in this competition. They didn't understand why Yi Hao would agree to it when they were bound to lose. Could it be that Yi Hao still had a backup plan? But where was it? Even if a martial god was here, they wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. However, when they looked at Yi Hao, they realized that Yi Hao still had a relaxed expression on his face. Crazy. Crazy. This Fire Dynasty is crazy, he thought. Chapter 473. This. Why did His Majesty agree? Could it be that His Majesty doesn't care about our lives? Does His Majesty not want the throne anymore? Or is he abandoning us? At this point, within the borders of the Fire Empire and Great Sun Empire, many people were complaining when they saw the results. On the other hand, the citizens of the Little Heaven Alliance almost cheered out loud. Ha ha ha. That Emperor of the Fire Empire, is he an idiot? How could he agree to this? He must have too much dragon power. Why is he so eager to give it to our Little Heaven Alliance? Indeed, he's an idiot. Why is he so eager to die? I feel sorry for the citizens of the Fire Empire and Great Sun Empire. They didn't meet a good emperor. Our Hu Emperor is still the best. Our Hu Emperor will definitely be promoted to the next level. That's right. Don't you know who our Hu Emperor is? But it's all thanks to the Fire Empire. Interesting. He actually agreed to it. Seeing the changes in the sand table, the Hu Emperor paused for a moment before laughing out coldly. At this point, the Hu Emperor's expression wasn't too good. Because at this point, Yi Hao still dared to agree to it. In the eyes of the Hu Emperor, this meant that Yi Hao didn't put him in his eyes at all. Yi Hao was provoking him. As the saying goes, this is intolerable. Hence, the Hu Emperor had to teach Yi Hao a lesson. Everyone, let's begin. Following which, the Hu Emperor and Ju Emperor discussed their strategy. The Hu Emperor then said, let's hope that we win. Following which, the Hu Emperor walked towards the huge door behind the sand table. Once they entered the door, the real battle would begin. And once the emperors entered the door, they would naturally part ways. The secret realm would then use the dragon power to summon the Emperor's soldiers to the Emperor's side. Let's go in. Yi Hao didn't say much to the Fire Emperor and Emperor Sun as he walked towards the door. Seeing Yi Hao's disappearing back, the Fire Emperor finally spoke. Emperor Sun, what do you think our master is thinking? How would I know? Maybe our master has a backup plan. Emperor Sun laughed bitterly. But our master didn't give us any instructions. What should we do once we enter the secret territory? The Fire Emperor's face was bitter as he spoke out. He had thought that Yi Hao had agreed to fight to the death because he had a plan. But Yi Hao didn't say anything and entered the mystic realm. Once they entered the secret territory, they would be separated. Then wouldn't they become living targets? He wasn't confident to begin with. Now that he didn't have a plan, how could he fight? Kill as many as you can. Emperor Sun sighed and walked towards the giant door. That was because he, too, did not have the slightest clue. For imperial uncles, let's put aside our past grievances and kill the enemy together. Let's kill to our heart's content. All right. Anyway, nobody will die in the secret territory. Besides, our lives belong to our master. The Fire Empire doesn't belong to us anymore. We'll let our master do whatever he wants. Let's kill to our heart's content. The four imperial uncles said with a smile, with boundless battle intent radiating from them. He Xing, on the other hand, looked at the crowd in confusion. What about me? You're still a member of the Fire Empire. The secret territory will definitely allow you to follow me. Let us 6 martial saints kill them until they tremble in fear. The Fire Emperor laughed as he patted He Xing's shoulders. At this point, he was ready to go all out. Ari, this is so mystical. After Yi Hao entered the giant door, he thought that he would enter the secret territory. However, he found himself in a strange space. Yi Hao looked down and realized that his physical body was still on the ground. Yi Hao stretched out his hand and looked at himself. He realized that he was just a spirit body. On his left, there was another huge door. Yi Hao guessed that the door was the real entrance to the secret territory. Yi Hao walked towards the door slowly. All of a sudden, a bright light shone through. Yi Hao couldn't help but stretch out his hand to shield his eyes. Yi Hao opened his eyes and realized that he had another physical body. This physical body was created by the secret territory. Yi Hao finally understood why no one would die in the secret territory. This was because the secret territory had protected everyone's physical body in a mysterious space. It would only allow one's spirit to enter the secret territory and possess the physical body created by the secret territory. As long as the physical body in the secret territory died, the spirit body would be transported out of the secret territory and return to the physical body. Yi Hao was very curious. What kind of existence was this secret territory? It had a strange function which made him even more curious. Looking at the environment in front of him, Yi Hao paused. Isn't this the imperial palace of the Fire Dragon Empire? Indeed, Yi Hao wasn't wrong. The scene in front of him was very familiar. It was the imperial palace of the Fire Dragon Empire. Even the buildings in front of him were exactly the same. If he didn't know that this was the secret territory, Yi Hao would have suspected that he had returned to the imperial palace of the Fire Dragon Empire. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the power of the secret territory. Then, Yi Hao was shocked and quickly contacted the system. After all, this secret territory was too strange. If something happened to the system, it would be troublesome. What if the secret territory was controlled by someone? This secret territory could create physical bodies, buildings, and everything in the 10,000 countries continent. Who knew if it could create a system? Don't worry. No one in this small plane will discover the existence of the system. It's the same no matter how high level the plane is. The system's cold voice rang in Yi Hao's mind. However, Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the system was his biggest asset. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission and winning the secret territory battle. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive 100 million dragon power and 10 billion reputation point. Accept. He would be a fool if he didn't accept the mission. Moreover, after completing the mission, he would receive 1 million reputation points. 1 million reputation points were enough for him to exchange for the peak martial sage elixir recipe. Moreover, wasn't the purpose of participating in this grand ceremony to obtain reputation points? My peak martial sage elixir recipe, wait for me. Yi Hao laughed foolishly. My lord. Suddenly, Yi Hao heard a voice behind him. It gave Yi Hao a fright. Yi Hao turned around and looked at Zhuge Liang, who was holding a feather fan, and asked with concern, "How was it?" "Don't worry, my lord. I didn't disappoint you." Zhuge Liang smiled and waved his feather fan. "That's good." Hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Because this matter was related to whether he could win or not and whether he could obtain 10 billion reputation point. Yi Hao looked at the sky and sneered, "I guess the people of the Little Heaven Alliance are still immersed in happiness. They will soon fall into a nightmare." Zhuge Liang waved the feather fan in his hand and continued Yi Hao's words. The emperor and his minister looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 474. That Hu Emperor is just SOSO. Emperor Ju snorted coldly before looking at Emperor Wu. "Emperor Wu, how's the investigation going?" "According to my investigations, that kid is indeed the emperor of a duchy. However, I can't find out anything about his background. It's as if he appeared out of thin air." Emperor Wu frowned as he spoke. Previously, Emperor Ju had instructed him to investigate Yi Hao's background. If you can't find anything, there's no need to investigate further. Anyway, we're the scapegoats. Emperor Ju laughed sinisterly. "Emperor Ju, what are we going to do now? Are we really going to attack the Great Sun Empire?" Emperor Wu continued asking. "A mere Great Sun Empire with only 30 million dragon power points isn't enough to satisfy me." Emperor Ju snorted coldly as he looked at Emperor Hu, his eyes gleaming. Hearing Emperor Ju's words, Emperor Wu's face revealed a look of excitement. "Emperor Ju, what you mean is, we should..." Emperor Wu spoke as he made a throat-slitting gesture towards Emperor Ju. Emperor Ju smiled and nodded. "Let Hu Emperor deal with offending others. We'll wait for him to destroy the Fire Empire before we make our move. Looks like your Ju Empire has a chance of being promoted. When the time comes, don't forget about us." Emperor Wu didn't forget to compliment him. "Don't worry. When the time comes, we'll be on equal footing." Emperor Ju smiled. "Not good, Your Majesty. There are several powers coming towards us from the north, south, east and west." At this point, within the imperial palace of the Fire Empire, a general knelt down in front of the Fire Emperor and reported. "How many powers are there?" The Fire Emperor asked in a low voice. "A total of 10 powers. The entire Little Heaven Alliance is moving out and surrounding us." "What?" Hearing the general's words, the Fire Emperor's face fell. He had thought of this possibility before. However, when he heard that the entire Little Heaven Alliance was moving out, he couldn't remain calm. "The Little Heaven Alliance really thinks highly of me." The Fire Emperor laughed coldly. Since he had already made up his mind to die, he wasn't going to panic. "What's the situation over at the Great Sun Empire?" The Fire Emperor didn't need to think to know that the Great Sun Empire wouldn't be much stronger than him. "There's still no movement over there," the general said with a puzzled expression. The Fire Emperor was also taken aback. Logically speaking, Emperor Ju and the others would not stand still when the Little Heaven Alliance attacked them. "Is there any news from the Fire Emperor?" The Fire Emperor continued asking. "Master." Hearing the Fire Emperor's words, the general was puzzled. He didn't know who the Fire Emperor was referring to. "Because the Fire Emperor hasn't told me about it yet." "What's the direction of the Fire Dragon Empire?" Silent Fire asked. "Report." The Fire Dragon Empire has sent a secret report. Before the general could reply, a soldier's shout came from outside the hall. "Hurry up and bring it over." Hearing the secret report from the Fire Dragon Empire, the Fire Emperor was so agitated that he stood up from his seat. He hurriedly received the secret report and took a look at it. However, the Fire Emperor's face fell. What did the secret report say? Huiji and the others looked at the Fire Emperor anxiously. "The Lord wants us to depart from the southwest." What? Southwest. Hearing the Fire Emperor's words, Huiji and the others immediately looked at the map. However, the southwest direction wasn't the direction of the Great Sun Empire, nor was it the direction of the Fire Dragon Empire. Everyone didn't understand why Yi Hao wanted them to depart from the southwest direction. One had to know that in the southwest direction, there were two great empires. Even if they managed to break through these two empires, the Fire Dragon Empire would still be the Fire Dragon Empire. After these two empires, it would be Emperor Ju and the others. It could be said that if they headed towards the southwest direction, they would be trapped deeper and deeper. In the end, there would be no way out. Your Majesty, we mustn't head towards the southwest direction. That's like asking us to jump into a fire pit. After looking at the map, the general spoke out anxiously. Then tell me, which direction can we break through from? The Fire Emperor looked at the general and asked. This. The general was speechless. This was because the Fire Empire was surrounded by enemies. No matter which direction they broke through from, there would be a large number of enemies. Your Majesty, why don't we head towards the east? The Great Sun Empire is there. If we can't break through, we can head towards the Fire Dragon Empire. At least there aren't any enemies there. The general looked at the map and spoke out anxiously. From his point of view, no matter which direction they broke through from, it would be better than heading towards the southwest direction. Looking at the general's anxious expression, the Fire Emperor pondered for a moment before deciding to listen to Yi Hao's suggestion. Since things had come to this, they could only try everything they could. As for the general's suggestion, it was just a matter of dying a little earlier or dying a little later. Furthermore, he believed that Yi Hao wouldn't ask him to head towards the southwest direction for no reason. Although he couldn't see through Yi Hao's intentions, he could only do this. The Fire Emperor then spoke out in a low voice, "Pass down my orders. We will split into 5 groups. One group will be led by me and the other 4 uncles. We will disregard everything and head towards the southwest direction, Your Majesty." Hearing the Fire Emperor's orders, the general was anxious as he shouted out unwillingly, hoping that the Fire Emperor would retract his orders. "Pass down my orders, quick!" The Fire Emperor shouted out. "We obey your orders." The 4 uncles and the general bowed and replied. "Fire Emperor, you little rascal, come out and surrender." All of a sudden, a loud shout could be heard from outside the city. So fast. The Fire Emperor's face fell. He didn't expect the Heaven Alliance to be so quick. "Your Majesty, our city has been surrounded by the Heaven Alliance's vanguard. Break through from the West Gate." The Fire Emperor raised his weapon and charged towards the West Gate. Kill. Behind the Fire Emperor, there were millions of soldiers following him as they charged towards the West Gate. At this point, there were millions of soldiers surrounding the West Gate. "Kill them all." The Fire Emperor shouted out in anger as he charged towards the enemy. The Fire Emperor was a martial saint at the peak of his cultivation level. With a single slash of his sword, hundreds of soldiers fell to the ground and died. One had to know that these were the elite troops of the Fire Emperor Empire. To be able to kill hundreds of people with a single slash of his sword was enough to prove how terrifying the Fire Emperor was. At this point, the 2 armies had already clashed against each other. Battle cries filled the air. After all, this was a battle between millions of soldiers. "For uncles, let's split up and kill them. We'll meet up at the front." The Fire Emperor shouted out anxiously when he saw that the enemy troops from the other directions were moving towards them to surround them. After all, most of the Fire Emperor Empire's troops were still within the city. If they didn't break through the city walls, they would be surrounded by the enemy. If that happened, they would be in deep trouble. All right. At this point, there was a huge disparity in numbers. Huiji and the others could only try their best to kill the enemy. However, they couldn't win against the enemy in terms of numbers. Although every attack they made was able to kill hundreds of soldiers, in the face of millions of enemy soldiers, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Furthermore, their strength wasn't limitless. If this dragged on, they would be in danger. Chapter 475. Many thanks. Looking at He Xing, who was fighting with all his might, The Fire Emperor nodded his head slightly. Let's hurry up and break out of the city. We haven't even left the city and the other 3 sides have already surrounded us. He Xing spoke as he fought. At this point, the enemy had formed a thick wall of soldiers. There were at least a few million of them. Although the Fire Emperor had 10 million soldiers, 90% of them were trapped within the city and couldn't leave. The soldiers who had managed to break out of the city were facing millions of enemy soldiers. They were starting to feel helpless. Luckily, the Fire Emperor and several other martial saints were present. It would be difficult for them to find a worthy opponent. This gave the Fire Emperor a chance to catch his breath. Kill him. Don't be afraid. Even if you die in this secret realm, you won't die in the real world. When the time comes, I will confer titles to you. At this point, the emperors of the Heaven Alliance hadn't arrived yet. The ones who had arrived were all generals. However, these generals knew that they weren't a match for the Fire Emperor. They could only give orders to their soldiers. Kill. Hearing that they would be conferred titles, the soldiers who were initially fearful of the Fire Emperor immediately rushed forward to surround him. Me. Even if you're a martial saint, I can still kill you. One of the generals laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. To be honest, he was extremely envious and fearful of the Fire Emperor's strength. If this was in the real world, he wouldn't dare to fight a martial saint. However, this was the secret realm and there was no death. Hence, he wasn't that fearful. Furthermore, there were so many soldiers around. Even if he wanted to, he could kill the Fire Emperor. As long as he could kill the Fire Emperor, the credit would still belong to him. His face was flushed red with excitement. He didn't expect that he would be able to force a martial saint to such a state. However, this wasn't the only thing he wanted. He wanted the Fire Emperor to die. He wanted his name to be known throughout the entire continent. Ants who don't know death. Seeing that he had worked so hard to open up a path to the Fire Emperor, he was furious. The Fire Emperor was furious. He Xing and the Fire Emperor had no choice but to kill the enemy once again, hoping to open up another path. Perhaps it was because there wasn't the threat of death and the temptation of being conferred titles, the Fire Emperor's soldiers didn't fear death. Go. Exhaust him to death. If you want glory and wealth, then go. The enemy general continued to motivate the soldiers. Don't be afraid. If you die in the secret realm, you won't lose anything in the real world. Think about it. You will be the heroes of our country's advancement. You will go down in history and be praised by your countrymen. Looking at the valiant and courageous soldiers killing the enemy, the Grand General was extremely pleased and continued to encourage them. Damn it! The Fire Emperor howled in rage. The Fire Emperor looked at the holes that he had painstakingly torn open. However, before he could even move forward, the enemy had already blocked his path. Until now, he was still in the same spot. As for his own Fire Empire's dragon power, he had already expended hundreds of thousands of dragon power. It had only been a short while, but he had already used up hundreds of thousands of dragon power. This also included the dragon power that he obtained from killing enemies non-stop. Otherwise, the consumption of dragon power would be even greater. Let me kill that enemy general. He Xing could see that the reason these soldiers were not afraid of death was mostly because of the general who kept encouraging them. Yes. The Fire Emperor immediately agreed. This was because if he didn't kill the enemy general, it would be difficult for him to break through. This was because the soldiers who had broken through were already starting to lose their strength. He Xing swept the enemy general in front of him with his sword and suddenly flew towards the enemy general. Quick! Stop him for me! Seeing He Xing flying towards him, the Grand General knew that he wasn't a match for He Xing and thus shouted out to his soldiers. Kill! The soldiers around the Grand General immediately charged towards He Xing. Get out of my way! Looking at the soldiers who were attacking him, He Xing impatiently attacked them. He Xing swept his sword across and the corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Attack! Attack! The Grand General retreated frantically as he shouted out. Master, don't worry. I will definitely help the Fire Emperor and lead the soldiers out. He Xing thought to himself as he gritted his teeth and ignored the soldiers around him. He didn't even bother to defend himself as he charged towards the enemy general. I can't accept this. The enemy general didn't understand why He Xing was so fixated on him. Feeling the sword piercing through his body, the enemy general shouted out in frustration. This was because he was so close to killing the Fire Emperor within the city. He was so close to accomplishing his mission. Not good. The Grand General is dead. Seeing that the Grand General was dead, the soldiers started shouting out in panic. My chance is here. Seeing the panic in the soldiers, the Fire Emperor was elated. Sons of the Fire Emperor, kill! The Fire Emperor used his martial arts powers to shout out. Soldiers, kill! Kill these dogs and break through. Soldiers, break through and we will be saved. Charge! At this point, the 4 imperial uncles followed closely behind the Fire Emperor and shouted out loudly. This was because the soldiers of the Fire Emperor needed morale. Only when all the soldiers were united would they have a chance to break through. If not, it would be impossible to rely on them alone. Indeed, after being shouted out by the Fire Emperor and the 4 imperial uncles, the soldiers' hearts were ignited once again. Kill! All the soldiers shouted out in unison. On the other hand, the enemy soldiers didn't have the Grand General to lead them. Hence, when they heard the Fire Emperor's shout, they were scared stiff. Seeing that the enemy soldiers were in a daze, the Fire Emperor didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He increased the speed at which he killed the enemy soldiers. The soldiers behind the Fire Emperor followed his footsteps and tore a hole in the Fire Emperor's defense. Quick, follow them. Seeing that the hole had been torn open, Hu Ji shouted out excitedly. Quick, stop them. Block the entrance. The other generals of the enemy immediately reacted and shouted loudly. However, it was too late. The hole had been torn open and the Fire Emperor's soldiers continued to rush out. At this point, the enemy soldiers were unable to block the hole in the wall. At the start, they had the advantage of numbers. That was why they were able to block the Fire Emperor's soldiers from leaving the imperial city. But now, the Fire Emperor's soldiers were on par with them. How could they possibly be able to surround the Fire Emperor's soldiers? Hold them back. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Seeing that they were unable to continue and were unable to encircle the Fire Emperor's soldiers, the Fire Emperor's soldiers were left with no choice. The enemy generals only wanted to hold the Fire Emperor's soldiers back. As long as they could hold the Fire Emperor's soldiers back and wait for reinforcements to arrive, they would be able to encircle the Fire Emperor once again. However, how could the Fire Emperor allow him to do as he wished? Soldiers, do not continue fighting. Quickly retreat. Your Majesty, it's impossible for you to escape unscathed. Let me hold them back while you retreat. Hu Mie's voice rang out in the Fire Emperor's mind. Chapter 476. Soldiers, follow me and hold these bastards back. Fire Extinguisher shouted out in anger as he led his 2 million soldiers and turned around to face the enemy. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Seeing that the enemy troops were no longer chasing after them, the Fire Emperor ordered his soldiers to retreat. Your Majesty, are we really going to break through towards the southwest direction? There are 2 empires ahead of us and there are at least 20 million enemy troops. Your Majesty, we only have 7 million soldiers. Against 20 million, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. Your Majesty, it won't be too late to think of a plan before marching. After breaking through the encirclement, the Fire Emperor's generals were still worried as they ran towards the Fire Emperor and tried to persuade him. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more. The Fire Emperor interrupted the generals. He had already made up his mind to break through towards the southwest direction. Since he had already made it this far, how could he change his plans? Although he was also very confused about what was ahead of him, according to Yi Hao's plan, this was the only thing he could do. Hurry up and inform the Fire Extinguisher King to retreat. The Fire Emperor instructed the generals beside him. The generals beside him immediately flew towards the imperial city. Before long, they returned with a worried look on their faces. The Fire Emperor knew that the situation was dire as he frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Your Majesty, please forgive us. Our 2 million soldiers have been wiped out. The general replied sadly. What? The Fire Emperor's body trembled. Although they were in the secret territory, hearing that 2 million soldiers had been wiped out caused his heart to ache. However, the Fire Emperor didn't have time to grieve. What about the Fire Extinguisher King? The Fire Extinguisher King has been sacrificed as well. In order to delay the enemy troops, the Fire Extinguisher King had to expend all his energy before he was killed. When the Fire Emperor heard that the Fire Extinguisher King had died, he was enraged. His killing intent caused the generals to tremble uncontrollably. Your Majesty, please calm down. Have the enemy troops caught up with us? The general shook his head. No. Retreat. Although he knew that there were 2 empires ahead, the Fire Emperor could only brace himself and continue retreating. Is that the Fire Emperor in front? All of a sudden, a voice rang out. The Fire Emperor furrowed his brows as he looked at the man who was also a general. He then asked, "That's right. Who are you?" "I have something to discuss with the Fire Emperor. I've invited the Fire Emperor to come here alone." The general smiled as he clasped his fists. "Who are you? If you have something to say, just say it. How can you meet our Emperor alone?" One of the Fire Emperor's generals stepped forward and pointed at the newcomer. "All of you should retreat first. I'll be right back." The Fire Emperor squinted his eyes as he looked at the person who had just arrived. With his strength, there was no need for him to fear anyone. "Fire Emperor, you're so brave. Your Majesty, you can't." The generals immediately tried to dissuade him. After all, there were enemies everywhere in the mystic realm. To them, everything was filled with danger. "Don't worry." The Fire Emperor calmly flew towards them. "Who are you?" The Fire Emperor stared at the general in front of him and asked. "Great Chen Dynasty, Chen Zixiao." Chen Zixiao clasped his fist and said. "What, you're Chen Zixiao?" Hearing Chen Zixiao's introduction, the Fire Emperor's heart skipped a beat before he laughed out coldly. "If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. However, it seems like you're not strong enough." To the Fire Emperor, Chen Zixiao was at most a beginner-level martial saint. After all, within the empire, being a beginner-level martial saint was already considered a very good feat. Who else would have the same luck as him to be able to obtain a martial saint pill? "Is that so?" Chen Zixiao suddenly laughed out. Before the Fire Emperor could react, he had already released his aura. Martial saint at the peak. The Fire Emperor's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Chen Zixiao in disbelief. The Fire Emperor immediately raised his guard. To him, Chen Zixiao definitely didn't come with good intentions. Both of them were equally strong. If they were to fight, it was hard to say who would win. "Fire Emperor, don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions." Chen Zixiao looked at the Fire Emperor's nervous expression and retracted his aura. He then laughed out. "After all, we're both men of the Fire Emperor." "Men of the Fire Emperor?" The Fire Emperor paused but didn't let his guard down. "Which Fire Emperor?" "Of course it's the Fire Emperor of the Fire Dragon Empire. What proof do you have?" The Fire Emperor squinted his eyes and glared at Chen Zixiao. "This is for you." Chen Zixiao then retrieved a secret letter from his space ring and handed it to the Fire Emperor. When the Fire Emperor saw the letter, he let his guard down and let his guard down. This was because the letter was exactly the same as the one he had received from Shu Qiu. After reading the letter, the Fire Emperor believed Chen Zixiao's words by 90%. However, this wasn't a small matter and he didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that the Fire Emperor still didn't fully believe him, Chen Zixiao then retrieved a heart-controlling pill. "You should have eaten this, right?" Heart-controlling pill. The Fire Emperor's eyes widened in shock. He now completely believed Chen Zixiao's word. After all, this heart-controlling pill was extremely important and he knew that Yi Hao wouldn't hand it over to anyone else so easily. Also, my cultivation level is the best proof. Otherwise, do you think that I'm from the Fire Dragon Empire and have the powers of a martial saint? After hearing Chen Zixiao's words, the Fire Emperor clasped his fists apologetically. "Brother Chen, please don't be offended. I really had no choice. I understand." Chen Zixiao didn't seem to mind as he looked at the letter in the Fire Emperor's hands. What did the Fire Emperor say? The Fire Emperor wants us to destroy the Mu Empire. The Fire Emperor finally understood why Yi Hao wanted them to break through towards the southwest direction. That was because there were two empires from the Small Heaven Alliance in the southwest direction. If he had to deal with the two empires alone, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. However, one of the empires, the Chen Empire, belonged to Yi Hao. This was beyond his expectations. He believed that if he joined forces with the Chen Empire, they would definitely be able to destroy the Mu Empire. Brother Fire, why don't we do this? I'll join forces with the Mu Empire and attack you from this position. When the time comes, we'll destroy the Mu Empire in one fell swoop. Chen Zixiao seemed to have guessed it as he took out a map and pointed at a spot. Seeing the spot Chen Zixiao pointed at, the Fire Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding his head. We have to end this quickly. If they retreat back into the city, we'll be in trouble. Chen Zixiao didn't forget to remind him. This was because that area belonged to the Mu Empire. If the people from the Mu Empire hid in the city and waited for reinforcements from the other powers, they would miss out on a great opportunity. That would depend on you, Brother Chen. The Fire Emperor laughed sinisterly. He reckoned that the people from the Small Heaven Alliance wouldn't have guessed that. Among them, there would be people from Yi Hao. Ever since he entered the secret territory, he had been on high alert. Now that he had finally found his comrades and had a chance to retaliate, he was extremely excited. Chapter 477. My lord, I think the Fire Emperor and Chen Zixiao have met up. Within the Fire Dragon Empire, Yi Hao was playing chess with Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang raised his head and spoke. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded his head slightly and didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he kept his gaze on the chessboard, thinking about his next move. Looking at Yi Hao's calm face, Zhuge Liang nodded his head and was impressed by Yi Hao's calmness. Suddenly, Yi Hao's frown disappeared as he placed a chess piece down. Yi Hao laughed. Mr. Zhuge, you're going to lose this time. Zhuge Liang looked back at the chessboard and smiled. That might not be the case. Zhuge Liang moved a chess piece as he wanted to see Yi Hao's expression change. However, Yi Hao smiled and moved a chess piece as well. Zhuge Liang's face fell. This humble subject has lost. Let's go. Yi Hao stood up suddenly. Where are we going? Zhuge Liang saw Yi Hao stand up and was stunned. To the Imperial Palace of the Heaven Alliance. Yi Hao flew towards the Imperial Palace of the Hu Empire. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and pondered. His eyes lit up as he chased after Yi Hao. No matter what, he was a martial god and could ensure Yi Hao's safety. Come everyone, let's eat and drink. Within the Imperial Palace of the Hu Empire, the 10 emperors were gathered. The Hu Emperor raised his wine cup and spoke. The emperors downed their wine cups immediately. Everyone, according to the reports, the Fire Emperor's soldiers are fleeing towards the Mu and Chen empires. The Hu Emperor put down his wine cup and spoke. When the Chen Emperor heard this, his eyes lit up. Hu Emperor, the Chen Empire's soldiers are led by Chen Zixiao. After all, we're going to destroy the Fire Emperor. The Mu Empire's emperor stood up as well. Hu Emperor, don't worry. The Mu Empire will join forces with the Chen Empire and destroy the Fire Emperor. Oh, is that so? At this moment, a mocking voice could be heard coming from outside the palace. When the emperors heard this voice, they were unhappy. Who dares to interrupt us here? One of the emperors shouted unhappily. At this moment, Hu Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. After all, this was his territory. If someone dared to be so presumptuous in his territory, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? Who is it? Get out here. The Hu Emperor shouted angrily. Dong dong. With a loud bang, an object smashed through the roof and fell down. Dragon throne. Everyone looked at the heavenly dragon throne that appeared in the center of the hall and stood up one by one. You guys are too unkind. You didn't even bring me along to drink. Yi Hao reclined on the heavenly dragon throne and looked at everyone mockingly. Who are you? The Hu Emperor glared at Yi Hao angrily. Yi Hao. Yi Hao didn't try to hide it and directly revealed his real name. Who was Yi Hao? The emperors were stunned. You are the young emperor of the Fire Dragon Empire. The Hu Emperor ignored the emperor's reaction and narrowed his eyes at Yi Hao. When he saw Yi Hao nodding his head, the Hu Emperor laughed angrily. Ha ha ha, how dare you barge into the imperial palace of the Hu dynasty alone? I'm just barging into the imperial palace. Yi Hao laughed nonchalantly. Hu Emperor, take down this ignorant kid. This ignorant kid doesn't respect us at all. We can't let him off so easily. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. How dare he barge into the imperial palace of the Hu dynasty? The emperors pointed at Yi Hao and said angrily, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Let me take him down." The Hu Emperor threw the wine cup in his hand and rushed towards Yi Hao. The emperors stared at Yi Hao but realized that Yi Hao didn't react at all. "You're courting death." Seeing Yi Hao's reaction, the Hu Emperor was even more furious. He slammed his palm towards Yi Hao. If Yi Hao was hit by the palm, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, just as the emperors thought that the Hu Emperor was going to hit Yi Hao, something happened. Everyone saw a blur in front of their eyes. "Kneel down." A voice was heard. Everyone looked over and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They saw the Hu Emperor kneeling in front of Yi Hao with his face flushed red. Only at this moment did everyone notice that an unfamiliar young man had suddenly appeared by Yi Hao's side. The young man waved the feather fan in his hand from time to time. He looked like a weak scholar. The Hu Emperor widened his eyes and looked at Zhuge Liang in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the majestic aura he exuded came from Zhuge Liang. The Hu Emperor was kneeling on the ground. His face was red as he struggled to stand up. Hu Emperor. Seeing the Hu Emperor kneeling on the ground, the emperors couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, don't worry. At most, we'll just die. With our hundreds of millions of soldiers around, he won't have a good time." The Hu Emperor laughed coldly. The emperors thought about it and agreed. No matter what, they had a terrifying advantage in terms of numbers. Even without them, they believed that with the number of soldiers they had, they would still win the competition. From their point of view, the Fire dynasty was about to be wiped out. The fact that Yi Hao was here meant that Yi Hao was just like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. "I won't kill you. Let's drink." Yi Hao suddenly said something shocking. From their point of view, shouldn't Yi Hao be here to kill them or threaten them? Furthermore, they were already prepared to die in the worst-case scenario. However, they couldn't figure out what Yi Hao was up to. Not only did Yi Hao not kill them, he even wanted to drink with them. Everyone was suspicious. Could it be that Yi Hao really didn't care about winning or losing? One had to know that the Fire dynasty was now surrounded by enemies. Even the Great Sun dynasty wouldn't have a good ending. However, Yi Hao was so calm that it made them feel that it was somewhat abnormal. They knew that they couldn't be as calm and collected as Yi Hao. "All right, men, serve the wine." The Hu Emperor stood up with difficulty. He couldn't figure out what Yi Hao was up to. However, no matter what he was up to, he wasn't afraid. The emperors drank their wine and looked at Yi Hao. At the same time, they kept looking at Zhuge Liang. From their point of view, Zhuge Liang was the biggest threat and Yi Hao was nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, they guessed that the Fire dynasty was now in a mess. Chen Mu and the Great Sun dynasty had already surrounded the Fire dynasty. They wanted to see what Yi Hao's expression would be when he found out that the Fire dynasty and the Great Sun dynasty had been wiped out. "Do you think that I have a high chance of winning this competition?" Yi Hao finished his wine and realized that it was his erguatu. Yi Hao could tell that the erguatu had a big influence on him. When the emperors heard Yi Hao's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. If they could, they really wanted to pry open Yi Hao's head and see what Yi Hao was thinking. Chapter 478. Yi Hao's camp only had 40 million dragon energy point. On the other hand, Hu Jun's camp had more than 200 million dragon energy point. In other words, Hu Jun's camp had more than 5 times more dragon energy than Yi Hao's camp. As long as one was not an idiot, one could easily tell the difference between the two camps. The emperors looked at Yi Hao strangely. Without exception, their eyes were filled with mockery. Why don't we make a bet? Yi Hao suddenly said when he saw the emperor's expressions. Oh, what do you want to bet on? Hu Emperor looked at Yi Hao and asked. Let's bet on who will win. Ha ha ha, is there even a need to bet on this? Hu Emperor looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He did not even bother to hide the mockery on his face. No hurry. I will give you guys an appetizer soon. Yi Hao savored the wine in his cup. What do you mean? Hu Emperor frowned and asked. He had a bad feeling about this. Come, let's drink first. Yi Hao raised the wine cup in his hand. He was not in a hurry to answer. When the emperors saw Yi Hao's calm expression, they looked at each other. They did not understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. Hu Emperor suddenly felt uneasy. He wanted his subordinate to go out and take a look. His subordinate understood and wanted to sneak out. Whoosh! The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. The emperors looked over and realized that Hu Emperor's subordinate, who looked extraordinary just a moment ago, was now lying on the ground. His vitality was gone. The emperor's expression changed. They looked at Yi Hao, who was sitting on the heavenly dragon throne. Yi Hao patted his hand lightly. The emperors knew that Yi Hao was the one who did it. Seeing that his subordinate was killed, Hu Emperor was enraged. His face turned green and the wine cup in his hand was crushed into pieces. You killed my subordinate for no reason. What is the meaning of this? Hu Emperor glared at Yi Hao with anger in his eyes. If it weren't for Zhuge Liang, he would have smashed Yi Hao's head. Without my permission, no one can leave. Otherwise, this will be the outcome. Yi Hao looked at Hu Huang and said with a smile. This is my palace. Hu Emperor hated Yi Hao so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. Seeing Yi Hao looking down on him made him even angrier. So what? Yi Hao glanced at the Hu Emperor, completely ignoring the Hu Emperor's anger. Don't go too far. The Hu Emperor angrily pointed at Yi Hao. The one I'm bullying is you. After saying that, Yi Hao threw the wine glass in his hand at Hu Huang. Hu Emperor easily dodged the wine cup. He was about to go berserk as he looked at Yi Hao with eyes filled with killing intent. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly felt a pressure on his body. The Hu Emperor immediately looked at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang looked at him with a smile. Hu Emperor could only reluctantly suppress the anger in his heart. If looks could kill, he would have killed Yi Hao thousands of times. Hu Emperor then snorted coldly. He laughed in his heart. Wait till my allied forces wipe out Yi Hao's forces. Let's see if Yi Hao can still be so arrogant. After all, there was a time limit in the secret realm. At most, he would fight to the death. He didn't believe that Yi Hao would be able to kill everyone in the Heaven Alliance. In total, there were more than 200 million soldiers. You don't know yet, right? Your Fire Dynasty is retreating towards Chenmu and Chenmu. Tell me, how long can your Fire Dynasty last? Hu Emperor suddenly looked at Yi Hao and laughed proudly. Oh, you will know when you see it. Yi Hao nodded. Aren't you impatient at all? If I'm not wrong, they should be fighting by now. Seeing that Yi Hao was still so calm, Hu Emperor was surprised and couldn't help but ask. Hu Emperor stared at Yi Hao, trying to see any changes in Yi Hao's expression. Don't worry, Hu Emperor. The Mu Empire will definitely crush the Fire Empire. At this moment, the Mu Empire's emperor stepped forward and smiled at the Hu Emperor. Next, let's see how the Mu Dynasty and Chen Mu Dynasty perform. Seeing that Yi Hao still didn't react, Hu Emperor laughed awkwardly at Mu Dynasty. Let's wait and see how ridiculous a certain someone's bet is. I'm just afraid that someone will be too embarrassed and do something desperate. I heard that the Fire Dynasty only has 7 million soldiers left. How dare they fight against 20 million soldiers? They must be courting death. I wonder what's in the Fire Emperor's head. Could it be my father? The emperors discussed amongst themselves, trying to ease the awkwardness and anger. However, every time someone finished a sentence, they couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. They really wanted to see any changes in Yi Hao's expression. However, Yi Hao didn't seem to hear them at all. This made them feel embarrassed and angry at the same time. Patriarch, Are you talking about the Mu dynasty? Will they take the lead? The general beside Chen Zixiao asked Chen Zixiao respectfully. Don't worry. I know Mu Tian very well. He's a man who likes to achieve great things. He must be afraid that we will steal his credit. Later on, he will definitely charge forward like a swarm of bees. Chen Zixiao said confidently. Oh right, did you send someone to talk to them about us taking the lead? I've sent more than 10 people to tell them that we will take the lead. However, they didn't respond. Indeed, I guessed right. Mu Tian will definitely fall for it. Great General, those trash from the Fire Empire will be here soon. At this point, the general of the Mu dynasty, Mu Tian, was looking at the Fire dynasty troops. Let's wait for them to get closer. There's no rush. Mu Tian waved his hands, as if he had already seen the Fire dynasty as his own. Mu Tian suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Are the Chen dynasty troops behind us? They're behind us. The Chen dynasty troops have sent people to tell us that they want to take the lead. Hearing this, Mu Tian laughed coldly. They want to take the lead? What a beautiful dream. But they didn't realize that such a good piece of meat would be theirs to eat first. Your Excellency is right. The Fire dynasty troops are like stray dogs. There are only 7 million of them. We should be able to swallow them whole. Mu Tian looked at the Fire dynasty troops who were retreating in panic and nodded approvingly. At this point, these people from the Fire Emperor dynasty had already been killed by his saber. Attack! Mu Tian suddenly pulled out his weapon and roared. Kill! At that moment, the Mu Empire's 10 million soldiers charged towards the Fire Empire's soldiers like ferocious tigers. In their eyes, the soldiers of the Fire Empire were like a delicious piece of meat. When the Fire dynasty troops saw the sudden appearance of the enemy troops, they began to retreat in a panic. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! The Fire Emperor shouted loudly. Chase after them. Don't let these pieces of trash escape. Seeing the Fire dynasty troops running away in panic, Mu Tian shouted excitedly. Kill! Looking at the soldiers of the Fire dynasty who were fleeing like stray dogs, the soldiers of the Mu dynasty chased after them relentlessly. The Fire Emperor floated in the air and looked at the Mu dynasty troops who were chasing after him. Stop! All of a sudden, the Fire Emperor shouted out. Instantly, the Fire Emperor's soldiers stopped running and stopped in unison. General, the Fire dynasty bastards seem to have stopped running, a soldier beside Mu Tian said warily. Chapter 479. We have millions of soldiers, why should we be afraid of him? Kill him. Mu Tian cleared his throat and pointed his sword towards the sky. Kill him. Looking at Mu Tian who was charging towards him, the Fire Emperor couldn't help but laugh. This was because Mu Tian was completely surrounded and he didn't even know it. Shoot him. The Fire Emperor suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly. The millions of archers who were already prepared appeared in front of the Fire Emperor's army and started drawing their bows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard. Black arrows pierced through the air like dark clouds as they flew towards the Mu Emperor's army. Poochie. Poochie. Ah. SSSSS. At that moment, the sound of arrows piercing through bodies and the screams of agony could be heard. Not good. General. There's an ambush. The general beside Mu Tian shouted out frantically. Seeing that he had lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Mu Tian was infuriated. He then shouted out, What are you afraid of? Attack! The Mu Emperor's soldiers could only grit their teeth as they charged towards the Mu Emperor's army. Continue shooting. Seeing that the Fire Emperor's name had increased by hundreds of thousands of dragon power, the Fire Emperor was in a good mood. It's changed, it's changed. The Emperor was staring at the leaderboard. When he saw that the dragon power was increasing, one of the Emperors shouted out excitedly. The Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Yi Hao. Everyone, the show is about to start. Men, bring out the wine. The Hu Emperor glanced at Yi Hao and laughed out proudly. Come, everyone, let's drink. The Hu Emperor felt that all his grievances had been swept away. Now, it was time to give Yi Hao a slap in the face. The Hu Emperor's heart was filled with joy. If he wasn't afraid of Zhuge Liang, he would have laughed at Yi Hao. Who emperor? Suddenly, one of the emperors pointed at the leaderboard and stammered. What's wrong? Looking at the emperor's expression, the Hu emperor asked unhappily. However, the emperors still looked at the leaderboard. Clatter. Suddenly, the sound of wine cups falling to the ground could be heard. How is this possible? The Hu emperor looked at the battle list. The Mu dynasty's dragon power had decreased by a few 100,000, while the Fire dynasty's dragon power had increased by a few 100,000. Hu emperor's face was filled with confusion. He didn't even realize that his wine cup had fallen to the ground. Hu emperor looked at Yi Hao, whose expression did not change at all, and instantly felt his face turn red. Then, Emperor Hu felt like he had been slapped in the face by Yi Hao again. Hu emperor glared at Mu emperor. What's going on? Is your Mu emperor dynasty full of useless people? This should be an accident. Mu Huang felt his heart ache when he saw that his dragon energy had decreased by more than 100,000. However, under the Hu emperor's glare, he couldn't help but ask nervously. Then, Mu Huang looked at Chen Huang and said, "Moreover, we have Chen dynasty's soldiers. We will definitely win." When the Hu emperor thought about how Chen Mu and the other two empires would not lose to the Fire Empire, he felt a little better. However, what he wanted to see did not happen. The Mu dynasty's dragon power was still dropping rapidly. In an instant, it had dropped by more than 1 million. At that moment, the emperor's faces were ghastly pale. Chen Huang, tell me, where are your Chen dynasty's soldiers? Why does it seem like my Mu dynasty's soldiers are dying non-stop? Mu Huang's face turned pale when he saw that his country's dragon power had dropped by more than 1 million. He glared at Chen Huang and asked. After all, this 1 million was 1/10 of his dragon power. If this continued, he would lose his status as an empire. I'm not even here. How would I know? Chen Huang shrugged his shoulders. You. Mu Huang was furious. He pointed at Chen Huang helplessly and said, "Hurry up and contact your men to send reinforcements to my Mu dynasty." Chen Huang looked at Yi Hao and shrugged his shoulders. I don't dare to do that. Mu Huang felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. However, when he met Yi Hao's gaze, he could only avoid it. He didn't dare to look at him. "General, I think we're in an ambush. The Fire dynasty's attack is too strong. We've suffered heavy casualties." A general beside Mu Tian said anxiously. "Where are the Chen dynasty's soldiers? Are they all dead? Why aren't they attacking? Are they trying to make fun of us?" Mu Tian said unhappily when he saw that the Mu dynasty's soldiers had become live targets. The general smiled bitterly at Mu Tian. "General, didn't you say that we should be the vanguard and not the Chen dynasty? Go, tell them to go." Hearing the general's words, Mu Tian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, the situation was critical and he couldn't care less about his reputation. He knew that he had lost 1 million dragon power points. He couldn't bear the consequences. "Chen dynasty, please send reinforcements. We've been ambushed." The Mu dynasty's general stood in front of Chen Zixiao and said while panting, "Can't your general do it himself? I don't think we need to fight for the credit with you." Chen Zixiao waved his hand. Hearing Chen Zixiao's words, the general felt awkward and his face turned hot. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to ask Chen Zixiao for reinforcements. "If you want my help, get your general to come and beg me personally." "What?" Hearing Chen Zixiao's words, the general's face changed. He couldn't believe what Chen Zixiao had said. What kind of situation was this? How could Mu Tian come and beg him? As someone close to Mu Tian, he naturally knew Mu Tian's temper. To Mu Tian, this was simply an undisguised humiliation. What? The Chen dynasty is a bastard. Hearing the general's words, Chen Zixiao threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. "General, please calm down. What should we do now?" The general knelt on the ground. "What else can we do? Let's go to the Chen dynasty's camp," Mu Tian said angrily. According to his temper, he would never beg Chen Zixiao. However, he had lost nearly 2 million dragon power points. This meant that he had lost 1/5 of the Mu dynasty's forces. No matter how many heads he had, it wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, how could he be willing to let the Fire Emperor ride on his head and behave so atrociously? As the saying goes, if you don't take revenge, you're not a gentleman. He had to destroy the Fire dynasty and take back his dragon power. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. As for begging the Chen dynasty, it wouldn't be for nothing. He believed that in the end, the Hu Emperor would uphold justice for him. Now, the most important thing was to destroy the Fire dynasty. Why hasn't your Chen dynasty sent out your troops? Mu Tian still couldn't let go of his attitude. When he saw Chen Zixiao, he couldn't control his anger and pointed at Chen Zixiao. Where did the barking come from? Chen Zixiao dug his ears and pretended that he didn't see Mu Tian. Mu Tian was furious. He didn't think that Chen Zixiao would dare to scold him. This was no longer bullying. This was simply scolding him in a roundabout way. This was too much. Chapter 480. How dare you shout in front of the old ancestor? Kneel down. The general beside Chen Zixiao attacked Mu Tian. You're courting death. How could Mu Tian endure such provocation? He drew out his sword and wanted to fight back. However, before he could do anything, a powerful aura attacked him. Sensing the pressure coming from Chen Zixiao, Mu Tian looked at Chen Zixiao with fear in his eyes. He stuttered, "How is this possible? How can you be a peak martial sage?" "I am a peak martial sage. Is there anything wrong with that?" Chen Zixiao continued to use his power to suppress Mu Tian. Mu Tian could not breathe under the pressure and could only admit defeat. "Old ancestor Chen, let's talk nicely. No matter what, we are from the Little Heaven Alliance." At this moment, after sensing Chen Zixiao's strength, he did not dare to be presumptuous and could not help but smile as he spoke. However, he had mixed feelings because he did not expect the Chen dynasty to be so secretive. They actually had a peak martial sage and the Mu dynasty did not know about it. However, Chen Zixiao did not care about him. The one who did was the general beside Chen Zixiao. His sandbag-like fist landed on Mu Tian's nose. Crack. His feeling the pain from his nose being broken, Mu Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Chen Zixiao, don't go too far. Do you dare to betray the Little Heaven Alliance?" Mu Tian looked at Chen Zixiao with resentment. He could not help but use the Little Heaven Alliance to threaten Chen Zixiao. "I hate it when people threaten me." Suddenly, Chen Zixiao attacked. His fist was as fast as lightning and it carried a monstrous force as it landed on Mu Tian's head. Mu Tian's eyes widened and he shouted in fear, "Chen Zixiao, how dare you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Zixiao's fist had already exploded his head. Even until his death, he did not expect Chen Zixiao to attack him. "Everyone, attack! Kill those bastards from the Mu dynasty." Chen Zixiao looked at Mu Tian's corpse with disdain. His martial strength shook and the blood on his hand was dry. "Kill." Following Chen Zixiao's order, the army that had been prepared earlier pounced on the Mu dynasty's soldiers like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. "What's going on? Why are the people of the Chen dynasty attacking us?" The soldiers of the Mu dynasty, who had been fighting against the Fire dynasty, started to panic. They did not understand why the Chen dynasty, who were on the same side, would attack them. "Everyone, attack." Seeing that Chen Huangchao had made his move, the Fire Emperor gave the order to attack as well. "Where are the great generals and soldiers? We're surrounded. What should we do? We've fallen into the trap of the Chen and Fire dynasties." At this moment, the Mu dynasty's army was filled with clamor. They wanted to escape, but their surroundings had been blocked, leaving them with nowhere to run. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." The Fire Emperor shouted excitedly when he saw the Mu Empire's soldiers were like lambs waiting to be fed. In his eyes, these soldiers were no longer ordinary soldiers. They were a bunch of dragon power that could be used by him. How could he let it go so easily? Moreover, he had been beaten so badly in the beginning that even Fiery Extinguisher had died. Now, it was time for revenge. "No, we don't want to fight anymore. We surrender." The Mu dynasty had no one to command them at the moment. The soldiers saw the people around them falling one after another. None of them had the strength to resist. Kill. Kill every single one of them. These were all fire dragons. How could the Fire Emperor accept their surrender? Seeing the dragon power behind the Fire Emperor increasing rapidly, the Fire Emperor was overjoyed. Chen Huangchao, you have to give me an explanation. What's going on? He saw that his dragon power was decreasing at an exponential rate. On the other hand, the dragon power of the Chen and Fire dynasties was increasing rapidly. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. At this moment, the Mu Emperor could no longer suppress the anger in his heart as he glared at the Chen Huangchao. How would I know? If you don't know, who would know? You and the Fire dynasty are obviously working together to fight against the Mu dynasty. The Mu Emperor felt as if a knife was being stabbed in his heart. Seeing his dragon power decreasing, his heart was bleeding profusely. The Mu dynasty's 1,000 years of foundation was being destroyed at this moment. How could he remain calm? At this moment, the emperors were also staring at the Chen Huangchao warily. Chen Huangchao, I need a reasonable explanation. The Hu Emperor's face darkened as he asked in a low voice. It's nothing. My ancestor is my master's man. Naturally, I'm his man too. The Chen Huang chuckled. Your master is him. The Hu Emperor looked at Yi Hao. At this moment, his face was so dark that it looked as if water was about to drip from it. Chen Peng greets my master. The Chen Huangchao walked to Yi Hao's side and knelt on the ground. Shameless traitor. The Hu Emperor saw this scene and couldn't help but feel angry as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Hu Emperor. The emperors were anxious as they hurriedly supported the Hu Emperor. The Hu Emperor's eyes were glazed over as he scanned the crowd warily. Tell me, who else is his man? If you have the guts, admit it now. When the emperors heard the Hu Emperor's words, they looked at him warily. They were afraid that they would end up like the Mu Emperor. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be so cunning. Even the Heaven Alliance had Yi Hao's men. Stop looking. Among all of you, only the Chen Huangchao is my man. The others have nothing to do with me. Just as the crowd was suspecting each other, Yi Hao suddenly spoke. When the crowd saw Yi Hao's expression, they didn't think that he was lying. Thus, they were secretly relieved. Ha ha ha, do you want me to say that you're stupid or stupid? You actually revealed this information. If you didn't, wouldn't it be better for you if we suspected each other? The Hu Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mocked. So what if you suspect each other? Do you think that you can walk out of this hall alive? Yi Hao chuckled as he looked at the emperors. You. The Hu Emperor was rendered speechless by Yi Hao's words. Because Zhuge Liang was here, they had completely cut off contact with the outside world. The death of his confidant was the best outcome. Although the Mu Empire was destroyed and the betrayal of the Chen Huangchao made him feel very uncomfortable, he still had the 8 great empires. But when he thought about it, he still had 8 great fire empires. Although he was short of 2 great fire empires, he still had the advantage. As far as he was concerned, Yi Hao was merely struggling before his death. When the 8 great imperial dynasties converged, that would be the time of Yi Hao's forces' annihilation. Suddenly, the Hu Emperor took out his voice transmission talisman. After reading it, he laughed loudly and said, The Jew Emperor and the others have realized that the situation is not right. They are preparing to gather with our army. When the 17 great empires join forces, let's see what you can do to stop them. That's great. It's just the Mu Empire that has been destroyed. Sooner or later, you will have to spit it back out. Don't be sad, Mu Emperor. When the Chen Empire, Fire Empire and Sun Empire are destroyed, your dragon force will be returned to you. The emperors discussed among themselves. The Hu Emperor was in a good mood as he looked at the frowning Mu Emperor. When the frowning Mu Emperor heard the Hu Emperor's words, the frowning Mu Emperor relaxed and said, Thank you, Hu Emperor. Chapter 481. Yi Hao shook his head when he saw the Hu Emperor's smug look. He wanted to see if the Hu Emperor could still be so smug. The people outside the secret land were all shocked. What's going on? Why is the Fire Dynasty not destroyed? Instead, one of the Small Heaven Alliance was destroyed. Looks like there's a traitor in the Small Heaven Alliance. This Fire Dynasty is really surprising. Everyone looked at the Mu Dynasty's dragon power, which was decreasing rapidly. In the end, there were only tens of dragon power left. The Fire Dynasty and Chen Dynasty's dragon power had increased by a few million each. This development seemed to be a little different from what they had expected. Could it be that the Fire Dynasty could create a legend? Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, the one that was the saddest was none other than Mu Huangchao. They had thought that by joining the Small Heaven Alliance, they would be able to take over the Fire Dynasty and Sun Dynasty. However, before they could celebrate, their country's dragon power was gone. With the disappearance of their country's dragon power, the Mu Dynasty's dragon power was rapidly depleted. To a martial artist, this was fatal. If nothing went wrong, all the martial artists would leave the Mu Dynasty. The fate of the Mu Dynasty was obvious. Your Majesty, there's good news from the Fire Dynasty. In the imperial palace of the Great Sun Dynasty, a general reported the news to Emperor Sun. What? My lord had such a backup plan? Hearing that the Fire Dynasty had destroyed the Mu Dynasty, Emperor Sun was both shocked and excited. But, seeing how happy Emperor Sun was, the general was worried. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. But what? Seeing the general's expression, Emperor Sun frowned and asked worriedly. I heard that the Zhou Dynasty had led the remaining 9 dynasties to attack the Fire Dynasty. The general said immediately. What? Emperor Sun's face fell and he ordered anxiously, send troops to support the Fire Dynasty. Your Majesty, this. Hearing Emperor Sun's order, the general wanted to persuade him. After all, the Sun Dynasty had been suppressed by the 9 dynasties until they could barely breathe. However, the 9 dynasties had not attacked yet. And now that the 9 great empires had left to deal with the Fire Empire, it should be a good thing for the Sun Empire. At the very least, when the 9 empires retreated, the Sun Dynasty could start retreating and find a safe place to wait for the competition to end. At the very least, the Sun Dynasty would not lose its dragon power and could maintain the status quo. If he rashly went out now, he would definitely draw fire to himself. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of being destroyed. Therefore, as the great general of the Great Sun Dynasty, he was absolutely unwilling to see such a scene. Quickly go and do it, Emperor Sun instructed the great general. Seeing that Emperor Sun had made up his mind, the Grand General couldn't stop him anymore and was about to go down. Wait. Just as the great general was about to leave, Emperor Sun took out a voice transmission talisman and instructed, cancel the plan. Take a shortcut to the Hu Kingdom. Go to the Hu Dynasty? Hearing Emperor Sun's words, the Grand General was completely dumbfounded. The Hu Dynasty was the headquarters of the Small Heaven Alliance. Going to the Hu Dynasty at this time was like walking up a mountain of knives and jumping into a pot of boiling oil. No matter what, going to the Hu Dynasty now was an act of seeking death. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The great general thought that as a subject, he had to persuade Emperor Sunday. However, it was obvious that Emperor Sun wouldn't listen to him. The great general seemed to have guessed this and went down to make preparations. Hu Dynasty. Could it be that our lord has gone to the Hu Dynasty? He looked at the message in the voice transmission talisman. Yi Hao only asked him to hurry to the Hu Dynasty but didn't tell him anything else. He only asked him to do as he was told. What orders does our lord have? The Chen Dynasty and the Fire Dynasty had perfectly destroyed the Mu Dynasty. At this moment, Chen Zixiao looked at the Fire Emperor and asked, Our lord wants us to go to the Hu Dynasty. Don't continue fighting. The Fire Emperor read the message and replied immediately. Hu Dynasty. Chen Zixiao paused and looked at the map. He couldn't help but frown. This was because the Hu Dynasty wasn't very far from where he was. The most important thing was that the Hu Dynasty was in the middle of the map, and he was now at the southwest edge of the map. The other empires were unable to gather together. However, the Hu Dynasty was in a different position. It was in the middle of all the other empires. It could be said that no matter which power it was, they would be able to reach the Hu dynasty quickly. If they were to go to the Hu dynasty, they would definitely be surrounded by all the other empires. The military strength of all the other empires was many times greater than his. He couldn't see the benefits of going to the Hu dynasty. Could it be that our Lord has other plans? Huiji guessed. When the two emperors heard this, they shook their heads. It was an accident that Chen Zixiao was in the Small Heaven Alliance. He didn't believe that there would be Yi Hao's men in the Small Heaven Alliance. As for Emperor Wu and Emperor Ju, there was no need to talk about them. All of them wanted to kill Yi Hao. How could they be Yi Hao's men? As far as they were concerned, Yi Hao's current order was purely sending them to their deaths. But in the face of Yi Hao's orders, they couldn't resist. Let's get ready to go, Chen Zixiao sighed. It could be said that this trip to the Hu dynasty was full of danger and confusion. I believe that our Lord wouldn't harm us. He must have his own plans. Let's take advantage of the fact that the enemy hasn't reacted and move quickly, the Fire Emperor said. To him, the other empires wouldn't have thought that the Fire Empire and Sun Empire would walk right into their trap at such a critical moment. Hence, they had to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't reacted and move quickly to the Hu dynasty. Otherwise, if they were held back by their enemies, they might not even be able to reach the Hu dynasty. Following the Fire Emperor and Chen Zixiao's orders, a total of 15 million soldiers marched towards the Hu dynasty. This wasn't an ordinary army of 15 million soldiers. If they had dragon energy, their numbers would be doubled. At this moment, the other empires received news that the Chen Empire and Fire Empire were heading towards the Hu dynasty. This wasn't the end. When they investigated thoroughly, they found out that even the Sun Empire had secretly moved towards the Hu dynasty. At this point, the generals of the other empires were completely stunned. Their masters were all in the Hu royal dynasty. However, the Hu dynasty was in an awkward position. If they went over now, they would be walking right into a trap. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why the Fire, Chen, and Sun empires would suddenly attack the Hu Empire. Chapter 482. Emperor Wu, what do you think about the Fire dynasty and the other powers gathering at the Hu kingdom? Emperor Ju looked at Emperor Wu and asked. Emperor Wu thought for a while and shook his head. I have no idea. What do you think? Seeing Emperor Wu shake his head, Emperor Ju looked at the other emperors. The emperors shook their heads as well. In my opinion, they are just fighting to the death. Suddenly, an old man walked out from the army and said. Seeing the old man, Emperor Ju smiled and said, Ancestor, you are right. Ancestor, what should we do next? What else can we do? Let's get rid of this bunch of reckless trash. The ancestor snorted coldly. He did not care about the Fire dynasty at all. What do you think? Hearing the ancestor's words, Emperor Ju looked at the emperors. The emperors quickly said, We will listen to Emperor Ju. Good. Then let's gather at the Hu kingdom and have a good fight. Emperor Ju said proudly. Right now, there were over 100 million soldiers behind him. He did not care about the Fire dynasty and the other powers. What he wanted to deal with was the Heaven Alliance. He wanted to deal with the Fire dynasty and Yi Hao first. He wanted to relieve the humiliation in his heart. At the critical moment, he wanted to take the Heaven Alliance by surprise. He had to become an emperor-level power. As long as he destroyed the Heaven Alliance, he would have the chance. Thinking of this, Emperor Ju's heart started to beat wildly. Let's go to the Hu kingdom. Emperor Ju pulled out his sword and said in high spirits. Following Emperor Ju's order, hundreds of millions of soldiers rushed towards the Hu kingdom like a tidal wave. Although the other powers of the Heaven Alliance had not received the order, their emperors were in the Hu kingdom. However, their emperors were all in the Hu Empire. Therefore, under the lead of the great general, they all rushed towards the Hu Empire. Let's go and meet the Hu kingdom. After several days of chasing, Emperor Ju and the others finally arrived at the Hu kingdom. At this moment, the three factions had gathered. The Fire dynasty, the Sun dynasty and the Chen dynasty were the weakest. On the other hand, Emperor Ju's camp and Little Heaven Alliance's camp had hundreds of millions of soldiers. But the goal of these two powerful factions was to get rid of Yi Hao's forces. It could be said that Yi Hao looked pitifully weak in the face of such a disparity in power. At this moment, the three forces formed a triangle. The atmosphere in the Fire Dynasty, Chen Dynasty and Sun Dynasty was so gloomy that it was terrifying. After all, it was already very good that they didn't admit defeat in front of these two behemoths. Since they wanted to take the Heaven Alliance by surprise, Emperor Ju naturally had to gain Emperor Hu's trust first. After arranging the troops, Emperor Ju immediately brought the emperors to the imperial palace of the Hu dynasty. What's going on? Emperor Wu looked at the imperial palace of the Hu dynasty. It was terrifyingly quiet. It was different from what he had imagined. You, come here. Where is Hu Emperor? Emperor Ju looked at the guard beside him and asked. Greetings, your majesties. His Majesty and the emperors are drinking in the main hall. The guard quickly said. Millimeter, lead the way. Emperor Ju nodded and said to the guard. Emperor Ju, Emperor Song, Emperor Wu. The emperors have arrived. The guard immediately reported when they arrived at the main hall. When the Hu Emperor heard the voice of the guard outside, he glanced at Yi Hao and said in a deep voice, Let them in. What's wrong with Emperor Hu? Why is he not in a good mood? Emperor Ju smiled as he opened the door of the main hall. It was a chair that they would never forget. The back of this chair was facing them. Although they didn't see the person on the chair, the emperors already knew that Yi Hao was here. The smiles on the emperors' faces instantly froze. Looking at the heavenly dragon throne, his legs actually began to tremble. Why is he here? Everyone thought at the same time. Everyone, long time no see. Suddenly, Yi Hao's voice rang out from behind the dragon throne. The emperors felt extremely awkward. They didn't know whether to respond to Yi Hao or not. However, Emperor Ju's reaction was the fastest. The reason he was afraid of Yi Hao was because Yi Hao had the Fire Emperor and other peak martial saint experts by his side. But now, Yi Hao only had a feather fan by his side. He looked like a weak scholar. Therefore, the fear in his heart gradually disappeared. Bluff. Get down here. Emperor Ju finished speaking and attacked Heavenly Dragon King throne. Don't be impudent. Seeing Emperor Ju attacking, Zhuge Liang snorted and waved the feather fan in his hand. Get lost. Emperor Ju didn't take Zhuge Liang seriously at all. Emperor Hu and the others looked at Emperor Ju in shock. They didn't understand what was wrong with Emperor Ju. A mere peak martial saint, what kind of ability did he have to attack a third-order martial god? Wasn't this purely seeking death? The feather fan in Zhuge Liang's hand was gently fanned towards Emperor Ju. Emperor Ju still didn't care about it. But when the feather fan hit his palm, Emperor Ju's face changed. So strong. Emperor Ju felt a strong force from the feather fan and was sent flying. Emperor Ju spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground. He looked at Zhuge Liang in shock and then at Yi Hao. Emperor Ju didn't understand who Yi Hao was and why he had a martial god protecting him. Even if someone told him that Yi Hao wasn't a disciple of a big power, he wouldn't believe it. The emperors were also shocked and looked at Zhuge Liang in fear. This was a martial god expert. Even Emperor Ju wasn't a match for him, not to mention them. Little Ju, why are you still so impatient? Haven't you knelt enough? Yi Hao suddenly stood up and walked in front of Emperor Ju. Emperor Ju couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood when Yi Hao called him Little Ju. Who was he? He was the emperor of an imperial dynasty. He was a supreme existence. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to call him that. Yet, this form of address came from the mouth of a brat. How could he accept it? If Zhuge Liang wasn't here, he would have slapped Yi Hao to death. And Yi Hao, how dare he mention that he knelt in front of Emperor Hu and the others? That was a complete disgrace to him. When the emperors remembered the scene where they knelt in front of Yi Hao, they were filled with grief and anger. You are here to fight against my forces, right? Yi Hao then glanced at the crowd. Everyone was silent because Yi Hao was asking the obvious. So what if we are? Kill us if you can. Emperor Wu had a bad temper. Since they wouldn't die in the secret territory, He didn't hold back when he spoke. Die. Chapter 483. You. Emperor Wu's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. He didn't expect Yi Hao to really attack him. Wasn't Yi Hao afraid that he would fight to the death? If that happened, Emperor Wu and the Fire Empire would fight to the death. Since you want to die, I shall grant you your wish. Yi Hao had just finished his sentence when a cracking sound was heard. The emperors were shocked as they looked at Emperor Wu's broken neck. They were sweating profusely. They didn't expect that Yi Hao would act so decisively without any room for negotiation. Everyone looked at Emperor Wu's dead body. Emperor Wu's face was still filled with unwillingness. Who else wants to die? I shall grant your wish. Yi Hao looked at the emperors. The emperors didn't dare to look Yi Hao in the eye. They lowered their heads and no one knew what was going on in their mind. Do you still remember the bet? Yi Hao suddenly looked at Emperor Hu and asked. Emperor Hu immediately frowned. He didn't understand why Yi Hao brought this up. The situation was so obvious. Yi Hao couldn't have missed it. When he cooperated with Emperor Ju, the two of them had 200 million soldiers. As for Yi Hao's side, they had less than 50 million soldiers. You must think that you have one. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the emperors didn't say anything. However, they silently agreed with Yi Hao's words. After all, with such a huge difference in strength, if they didn't win, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. H. My Little Heaven Alliance and Emperor Ju have teamed up. How can we not win? Emperor Hu sneered. Oh. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Hu mockingly. How can you be sure that Emperor Ju and the other powers will cooperate with you? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the emperors of the Little Heaven Alliance were shocked. They looked at Emperor Ju and the others cautiously. They didn't dare to imagine it. Could it really be like what Yi Hao said? Could it be that Emperor Ju was deliberately deceiving them and that Emperor Ju was also one of Yi Hao's people? Emperors, don't believe him. Our people were all killed by him. This brat is so arrogant. How can we be his people? Looking at the gazes of the emperors of the Little Heaven Alliance, Emperor Ju hurriedly retorted. The emperors of the Small Heaven Alliance looked at Emperor Wu's corpse and somewhat believed Emperor Ju's words. However, they were still somewhat skeptical. Emperor Ju sneered and looked at Yi Hao. I think you've run out of tricks. Do you think such shallow provocation will work? Did I say that you're my people? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Seeing the smile on Yi Hao's face, Emperor Ju had a bad premonition. He frowned and looked at Yi Hao. What do you mean? You'll know soon enough. Kill. As soon as Yi Hao's voice fell, earth-shattering battle cries resounded outside the Hu Kingdom's city. Yi Hao helplessly spread out his hands. All right, it has already begun. At this time, the emperors heard the battle cries outside. At the very least, it was a battle of hundreds of millions of people. This meant that all the soldiers outside had already started fighting together. The only one who wasn't calm was Emperor Ju. Because he had repeatedly emphasized that without his orders, his troops must not fight. However, he clearly heard the sound of his camp's bugle horn. In other words, his faction had actually started fighting without his orders. What the hell is going on? Emperor Ju stared at Yi Hao and asked in a low voice. Come, let's go out and take a look. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't speak, Emperor Ju couldn't bear it and flew out. Seeing that Emperor Ju had left, Yi Hao didn't stop him because there was no need to. Seeing that Emperor Ju had left, Yi Hao didn't stop him. Emperor Hu and the others who had wanted to go out and take a look also flew out immediately. How could this be? The emperors stood on top of the city. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were completely shocked. The scene of Little Heaven Alliance and Emperor Ju's forces fighting against Yi Hao's forces didn't happen. On the other hand, Emperor Ju and the other powers had joined forces with the Fire Dynasty, Sun Dynasty and Chen Dynasty to surround the Little Heaven Alliance. Emperor Ju, what's going on? Seeing that Little Heaven Alliance was surrounded and slaughtered, Emperor Hu glared at Emperor Ju with murderous intent. This. Emperor Ju was at a loss for words. Although he didn't have good intentions from the beginning, He wanted to use Little Heaven Alliance to eliminate Yi Hao's forces. Then, he would eliminate Little Heaven Alliance himself. However, his plan couldn't have been executed so quickly. Therefore, for a moment, he was completely unable to figure out what was going on. Give me King reasonable explanation. Emperor who was so angry that he grabbed Emperor Ju's neck. Let go of me. In front of Emperor Ju wasn't at a disadvantage. He easily let go of Emperor Hu's hand and said coldly, I'm also not sure about this matter. Wait for me to investigate it thoroughly. Investigate my ass. Emperor Hu couldn't stay calm anymore. In his opinion, he had been completely tricked by Emperor Ju. Seeing that his dragon power was decreasing rapidly, Emperor Hu felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. At this time, the emperors of the Small Heaven Alliance pulled out their weapons and stared at Emperor Ju and the others in a state of mutual hostility. Emperor Ju and the others weren't pushovers. After all, they didn't know what was going on. Now that they had been wronged, they felt very uncomfortable. Ask your men to stop. Emperor Hu looked at Emperor Ju coldly and threatened, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. So what if you are impolite? Emperor Ju was completely annoyed by Emperor Hu's attitude. Although he didn't understand what was going on, no matter what, his camp had the upper hand. Moreover, his dragon power was increasing rapidly. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't mind shedding all pretense of cordiality. You are courting death. Emperor Hu was furious. He raised his weapon and attacked Emperor Ju. It's not certain who is courting death. Do you really think that I'm afraid of a brute like you? Emperor Ju didn't hold back. He pulled out his sword and attacked. Seeing that Emperor Ju and Emperor Hu had started fighting, the emperors of the two camps naturally couldn't stay idle. They all found their opponents and started fighting. Are these people brainless? Seeing the emperors fighting, Yi Hao was stunned. Yi Hao didn't even have the strength to complain. He was their biggest enemy. It was fine if they didn't attack him, but they actually started fighting among themselves. Wait a minute. Emperor Ju suddenly shouted. What? Do you want to admit defeat? Emperor Hu looked at Emperor Ju with ridicule and was about to rush forward again. We shouldn't fight among ourselves. This is all his doing. Emperor Ju felt that something was wrong. He immediately pointed at Yi Hao and said. Emperor Hu looked at Yi Hao and his face sank. He looked at the emperors who were still fighting and shouted coldly, Stop. Chapter 484. You only realized it now. Yi Hao shrugged. Emperor Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao. What the hell are you doing? Cut the crap. Ask your men to stop. Emperor Hu said to Emperor Ju when he saw his men's dragon power decreasing rapidly. Emperor Ju also felt that it was not the right time to attack Little Heaven Alliance. Little Heaven Alliance's enemy was Yi Hao. It would not be too late to start the battle after they dealt with Yi Hao. Old ancestor, please stop. Emperor Ju flew into the sky and saw his old ancestor. However, his old ancestor turned a deaf ear to his words. Old ancestor, stop fighting. Stop. Emperor Ju shouted anxiously when he saw that his old ancestor was still not stopping. Ask your men to stop. Emperor Ju said to the other emperors anxiously when he saw that his old ancestor was not stopping. Great General Wang, stop. Old ancestor, please stop. Marshal Zhong, stop right there. The emperors transmitted their voices to their men when they heard Emperor Ju's words. However, their old ancestors or their trusted generals ignored their old ancestors. However, he turned a deaf ear to their sound transmissions and continued to kill the people of the Little Heaven Alliance. The emperors could not help but feel embarrassed. At the same time, they were extremely anxious. But their subordinates just ignored them. They did not understand what was going on. They had just entered the imperial palace. It was as if these troops of his had been bewitched, as if they had nothing to do with them. Emperor Ju, what is going on with your men? Emperor Hu's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at his soldiers from time to time. However, the men he was so proud of had become the targets of slaughter. Emperor Hu's expression changed again and again. Suddenly, he looked at Yi Hao and said, please stop. Little Heaven Alliance surrenders. The emperors were stunned when they heard Emperor Hu's words. Then, they felt relieved. After all, they were no match for Yi Hao in terms of their strength or the power of their men. If this stalemate continued, their country would be destroyed. If they wanted to protect their country, they could only admit defeat and surrender. Have you all forgotten that you were the ones who started the fight to the death? Yi Hao asked as he looked at Hu Huang. The Hu Emperor's face instantly turned black. At the same time, he felt extremely embarrassed. He had thought that he could easily crush Yi Hao's forces. Who would have thought that in the end, he would end up trapping himself instead? As long as you agree, you can ask for whatever resources you want. Hu Emperor could only thicken his skin and continue. What other resources do you think are more important than the fate of a nation? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Hu Emperor was at a loss for word. Because what Yi Hao said was right. The most important thing for a country was not its resources or fighting power, but its fortune. Because with the national fate, resources, and combat power, it was only a matter of time before they obtained them. On the other hand, if the fate of a country was gone, then no matter how good the resources were, they would be plundered by others. No matter how much fighting power they had, they could still betray them. Then what do you want? The Hu Emperor suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Yi Hao sullenly. I want all of you to be quiet and watch the show quietly, Yi Hao said as he pointed at the battlefield below. It would have been better if Yi Hao had not mentioned it. Once he did, the emperors of the Small Heaven Alliance realized that they had already lost 10% of their dragon power. Furthermore, his dragon power was still decreasing. At this moment, the people outside the secret territory were all stunned when they saw the changes in the battle rankings. The shock of the Fire Dynasty and the Chen Dynasty joining forces to defeat the Mu Dynasty had just ended. Everyone thought that this would anger the Small Heaven Alliance and they would speed up the slaughter of Yi Hao's forces. But now, it seemed like the people of the Small Heaven Alliance were the ones being slaughtered. Now, the people could not see the changes in the situation clearly. This was because the things that happened were always beyond their expectations. Everyone was guessing what had happened in the secret territory. Could it be that the Zhou dynasty and the other forces are pretending to be weak so that they can join the Small Heaven Alliance? Or could it be that the Small Heaven Alliance and the Zhou dynasty have fallen out and are now facing each other? Could it be that the final winner will be the Zhou dynasty? At this moment, the emotions of the people of the Small Heaven Alliance had hit rock bottom. They could feel that the martial arts power around them was getting thinner and thinner. This was torture for them. Moreover, every time the dragon power on the battle rankings decreased, their hearts would be in their mouths. How they wished that His Majesty would be able to fight back, turn defeat into victory, and allow the dragon power to rise back up. On the other hand, the people of the Zhou dynasty did not know what had happened in the secret territory. They thought that their emperor was going to show off his power. All of them were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Yi Hao's forces, which had been controversial at the beginning, were completely ignored by the people. This was because in their eyes, Yi Hao's forces were just dependent on the Zhou dynasty and the other forces. That was why they could achieve such result. In the end, they would not be as powerful as the Zhou dynasty. If the Zhou dynasty was in a good mood, he might let the Fire dynasty and the other forces off. If he was in a bad mood, the Small Heaven Alliance would end up like the Fire dynasty. Everyone guessed that if nothing unexpected happened, then the greatest victor of this battle would be Zhu Huang. Moreover, it was already like this. In their eyes, there would not be any accident. At this moment, most of the people in the 10,000 land continent were looking at the Small Heaven Alliance's battle rankings. This was because when they looked at the Small Heaven Alliance's battle rankings, they saw that the dragon power was decreasing rapidly and increasing rapidly. In their eyes, it was very satisfying. It was much better than looking at the other forces. This was because the other forces' battles were very normal. The increase and decrease would not be much. However, the Small Heaven Alliance was different. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of dragon power would increase and decrease. If they did not look at it now, they would not have the chance to look at it in the future. This kind of situation would only appear in the later stages of the battle. Of course, it would not be so exciting. This battle lasted for more than 10 days. The total dragon power of the Small Heaven Alliance was less than 20 dragon power. Just behind the Zhou dynasty's name, there was already 50 million dragon power. At the beginning, the Zhou dynasty's dragon power was less than 20 million. Now, it had more than doubled. However, this was not the most. The most was the Great Sun Dynasty. The dragon power behind the Great Sun Dynasty's name was 60 million. It was 10 million more than the Zhou dynasty's. However, when they thought about how the Great Sun Dynasty's dragon power was 30 million at the beginning, everyone was relieved. At this moment, the people of Zhou dynasty's forces were boiling. There were no words that could describe the excitement in their heart. What is going on? Emperor Wu was killed by Yi Hao in the secret realm. His heart was filled with rage and he almost killed his way to the Fire Dragon Empire in the real world. Chapter 485. Could it be that Emperor Zhou and Yi Hao have joined forces? Emperor Wu guessed in his heart. Because in his opinion, this was the only possibility. Therefore, he had been observing the battle list for the past few days. When he saw that his dragon power had doubled behind his name, his throat felt dry. It could be said that the increase of 10 million dragon power had made him very excited and emotional. Emperor Zhou, don't disappoint me, Emperor Wu murmured. When he thought of Yi Hao strangling him to death, he was filled with extreme hatred. He could not wait to cut Yi Hao into pieces. Therefore, what he was looking forward to the most now was for Emperor Zhou to destroy Yi Hao's forces. Emperor Wu's gaze was fixed on the battle list. He could not take his eyes off it for even a moment. Because there was no connection between the real world and the secret realm, he could only look at the battle list if he wanted to know the changes in the situation in the secret realm. At this moment, the various countries and forces in the Small Heaven Alliance were in a bad mood. Because the fate of their countries had completely disappeared. The prestige of the emperors had completely disappeared in their hearts. Moreover, the martial arts power in the air had completely disappeared. Even the martial arts power in the duchy was slightly inferior to it. In such an environment, it was already good that their cultivation did not regress, let alone improve. Obviously, such an environment was not suitable for martial artists to survive. The first to riot were the demonic beast. The disappearance of the martial arts power in the air caused all the demonic beasts to panic. All the demonic beasts started to kill wantonly. Natural disasters, which rarely happened in the past, appeared all at once. Houses collapsed everywhere, and floods flooded everywhere. The thunder in the sky did not stop. All the fertile fields were destroyed without any fire. People were complaining everywhere, and the babies were crying non-stop. The martial artists were better off, but the ordinary people were out of luck. Therefore, all the heroes rose up and started to riot everywhere. It could be said that the 10 great empires of the Small Heaven Alliance, except for the Chen Empire, had been completely destroyed. Because this was not a big deal, the most fatal thing was that after the secret realm ended, there would definitely be other forces coming to snatch their territories. Even if the emperors came out, it would be difficult for them to control the situation. At most, they would just be struggling at death's door. Moreover, if they wanted to control the situation, they needed dragon power. However, dragon power was not so easy to obtain. Dragon power required the emperor's prestige, the emperor's achievements, and the people's hearts. As for a country, it didn't even have the strength of martial arts. It couldn't even cultivate, and there were natural disasters everywhere. How could he win the hearts of the people? How could he have prestige? How could he have achievements? If he didn't have any of these, he naturally wouldn't be able to obtain the national fate dragon power. Naturally, it ended up with the destruction of the country, and on the myriad land continent. It was rare for a country to be destroyed because of participating in the myriad country great ceremony. In their eyes, the downgrade of a country due to the myriad country grand ceremony was already very terrifying. After all, the strength of the countries in the competition was about the same. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight so fiercely. As for the Little Heaven Alliance, it was even rarer for an entire camp to be destroyed. And this battle would definitely be passed down for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. It would become the topic of discussion in every myriad country great ceremony. At this moment, everyone was looking at the battle list. Like Emperor Wu, they wanted to know the outcome of Emperor Ju and Yi Hao. However, in their eyes, Emperor Ju had such a huge advantage. Unless he was crazy, he would not let Yi Hao go. After all, this was the dragon power that could be easily obtained. If this dragon power was in the real world, it would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to accumulate so much dragon power. Moreover, if Emperor Ju could annex the Fire Empire, Chen Empire, and Sun Empire, it would be possible for them to become an emperor-level force. However, the outcome would always disappoint them. It seems that I have won this bet, Yi Hao said when he saw the soldiers of the Little Heaven Alliance being slaughtered. At this moment, the emperors of the Little Heaven Alliance were all ashen face. They saw with their own eyes that the dragon power of their soldiers and their own soldiers was decreasing bit by bit. However, they were helpless. There was nothing they could do. To them, this was a great torment. It's over. It's completely over. Emperor Hu murmured with a dispirited look in his eyes. Emperor Hu's current state was completely different from the state he was in when he first entered the secret realm. At first, he listened to Emperor Ju and activated Endless Struggle. He was worried that Yi Hao would be so scared that he would admit defeat. However, he did not expect that he would be the one who caused his own dragon power to disappear. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not activate Endless Struggle. Even if his country did not level up, he would not participate in this myriad country great ceremony. However, there was no medicine for regret. Emperor Hu became more and more frustrated when he thought of the Little Heaven Alliance that had been established for tens of thousands of years being destroyed by his own hand. Emperor Hu lowered his head and looked at Yi Hao. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gradually, his eyes turned blood red. What? Do you think that you can kill him just because he has gone berserk? Suddenly, Yi Hao's voice rang in his ears. Kill. A deep voice came out from Hu Emperor's mouth. Suddenly, Emperor Hu's aura shook and he broke through the peak martial saint realm. The crown on his head shattered into pieces. Emperor Hu's hair fluttered without any wind. His eyes were bloodshot and no one could tell that he was still conscious. In Emperor Hu's eyes, there was only Yi Hao. Right now, he only wanted to kill Yi Hao. The enmity of destroying his country was irreconcilable. Don't be impudent. Zhuge Liang looked at Emperor Hu who had gone berserk and snorted coldly. Then, he stood in front of Yi Hao. Bang! The two of them suddenly collided. The emperors could not see their movements clearly. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure flying backward. It was Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, a third-order martial god, was actually at a disadvantage in front of Emperor Hu. The emperors were overjoyed. If Zhuge Liang was killed, they would not be afraid of Yi Hao anymore. The emperors looked at Yi Hao with burning eyes. They could not wait to kill Yi Hao with their own hands. Kill. Emperor Ju's eyes darkened as he pulled out his weapon and shouted. Hearing Emperor Ju's order, everyone including the emperors of the Heaven Alliance pulled out their weapons and charged towards Yi Hao. Not good. Protect our master. The Fire Emperor and the others saw the commotion and immediately flew over. However, it was obvious that they were not fast enough. Little one, play with them. Yi Hao sat calmly on the heavenly dragon throne. There was no trace of panic on his face. When the emperors heard Yi Hao's order, they were stunned. Then, they saw a shadow appear in front of Yi Hao. What the hell is this? Get lost. Emperor Ju frowned as he looked at Little One. He immediately attacked Little One. He had to kill Yi Hao before the Fire Emperor and the others arrive. Chapter 486. Those who stand in my way will die. Hu Emperor had no consciousness at all. It was as if he was a puppet. At this moment, the only thing in Hu Emperor's mind was to kill. Hu Emperor roared when he saw Zhuge Liang charging at him. Ha! Zhuge Liang roared as he frowned. He was analyzing the direction of Hu Emperor's attack. Hu Emperor had the thought of smashing Zhuge Liang's head and attacked him. However, what surprised him was that his attack actually missed. Phew! Zhuge Liang let out a sigh of relief and attacked Hu Emperor's back. Boom! There was a loud explosion and Hu Emperor was sent flying. Roar! Hu Emperor landed on the ground. As if he did not feel any pain, he stood up from the crater and roared as he attacked Zhuge Liang again. Zhuge Liang reacted calmly and dodged Hu Emperor's attack. At the same time, he attacked Hu Emperor's back again. Bang! Hu Emperor was still unable to dodge and was sent flying again. Looking at Zhuge Liang's battle, Yi Hao nodded his head. It was not hard to see that Hu Emperor was stronger than Zhuge Liang in terms of combat power, but Zhuge Liang was able to analyze Hu Emperor's every attack. From there, he could easily dodge and minimize the damage. At the same time, he could even counterattack. Looking at Zhu Emperor's side, at this moment, Zhu Emperor was being beaten up by Little One. After all, Zhu Emperor was a peak martial saint. But in front of Little One, a first-order martial god, he was nothing. Oh my god! How is this possible? He is a martial god. My third leg. It hurts so much. Where did this kid come from? He has 2 martial gods with him. I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. The emperors were being beaten up by Little One. They were crying for their parents. How is this possible? Zhu Emperor looked at Little One. He still could not understand what Little One was. Moreover, if he wanted to fight Little One, he would have to go berserk like how Hu Emperor did. But going berserk was not something that could be done just like that. Furthermore, even though this was a mystic realm, who knew what kind of effect it would have on the real world if he went berserk? Why? Do you want to experience chi deviation too? Yi Hao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Zhu Emperor couldn't help but shudder. He raised his head and found that Yi Hao was standing beside him at an unknown time. Looking at the smiling Yi Hao, Emperor Zhu couldn't help but shudder again. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise attracted his attention. The Hu Emperor was killed by Zhuge Liang and his body fell limply to the ground. Suddenly, a jade seal floated out from Hu Emperor's body. The imperial jade seal flew into the air and suddenly exploded into powder. When the crowd saw this scene, they were secretly shocked and could not come back to their senses for a long time. The fact that the heirloom imperial jade seal was shattered proved that the Hu dynasty was finished. Normally, the imperial jade seal would only explode when the entire population of a country was slaughtered. Coincidentally, the Hu Emperor was the last person of the Hu dynasty. Everyone understood that the history of the Hu dynasty had come to an end. On the leaderboard, Hu Huangchao's name instantly turned grey. As for the 2 words extermination of the nation behind the name, it was exceptionally dazzling. No. Hu Huangchao woke up from the secret realm and saw that his imperial jade seal had disappeared. He saw the 2 words extermination of the nation on the leaderboard. Hu Huangchao couldn't accept it and roared at the sky. When Emperor Wu saw this scene, he immediately flew back. Because he didn't expect that the first emperors to die in the Small Heaven Alliance would be Hu Emperor. In the Small Heaven Alliance, Hu Emperor was the strongest and he was definitely no match for him. Moreover, he didn't know what had happened in the secret realm, so he had to leave this place quickly. However, Hu Emperor noticed that Emperor Wu was running away. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Emperor Zhu's back with reddened eyes. If you don't want to die, stop right there. Hu Emperor looked at Emperor Wu's back with a ferocious expression. Hearing Hu Emperor's low voice, Emperor Wu's body stiffened. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to be discovered so quickly. He had just died and experienced the horror of death. He didn't want to die again. Emperor Wu turned around awkwardly and said, "Hey, Hu Emperor, why are you here? What a coincidence. Cut the crap. Where did that brat come from?" Hu Emperor asked impatiently. Seeing Hu Emperor's expression, Emperor Wu was filled with fear. However, he still asked curiously, "That brat? Who is he?" Fire Dragon Empire. Hu Emperor gnashed his teeth in hatred when he mentioned the Fire Dragon Empire, because it was Yi Hao who caused the destruction of his nation. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't be a human. Emperor Wu quickly reported, "I don't know much about other things. I only know that he is the emperor of a dukedom. I didn't find out anything else." Hu Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know the location of that dukedom?" Emperor Wu immediately nodded. "Bring me there," Hu Emperor said with a murderous expression. "Me?" Emperor Wu was stunned. He could feel the murderous intent from Hu Emperor. He knew exactly what the Hu Emperor was thinking. However, he didn't want to put himself in this pit of fire. This was because he still had doubts about whether Yi Hao had a powerful force behind him. "Why don't you want to?" Hu Emperor frowned and stared at Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was at a loss for words. He didn't dare to reject Hu Emperor's request. "Hu Emperor, please follow me." Emperor Wu gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to get through this obstacle first. At this moment, Emperor Wu's heart was filled with bitterness. He really regretted not returning to China after coming out of the secret realm. He had insisted on staying here, and now, something had really happened. "You made a wise choice." Emperor Wu could only smile awkwardly after hearing Hu Emperor's word. He didn't doubt that if he rejected Hu Emperor's request, he would die. "I hope that brat doesn't have a powerful force behind him." Emperor Wu could only pray in his heart. "All of you, I'll treat you to a free show." Yi Hao sat on the heavenly dragon throne. The heavenly dragon throne exuded an oppressive aura. All the emperors were unwillingly crushed under Yi Hao's feet. The emperors knelt at Yi Hao's feet. They didn't understand what Yi Hao wanted to do. At this moment, kneeling before Yi Hao in front of hundreds of millions of soldiers made them feel that this was their greatest humiliation. After all, they had their own people, their own soldiers, and even their own ancestors. Now, they had to kneel before a brat in front of all these people. They couldn't accept it. Chapter 487. What kind of trick is this? The emperors looked at Yi Hao in confusion. They didn't understand why Yi Hao was keeping them alive instead of killing them. Could it be that he wanted them to submit to him? That was wishful thinking. "Soldiers, get ready," Yi Hao suddenly ordered. His voice was filled with authority. The emperors looked at the hundreds of millions of soldiers from the corner of their eyes. They realized that the soldiers of the Fire, Sun, and Chen dynasties had suddenly raised their weapons. What are they trying to do? The emperors were even more confused. "Take off your armors," Yi Hao suddenly ordered again. The emperors frowned. The confusion on their faces deepened. The next scene suddenly shocked them. They saw that the soldiers actually obeyed Yi Hao's orders and threw their weapons to the ground. That wasn't all. These soldiers actually started to take off their armors. "What kind of evil spell did you cast on them?" The Emperor Wu stared at Yi Hao and asked. He was completely flustered now. He could already guess what Yi Hao was trying to do. If he guessed correctly, Yi Hao was going to kill these soldiers to obtain the dragon power. If Yi Hao wanted to obtain their dragon power, there were only two ways. One was to force them to hand over their imperial seals, and then destroy them to obtain their nation fate and draconic power. But it was obvious that even if he killed them, they wouldn't hand over the imperial jade seal. Then there was only the second way. That was to kill all the soldiers and obtain the dragon power. This point sounded even more difficult. After all, the total number of soldiers of the 9 dynasties amounted to more than 130 million. How could it be so easy to kill them all? However, he didn't understand what had gotten into his soldiers that made them listen to Yi Hao's words so obediently. Some of the emperors understood, while others didn't. The emperors who understood what Yi Hao was trying to do turned pale. "Attack!" The soldiers of the 9 dynasties took off their armors and stood obediently in their original positions. Yi Hao ordered, "Kill, kill, kill." Following the orders of the Fire Emperor, Chen Ziqiao and Emperor Sun, all the soldiers started marching forward in unison. "Reduce the torture and kill him in one blow." Yi Hao did not forget to give the order. In fact, at this moment, even Emperor Sun, Fire Emperor and Chen Ziqiao were extremely nervous. Because they couldn't believe that these soldiers would actually listen to Yi Hao and let them slaughter them. Even when they saw the soldiers take off their armor, they were still worried. That was because they had no choice. After all, the 9 Dynasties' soldiers outnumbered them by several times. Only they knew how much pressure they had to bear. Long live the Fire Dragon Empire! Suddenly, some of the soldiers of the 9 great imperial dynasties closed their eyes and started shouting loudly. Following which, a series of shouts rang out. Long live the Fire Dragon Empire! Long live the Fire Dragon Empire! Hearing these shouts, the Fire Emperor and the other 2 emperors were shocked as they felt their blood boiling. Even when the soldiers of the 3 empires attacked the soldiers of the 9 great imperial dynasties, the soldiers of the 9 great imperial dynasties didn't retaliate. It was as if they didn't care about their lives. Don't step on these corpses. Looking at the soldiers of the 9 great imperial dynasties, the Fire Emperor commanded. Although this was the secret territory, he still had to show respect to these soldiers. The Fire Emperor immediately instructed. The soldiers of the 3 empires immediately avoided the corpses on the ground. Although the speed of their killing had decreased, the shouts of their soldiers still pierced through the cloud. Pu. Hearing his own soldiers shouting the name of the Fire Dragon Empire, as if they weren't afraid of death, the Fire Emperor couldn't control himself anymore. The Jew Emperor couldn't bear it any longer. He was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. As for the other emperors, their expressions weren't good either. After all, no matter what, they were the emperors of their respective empires. To be able to be brought into the secret realm by him, they were all his elites, his confidant. Hearing their own subordinates shouting the name of the Fire Dragon Empire made them feel extremely awkward. All of them wanted to bury their heads in the ground. What they couldn't accept the most wasn't the fact that their soldiers were being slaughtered. This was because they didn't care about 10 million soldiers at all. This was because no matter which emperor was present, each of them had tens of billions of people under their command and billions of soldiers under their command. What they couldn't accept was, these soldiers represented the fate of their respective empires. Every time one of them was killed, the fate of their respective empires would decrease. If this carried on, they would probably end up like the Hu Emperor. They couldn't understand why their subordinates would do such a thing even if they were beaten to death. Why would they listen to Yi Hao so obediently? Could it be that their subordinates had all gone mad? However, no matter how loudly they tried to stop them, no one paid any attention to them. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I'm willing to submit to you and become your vassal state forever. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and begged Yi Hao for mercy. I'm also willing to become a vassal state of the Fire Dragon Empire. Please don't kill anymore. Don't kill anymore. Please stop. My fate can't be reduced any further. The emperors couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy when they saw the fate of their nation decreasing rapidly. So all of you care about is the fate of your nation. Yi Hao chuckled and said, "Do you remember how decisive you were when you gave up the war?" The emperors didn't expect Yi Hao to be so vengeful. If the situation was different today, do you think you would let me go? Yi Hao asked again. They didn't know what to say when they heard Yi Hao's word. Because it was just as Yi Hao said. If the situation was different now, they would definitely do worse than Yi Hao. They wanted to slaughter Yi Hao's forces, torture Yi Hao's forces, and then humiliate Yi Hao. Your Majesty, please listen to me. We never intended to be enemies with you from the start. That's right, Your Majesty. We never intended to be enemies with you from the start. The emperors spoke again. Is that so? Then you will join the Little Heaven Alliance and become its vassal forces. Yi Hao's words left the emperors speechless once again. It's him. He forced us. He's stronger than us. We didn't dare to disobey him. That's right. He was delusional enough to go against you. He even dragged us along. This has nothing to do with us. If you want to punish someone, punish him. The emperors pointed at Emperor Ju and said, "You, all of you." Being pointed at by the emperors, Emperor Ju felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. These people were too good at taking advantage of the situation. They betrayed him at the slightest mistake. Emperor Ju spat out another mouthful of blood and his face turned even paler. Chapter 488. Feeling the pressure on his body disappear, Emperor Ju stared at the emperors angrily. He knew that the emperors would change their sails according to the wind, but he didn't expect that they would push all the blame onto him to his death. What are you trying to do? Don't. Emperor Ju, let's talk. Emperor Ju, don't be agitated. Listen to my explanation. The Renhuangs felt Emperor Ju's fiery gaze, and they all avoided his gaze. Die for me. Emperor Ju felt disgusted when he saw the faces of the emperors, so he suddenly attacked the emperors. Emperor Ju, don't. Yes. Emperor Ju, you will die a horrible death. The emperors cursed angrily. They instinctively wanted to dodge, but with the suppression from the heavenly dragon throne, they could not dodge at all. They could only watch helplessly as Emperor Ju attacked them. Now, they could only open their mouths and curse to express their unwillingness. Clang. Ha 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 ha. After killing the emperors, Emperor Ju threw the weapon in his hand to the ground and suddenly laughed. Suddenly, Emperor Ju looked at Yi Hao mockingly. You must think that you have one now. There will be a time when you will be sad. What do you mean? Yi Hao frowned. He did not understand what Emperor Ju meant. It's boring to say it out loud. You will know when the time comes. Emperor Ju did not give Yi Hao a chance to speak and directly committed suicide and left the secret realm. Zhuge Liang, what did he mean just now? Yi Hao looked at Zhuge Liang and asked him. Because Emperor Ju's smile when he committed suicide made him feel uneasy. I am not sure. Zhuge Liang shook his head. He did not understand what Emperor Ju's strange words meant. Is he deliberately trying to scare my lord? Yi Hao shook his head. He did not think that Emperor Ju would play such a weak trick. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, pondered for a moment and suddenly said, By the way, my lord, the real world. Yi Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, he was now in the secret realm and the country in the real world was not controlled by anyone. If the emperors were to attack him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhuge Liang, listen to the decree. Yi Hao immediately ordered Zhuge Liang. Present. I order you to quickly return to the real world and gather the forces of the Small Heaven Alliance. Anyone who disobeys will be killed immediately. Now that the secret realm was completely under his control, he would not be in any danger. Therefore, Zhuge Liang did not need to stay by his side. Moreover, handing over the real world to Zhuge Liang was definitely not a problem. Yes, Your Majesty. After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, he committed suicide without hesitation. Because the secret realm had been opened, only death would be allowed. Now that Zhu Huang's people had not all died, it was impossible for them to leave the secret realm. They could only commit suicide to leave. It's moving, it's moving. The battle is about to begin. Everyone in the Myriad Kingdom continent was watching the battle list closely. I hope to see Yi Hao and Emperor Ju fight. But after watching for a while, everyone was dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? That's what I wanted to ask too. The person beside him was equally confused. Could it be that Thousand Emperors has reappeared? This scene instantly made everyone think of Thousand Emperors, who were at a disadvantage, counterattacked strongly. The gap between Yi Hao's forces and Zhu Huang's forces could be seen at a glance. What they were looking forward to seeing was Zhu Huang's forces slaughtering Yi Hao's forces. But what they saw was that Yi Hao's forces and dragon force were rapidly increasing, while Zhu Huang's 9 Imperial Dynasty's dragon force were rapidly decreasing. Everyone looked at the speed of increase and decrease. It was definitely not weaker than before. Look, another Imperial dynasty has been destroyed. Another one. Oh my God, what is happening in this secret realm? Everyone saw that the Small Heaven Alliance's forces were completely destroyed one after another, and they were completely numb. Did it have to be so exciting? One must know that the other Imperial camps had just started the war, and here it was about to end. At that time, Thousand Emperors did not seem to have such speed. Suddenly, someone said. The entire continent instantly became quiet. Everyone was doing the same thing, which was to stare at the battle list. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, thunder boomed in the sky, and the Imperial Dynasty rankings started to shake. The Fire Empire camp, which had been at the bottom of the rankings, started to climb up rapidly. They've squeezed into the top 10, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. But just as he finished speaking, the Fire Empire camp had already squeezed into the top 5. Everyone was stunned. One must know that the top 10 of the Imperial Dynasty rankings were the most promising camps, and without exception, all of them were from the top 10 camps. But the Fire Empire camp relied on 2 other camps, the Fire Empire and the Great Sun Empire, to squeeze into the top 5. How terrifying was that? Quick, look at the Imperial Dynasty rankings. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone immediately looked at the Imperial Dynasty rankings. The Imperial Dynasty rankings reflected the strength of an individual country. The Great Sun Empire was at the top of the Imperial Dynasty rankings, and the 90 million dragon force behind it was very eye-catching. Below the Great Sun Empire was the Chen Empire, which also had 90 million dragon force. Below the Chen Empire was the Fire Empire. The Fire Empire's dragon force had also reached 80 million dragon force. As for the 4th Imperial Dynasty, their dragon force was only about 50 million dragon force. With over 50 million dragon power points, he would definitely be one of the top figures in the various dynasties in the past. But at this moment, below the 3 imperial dynasties, it was extremely ironic. Looking at the 4th Imperial Dynasty, their dragon force was increasing by a few thousand or even tens of thousands of dragon force. In the past, this was already considered fast. But compared to the 3 imperial dynasties, it was not even worth mentioning. The other imperial dynasties started with tens of thousands of dragon force and increased upwards by hundreds of thousands of dragon force. Comparisons were odious. In the end, the 3 empires all stopped at 90 million dragon power point. As expected, the remaining empires were all in a state of annihilation. 3 empires destroyed more than 10 imperial dynasties. It would be difficult for them not to be recorded in the history books of the Grand Ceremony. If nothing went wrong, these 3 empires would be the 3 biggest dark horses in this Myriad Kingdom Grand Ceremony. If nothing went wrong, it would not be difficult for these 3 imperial dynasties to become empires. As long as they continued with the next round, they would definitely be promoted. After all, the winner of the next round would be allowed to continue with the competition. Who could defeat the 3 empires? With the dragon force of these 3 imperial dynasties, they would definitely be able to defeat all their opponent. What made everyone feel strange was that the imperial dynasties were all destroyed on the battle rankings. And the Fire Dragon Empire, which only had slightly more than 10 million dragon force, was still firmly on the battle rankings. Chapter 489. Thank you for your hard work. Let's prepare for the next round. Yi Hao spoke to the Fire Emperor and the rest when he saw that the 9 emperors had been slaughtered. It's not hard work. I'm willing to kill for another 10 days or even half a month. The Fire Emperor laughed heartily. He had never thought that it would be so easy to obtain the dragon power. It was as if the dragon power was placed right next to his mouth and he could eat it as soon as he opened his mouth. This feeling was too good to be described with word. Fire Emperor, remove the fight to the death button. Let's leave the secret realm. Yi Hao was most concerned about the real world. He hoped that the emperors wouldn't do anything overboard. If not, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Yes. The Fire Emperor and Chen Emperor nodded their heads. Both sides had removed the fight to the death button and the competition had officially ended. At that moment, the entire secret realm started to crumble. Everyone understood that this meant that the competition had ended. When the secret realm crumbled, everyone's soul would be sent back to the real world. Yi Hao kept his heavenly dragon throne and waited patiently for the secret realm to crumble. Hey, what's that? Just as the mystic realm was about to collapse, Yi Hao suddenly saw something familiar, an origin source fragment. Unknowingly, Yi Hao had been sent back to the real world. Yi Hao furrowed his brows and tried to recall what he saw. That's right. It's an origin source fragment. Yi Hao didn't expect that there would be an origin source fragment in the secret realm. Yi Hao still wanted to enter the secret realm, but the golden door in front of him had already disappeared. If he wanted to enter the secret realm, he would have to wait until the next round. It would take at least 3 months. This was because there was still more than a month before the first round of the competition ended. But no matter what, he had received news about the origin source fragment. It was only 3 months and he could afford to wait. All of a sudden, Yi Hao felt a message from his voice transmission talisman. Yi Hao hurriedly took out his voice transmission talisman and realized that it was from Guan Yu. Master, the Empire is in a state of emergency. We've been attacked by an unknown strong cultivator. A city has already been destroyed. Master, the Empire is in a state of emergency. We've been attacked by a mysterious force and countless casualties. Master, the Empire. Yi Hao read several messages in a row. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. Not a single one of them was good news. All of them were urgent messages. Master, why do you look so pale? Seeing the change in Yi Hao's expression, the Fire Emperor asked out of concern. Reckless fool, how dare you attack my Fire Dragon Empire? Yi Hao's eyes darkened, filled with killing intent. What? Could it be that those empires have made a move against the Fire Dragon Empire? The Fire Emperor's face fell as he hurriedly asked. No, apart from the emperors of the 9 dynasties, everyone else is mine. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was secretly shocked. They did not understand how Yi Hao had done it. Actually, Yi Hao had already sent Zhuge Liang to the 9 dynasties when they announced that they were giving up. Through Zhuge Liang's wisdom, as well as threats and promises, the old ancestors of the 9 great imperial dynasties, as well as some of the generals who held great authority, were all convinced. All of them were taken in by Yi Hao as his subordinates. This was also why the generals of the 9 great imperial dynasties were so obedient when they were in the secret realm. Fire Emperor, listen to my orders. Yi Hao's face suddenly turned stern as he looked at the Fire Emperor. Your subject is here. Please give me your orders. The Fire Emperor immediately knelt down and replied. I order you to lead the army and gather the powers of the Little Heaven Alliance. Regardless of whether you use threats or promises, kill anyone who disobeys. Your subject obeys. Now, the powers of the Little Heaven Alliance had already disappeared. Now that the people's hearts were scattered, it would be extremely easy for the Fire Emperor to gather these powers. Furthermore, the Fire Emperor's dragon power was more than enough to gather these powers. This was the strength of the Fire Emperor's nation. Let Chen Zixiao assist you. Yi Hao was still worried as he continued speaking. Your subject obeys. The Fire Emperor immediately agreed. Now that he had Chen Zixiao's help, gathering the powers of the Little Heaven Alliance would be a piece of cake. My lord, what about me? Seeing that Chen Zixiao and the Fire Emperor both had missions, Emperor Sun couldn't help but look at Yi Hao enviously. Capture all the members of the Hu dynasty and Emperor Wu's imperial families. Yi Hao immediately ordered. After giving his orders, Yi Hao immediately flew towards the direction of the Fire Dragon Empire. Emperor Wu, how do you feel? On top of a city, one could see that the entire city had been cleansed by a bloodbath. From the elderly to the children, none of them were spared. Hee. Emperor Wu laughed awkwardly. He didn't expect that the Hu Emperor, who looked like a simple and honest man, was actually extremely cunning. The two of them had just arrived at the Fire Dragon Empire. He didn't have time to think of a way to escape. He was actually forced by the Hu Emperor to massacre the entire city of the Fire Dragon Empire. If he didn't comply, the Hu Emperor would kill him. At this juncture of life and death, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and do this. It hadn't been long, but he had already destroyed 5 cities by his hand. These 5 cities, not to mention other things, just the population alone was already in the millions. Ever since he became the emperor, he hadn't personally killed anyone for a long time. Furthermore, he had killed so many people. The most infuriating thing was that the Hu Emperor had been watching him and ordering him around. Furthermore, the Hu Emperor had been staring at him but he hadn't done anything. He had offended the Hu Emperor completely. If Yi Hao knew about this, he would be the first to come after him. However, when he saw that his own Emperor Wu's imperial family had been destroyed, He felt that destroying Yi Hao's cities was extremely painful. Although he didn't know what had happened in the secret realm, he believed that no matter what, Yi Hao definitely had something to do with the disappearance of his 20 million dragon power points. This was 20 million dragon power points. His imperial jade seal had disappeared and his imperial family had been destroyed. Although he didn't want to believe it, it had already become an unchangeable fact. When he thought about how the Emperor Wu's imperial family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, had been destroyed by his own hands, he couldn't bear it. No matter what, he couldn't let it go. Yi Hao, I'm not done with you. I'll let you have a taste of the destruction of your imperial family, Emperor Wu said hatefully through gritted teeth. Now that his Emperor Wu's imperial family had disappeared, the Emperor Wu's imperial jade seal no longer existed. Therefore, it was worthy of its name. The Emperor Wu's imperial family had been torn apart. This was an indisputable fact. Therefore, at this moment, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. He had completely disregarded life and death. He only had one wish now, and that was that if he didn't feel good, then Yi Hao wouldn't feel good either. He desperately wanted Yi Hao to have a taste of what he was feeling right now. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. The Hu Emperor looked at Emperor Wu and laughed sinisterly. Chapter 490. This. I have already contacted my lord. Guan Yu sighed. I think my lord is still in the secret territory. I really can't contact him. Guan Yu glanced at his voice transmission talisman but there was no reply. General Guan Yu, don't worry. I will help you. Suddenly a voice came from outside the palace. Who are you? Guan Yu frowned and asked when he saw Zhuge Liang, who was wearing plain clothes and holding a feather fan. I am Kongming. I have received my lord's order to help you. Zhuge Liang waved his fan and said with a smile. You. Guan Yu looked at Zhuge Liang. Looking at Zhuge Liang's weak body, he doesn't look like a martial artist at all. Guan Yu said worriedly, you are really capable. I heard that the enemy this time might be a martial saint. General, please follow me. Otherwise, I am afraid the common people will suffer. Zhuge Liang immediately said. Guan Yu carefully looked at Zhuge Liang for a moment and said, you are really capable. You are not afraid of martial saints. Seeing Zhuge Liang smile, Guan Yu nodded and said, all right, follow me. After speaking, Guan Yu flew out first. Guan Yu used his fastest speed. He wants to test whether Zhuge Liang is really capable or not. If Zhuge Liang can't even catch up to him, then he can't bring Zhuge Liang to his death. General, you are too slow. Let me bring you. Suddenly Guan Yu heard Zhuge Liang's voice and saw Zhuge Liang's relaxed appearance. Guan Yu is secretly shocked. He knows that he is forcing himself to maintain such a fast speed. Mr. Kongming, please don't take offense. I am blind. Guan Yu immediately said apologetically. Small Cloud City. All of you, come out and die. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor. Don't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Wu is floating above Small Cloud City and laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, Zhao Yun flew out from Small Cloud City. He pointed his silver spear at Emperor Wu and said, don't be so arrogant. Let me fight you. Oh! Another reckless ant. Emperor Wu looked at Zhao Yun with disdain. He can see through Zhao Yun's cultivation with just a glance. Disregarding everything else, just the fact that Zhao Yun had appeared in a dukedom with such a cultivation base was definitely a surprise to him. They were much stronger than the trash he had killed before, but in his eyes, they were still not enough. Get down. Emperor Wu flipped his hand and slapped him. With a loud boom, Zhao Yun smashed into the ground. General Zhao. No one had expected that the valiant and invincible Zhao Yun in their eyes would actually be unable to withstand a single palm strike from his opponent. Bah! Trash. Seeing the half-dead Zhao Yun lying on the ground, the martial emperor spat out a mouthful of saliva in disdain. Emperor Wu, stop fooling around and kill them. Think about your empire. At this moment, Emperor Wu's voice rang out. All of you will be buried with Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu's face darkened at the mention of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu bellowed in a deep voice. The martial Dao power in his body was sizzling. The people in Little Cloud City were all low-level warriors. Most of them were ordinary people. They had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, Emperor Wu was a first-level martial sage. Feeling the aura of Emperor Wu, the soldiers and civilians of Little Cloud City trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Among the civilians, the cries of women and children could be heard from time to time. The weapon in Emperor Wu's hand was condensing a vast amount of martial Dao power. Suddenly, everyone felt that the sky above Little Cloud City was covered in thick dark cloud. Everyone looked at the huge sword in the sky and felt that it was hard to breathe. There was no doubt that the power of this sword could instantly turn Little Cloud City into nothingness. Destroy. As Emperor Wu's voice rang out, the huge sword in his hand started to dance and rushed down. The civilians of Little Cloud City were filled with fear. At this moment, they had no choice but to close their eyes in fear. They were waiting for death. It's over. I hope that my lord will avenge us. Seeing the huge sword descending from the sky, Zhao Yun raised his head with difficulty and thought to himself. Open. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Then, everyone felt their bodies become lighter. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang with joy. At this moment, the huge sword of martial Dao power had already disappeared. Greetings, great general. All the generals recognized Guan Yu and immediately saluted him. As expected, they were saved. You have suffered. No need to be so polite. Guan Yu waved his hand and stared at Emperor Hu and Emperor Wu. Feeling the aura of the two, Guan Yu knew that he was no match for them. Now, he could only rely on Zhuge Liang. It was fortunate that he had arrived earlier. Otherwise, the Little Cloud City would have been destroyed as well. It's you. Emperor Wu was furious when his attack was interrupted. However, what entered his eyes was that familiar feather fan, and he was shocked. Emperor Hu, this. Emperor Wu immediately asked Emperor Hu for help. However, to his surprise, Emperor Hu ran away. Emperor Hu, you. Emperor Wu was furious. After all, Emperor Hu's cultivation level was higher than his. Moreover, Emperor Hu was the one who created the Fire Dragon Empire. At this critical moment, Emperor Hu ran away without saying a word. Emperor Wu did not know that Emperor Hu was no match for Zhuge Liang in the secret territory even when he suffered qi deviation. However, in reality, he did not dare to suffer qi deviation. Moreover, if he did not suffer qi deviation, he would not be a match for Zhuge Liang. He wanted to destroy the Fire Dragon Empire before the competition ended and make Yi Hao regret it. However, he did not expect that Yi Hao would discover his plan and send Zhuge Liang back. He would be a fool if he did not run away when he saw Zhuge Liang. Emperor Hu, you old bastard. I'm not done with you. Seeing that the Hu Emperor had already disappeared, the martial emperor was infuriated and cursed. There was a loud thump, and everyone was stunned when they saw this. Emperor Wu actually knelt in front of Zhuge Liang without any dignity. This. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand who Guan Yu was. They did not know who this petite and weak person was. They had seen Emperor Wu's strength and arrogance with their own eyes. However, when he saw Zhuge Liang, he knelt on the ground without saying a word. Everyone was excited and confused at the same time. Not to mention the others, even Guan Yu was stunned. He thought to himself, what kind of person did the Lord send back? Why does he have such great power? Guan Yu did not know how to deal with the two emperors before the battle even started. One fled and the other knelt. Guan Yu could not help but take a few more glances at Zhuge Liang. I heard that you slaughtered 5 cities of the Fire Dragon Empire. Zhuge Liang's smile was gone and his tone was cold. Chapter 491. This is all because of that old bastard Hu Emperor. He forced me to do it. Emperor Wu said in a trembling voice. Since you did it, then it's easy to talk about it. Zhuge Liang attacked Emperor Wu. However, it did not harm Emperor Wu's life. Ah, my martial meridians. My power. Emperor Wu felt that his martial meridians were destroyed and his martial meridians were disappearing from his body. Emperor Wu roared in pain. At the same time, he looked at Zhuge Liang with hatred. Kill me if you can, kill me. At this moment, Emperor Wu was like a mad dog. The crown on his head had fallen off. His hair was disheveled and his face was filled with madness. With his martial meridians destroyed, he had become a useless person. Even if he was alive, he would not be of much use. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to die. You want to die? It's not that easy, Zhuge Liang snorted. Along the way, he had seen all the tragic scenes in the 5 cities. Therefore, his heart was filled with anger. He wanted nothing more than to kill Emperor Wu. However, he could not do that. It was too easy to kill Emperor Wu. To Emperor Wu, that was the lightest punishment. He wanted Emperor Wu to suffer all kinds of torture. Guards! Zhuge Liang suddenly shouted. Yes, Your Excellency. Seeing how powerful Zhuge Liang was and how he was standing beside Guan Yu, the guards of Small Cloud Town immediately stepped forward. Send someone to watch him. Do not let him leave Small Cloud Town. Do not let him commit suicide, Zhuge Liang said immediately. The guards frowned. They did not understand what Zhuge Liang meant. At this time, shouldn't they kill Emperor Wu to appease the people? Your Excellency, in my opinion, we should execute this man. Guan Yu looked at Emperor Wu angrily and said to Zhuge Liang. Your Excellency, execute this man to avenge the people of the 5 cities. Your Excellency, we must not let him off so easily. Your Excellency, only by cutting this man into pieces can we not let down the people of the 5 cities. As soon as Guan Yu finished speaking, the citizens and soldiers of Small Cloud City knelt on the ground and begged loudly. This was because they naturally knew that Emperor Wu had massacred everyone from the elderly to the children in the 5 cities. Therefore, at this moment, they hated Emperor Wu to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to tear Emperor Wu to pieces. General Yunzhong and everyone else, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Zhuge Liang stretched out his hands and suppressed everyone's discussion. Seeing Zhuge Liang's strength, everyone was naturally very obedient. They obediently shut their mouths and quietly looked at Zhuge Liang. Place this person in Little Cloud City. As long as he is a citizen of the Fire Dragon Empire, he can be beaten and scolded to vent the hatred in your heart. You guys, keep an eye on him. Don't let him die. Remember to give him pills to save his life. After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, he instructed the guard. At the same time, he took out some medicinal pills and gave them to the guard. You are so cruel. How dare you humiliate me like this? Hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Emperor Wu was so angry that he almost fainted. He had never thought that Yi Hao would have such a cruel subordinate. Zhuge Liang's words directly put him in danger of being beaten up by hundreds of thousands of people in Little Cloud City. What kind of concept was that? He was the emperor of an empire. How could he accept being beaten up by hundreds of thousands of people who he looked down on? Good, good, good. Your Excellency, you are so wise. We did not think of such a good idea. Thank you, Your Excellency, for allowing us to take care of this bastard personally and vent the hatred in our heart. Your Excellency, my fists are thirsty for blood. I can't wait to take care of him. The citizens and guards of Small Cloud City rubbed their hands together and looked at Emperor Wu with sparkling eyes. Looking at the passionate eyes of the citizens, Emperor Wu could not help but feel guilty. His body involuntarily wanted to step back. Your Excellency, let me take care of him first. Guan Yu clenched his fists. No matter what, he had been taking care of the Fire Dragon Empire. He had put in a lot of effort to build every city. He would not be able to answer to Yi Hao if 5 cities were destroyed in one go and millions of people died. However, there was no doubt that he also hated Emperor Wu. Therefore, he also wanted to take care of Emperor Wu. Zhuge Liang gestured to Guan Yu to do as he pleased. Guan Yu nodded gratefully. He clenched his fists and started to walk towards Emperor Wu. You! What are you trying to do? Seeing Guan Yu clenching his fists, Emperor Wu was shocked and asked. You want to humiliate me? In your next life. Emperor Wu suddenly took out a dagger from his infinite space ring and stabbed it into his own chest. Now, he only wanted to die. because dying was better than being humiliated by hundreds of thousands of people. You want to die? Dream on. Guan Yu's body flashed and he directly grabbed Emperor Wu's wrist and twisted it gently. Crack. Ah. It hurts. Without the support of martial arts, Emperor Wu was completely disabled. At this moment, the pain coming from his wrist made him scream in pain. I'm going to kill you. The martial emperor glared at Guan Yu angrily. You can't stand it anymore? Think about the millions of innocent people you killed. Guan Yu roared even more angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Guan Yu slapped Emperor Wu's face directly. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. At this moment, Emperor Wu was completely stunned. He had indeed been slapped before. However, as an emperor, his face had never been slapped before. Slap. Guan Yu didn't give him any time to react and slapped him on the face again. Slap. 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 Guan Yu slapped the martial emperor's face again and again as if he wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. In an instant, Emperor Wu's handsome face was swollen like a pig's head. At this moment, Emperor Wu was like a defeated rooster. His eyes were dull as he endured Guan Yu's slaps. Because in his opinion, the destruction of his martial arts was the biggest blow to him. However, when his face was slapped by Guan Yu, he realized that his face was more important than his martial arts. Because he was an emperor, no one dared to slap his face. But now, in front of hundreds of thousands of people, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Good. Good slap. Good slap. Hearing the clear sound of the slap, the many commoners and guards felt the pain and shouted excitedly. What a joke. Phew. Finally, Guan Yu stopped. Although he hadn't had his fill, he had to stop because of his status. Looking at Emperor Wu's swollen face, Guan Yu did not feel any pity. Because this was what Emperor Wu deserved. Chapter 492. Kill me if you can. Emperor Wu roared crazily. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Guan Yu harumphed and kicked the martial emperor into the crowd. Fellow citizens, brothers and sisters, let's beat him up. Following which, the commoners shouted loudly and everyone rushed towards the martial emperor. Ah, oh, ouch, ouch, kill me. Emperor Wu's screams could be heard from the crowd. Don't let him die so easily, Zhuge Liang said to the guard worriedly. Put him down, my lord. It won't be so easy for him to die. The guard immediately agreed. Because Zhuge Liang had helped them vent their anger, they were very grateful. Ha ha ha, it's quite lively here. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the sky. A huge dragon was flying in the sky and a young man was standing on top of the dragon. The young man was holding a person in his hand. It's His Majesty. Guan Yu and the others immediately reacted. Greetings to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Seeing Yi Hao, who was wearing a platinum dragon robe, on top of the dragon, all the people immediately stopped and knelt on the ground to greet him. Rise. Yi Hao said casually. However, his voice was filled with an unparalleled power. My lord has become stronger again. Guan Yu felt that Yi Hao's aura was definitely different from before. As for the rest of the people, they did not dare to look at Yi Hao. Because of Yi Hao's imperial aura, they did not have the courage to look at Yi Hao. You little thief, let me go if you can. At this time, the person in Yi Hao's hand struggled with all his might. At this time, the crowd looked at Yi Hao's hand. They realized that the person in Yi Hao's hand was actually the Hu Emperor who had escaped. At this moment, the crowd was extremely shocked. They had seen how fast the Hu Emperor had escaped just now. Until now, they still felt that it was a pity that the Hu Emperor had escaped. They did not expect that His Majesty had already brought the Hu Emperor back. Let me go. Fight me one-on-one if you can. The Hu Emperor struggled with all his might. Initially, he thought that he could escape. But who knew that he would encounter Yi Hao on the way? He was beaten half to death by Little One and Zi Shuo. He was dragged back by Yi Hao. Yi Hao suddenly smiled and said, "All right, if you want to fight one-on-one, I will give you this opportunity." The Hu Emperor was taken aback at first, then he smiled and said, "If you want to fight me one-on-one, then you have to undo my cultivation." The Hu Emperor sneered in his heart. Although he could not defeat Zhuge Liang, Little One, and Zi Shuo, he could defeat Yi Hao. He was confident that he could take on 10 Yi Hao by himself. It would not be a problem at all. "You want to fight with me? You're not worthy." Yi Hao looked at Hu Huang with disdain. Yi Hao admitted that he was no match for Hu Huang. However, the Hu Emperor was his captive right now. He had no interest in torturing himself. No matter what, he was still a peak martial saint, yet he was being looked down upon by this brat Yi Hao. Yi Hao said that he was not worthy of fighting with him. How could he accept it? However, when he saw Yi Hao's disdainful gaze, he immediately bowed down. Because what Yi Hao said was right, he was only a captive at this moment. Moreover, he did not know why, but he felt that Yi Hao was emitting a nameless aura that was suppressing him. This aura was high and mighty. He was very familiar with this aura because he had used this aura to suppress others. This was the aura of a superior. He did not expect that this brat Yi Hao's aura of a superior was even stronger than his. Then who should I fight with? The Hu Emperor looked at Yi Hao and continued to ask, "What if I win? You fight with him. Only one of you can survive. I will not make things difficult for the one who survives." Yi Hao pointed at Emperor Wu. The Hu Emperor looked at Emperor Wu, whose face was bruised and swollen. If not for Emperor Wu's tattered dragon robe, he probably would not have recognized him. However, when he saw that his opponent was Emperor Wu, a trace of contempt flashed across the Hu Emperor's eyes. If it was someone else who fought with him, he might have some confidence. However, in his eyes, Emperor Wu was a piece of trash. Even if he did not use his martial arts, he could still beat Emperor Wu to a pulp. "Your Majesty, you can't let them go. Your Majesty, these two have committed heinous crimes. You can't let them go so easily." When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they all spoke anxiously. This was because they hated Emperor Wu and the Hu Emperor to the core. They definitely could not allow the two of them to leave. Yi Hao waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. Everyone looked unwilling, but they did not dare to say anything. This is not fair. When Emperor Wu heard that there was a chance for him to survive and that he would have to fight with the Hu Emperor, he immediately roared. Not to mention other things, he was now covered in wounds and one of his arms was broken. Looking at the Hu Emperor's strong body, he knew that he was no match for the Hu Emperor no matter what. "You piece of trash, shut up. It's your honor to die in my hand," the Hu Emperor immediately said when he saw Emperor Wu roaring. "You old bastard, this is all your fault." At this moment, he completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Therefore, Emperor Wu did not have any scruples in his heart and scolded loudly. "Shut up." When they heard Yi Hao's words, the two of them immediately shut up. Emperor Wu is right. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Wu and agreed with Emperor Wu's words. He then looked at Guan Yu and said, "Guan Yu, break one of his arms and beat him up." "What?" The Hu Emperor was shocked. However, before he could think, Yi Hao threw him at Guan Yu. "Yes, sir." When he heard Yi Hao's words, Guan Yu was delighted. At this moment, he could not wait to teach the Hu Emperor a lesson. Now that he had Yi Hao's permission, he would not hold back. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. One of Hu Emperor's arms was bent. Hiss. The Hu Emperor suddenly stopped screaming and took a deep breath. Although he did not dare to show it on his face, his heart was filled with hatred for Yi Hao and Guan Yu. At the same time, he looked at Emperor Wu with hatred. When Emperor Wu met the Hu Emperor's gaze, he could not help but shiver. He was still afraid of the Hu Emperor. However, he immediately felt relieved. Now that their strength was on par, why should he be afraid of the Hu Emperor? After breaking the Hu Emperor's arm, Guan Yu did not stop. He started to punch and kick the Hu Emperor. The Hu Emperor gritted his teeth and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with anger, but he did not show it. He did not expect that he would be reduced to such a state one day. Not only did he have to endure the punches and kicks of a piece of trash in the martial revered realm, but he also had to do it in front of hundreds of thousands of ant. The Hu Emperor looked at Yi Hao and swore in his heart, "Little bastard, I will return the humiliation you gave me today 10,000 times over." Chapter 493. Good job, General Guan. Hit him harder. Hit him harder. That was so satisfying. All the citizens in the city cheered excitedly when they saw Guan Yu punching and kicking Emperor Hu. Their hatred for Emperor Hu was no less than Emperor Wu's. "All right, that's enough," Yi Hao suddenly said. At this moment, Guan Yu reluctantly retracted his fist and stood aside. "Emperor Hu, how do you feel?" Yi Hao looked at Emperor Hu and asked. "Good, very good." The Hu Emperor gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only force the words out of his teeth. "Then let's begin." Following Yi Hao's signal, all the citizens in the city immediately opened up a huge circle for Emperor Hu and Emperor Wu to fight. "Where are the weapons?" Emperor Wu raised his head and looked at Yi Hao. "I'm sorry, my village is so poor that I don't have any weapons suitable for you two. Please fight like this," Yi Hao said apologetically. When the two emperors heard Yi Hao's words, they were about to explode from anger. However, they also knew that Yi Hao was purposely making things difficult for them. He didn't want to give them weapons. "Emperor Wu, we can't let these ants laugh at us. What do you think?" Emperor Hu looked at Emperor Wu and said in a low voice. "For the sake of survival, what else can we do?" Emperor Wu sneered. "I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" Emperor Hu looked around and said in a low voice. Emperor Wu couldn't help but frown. "What idea?" "Let's pretend to fight first. I'll tell you slowly." Emperor Hu clenched his fist and charged at Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu immediately went up to meet him. However, he didn't take any stance. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced." Emperor Hu sneered when he saw Emperor Wu's unguarded expression. Emperor Wu was shocked and immediately dodged to the side. However, he was still hit in the chest by Emperor Hu. "Brat, don't worry. You won't die in vain." Looking at Emperor Wu who had fallen to the ground, the Hu Emperor pressed on. Don't. Emperor Wu's face was full of panic, and he kept retreating. "Don't worry, it'll be quick. It won't hurt at all." After saying that, Hu Emperor punched Emperor Wu in the chest. Although he didn't have the power of martial arts, if the power of this punch landed on Emperor Wu's body, Emperor Wu would definitely suffer. Seeing Emperor Hu's fist coming down, the panic on Emperor Wu's face suddenly disappeared, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his fist and threw some powdery substance at the Hu Emperor. Seeing this unknown powdery substance, the Hu Emperor did not dare to take the risk and immediately dodged to the side. "You are only SOSO. Just a handful of dust can scare you like this." Emperor Wu couldn't help but mock the Hu Emperor when he saw the Hu Emperor retreating in panic. At the same time, Emperor Wu clenched his fist and smashed it at Hu Huang. In an instant, the two of them started fighting. One of them punched and the other kicked. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. "Everyone, watch carefully. These are the emperors of the Hu dynasty and Emperor Wu's dynasty. Everyone should learn from their heroic fighting style." Yi Hao didn't forget to say with a smile. This was because he had to fight wholeheartedly. When the two emperors heard the humiliation in Yi Hao's words, they could only endure it for now. Hu Emperor saw that Emperor Wu was fighting so hard. If this continued, it would be difficult to deal with him. Thinking of this, Hu Emperor threw caution to the wind. Hu Emperor opened his mouth and started to ask Emperor Wu for his weapon. Hiss. "You actually bit me." Emperor Wu felt the pain from his shoulder and instantly became anxious. He shouted loudly, "I'll bite you to death." Being bitten by the Hu Emperor, the martial emperor threw caution to the wind and bit the Hu Emperor's shoulder. Seeing the two emperors fighting like this, everyone was stunned. No matter what, the two of them were martial saint experts. Moreover, they were the emperors of the imperial dynasties. Now that they were fighting, they were even worse than street thugs. Yi Hao shook his head when he saw the two emperors fighting without any scruples. He didn't expect the two emperors to be so weak. If the two emperors were more strong-willed, He might be happy and give them a painful death. However, looking at the two emperors, Yi Hao decided to torture the two of them to avenge the dead souls in the 5 cities. Seeing that the two emperors were about to fight, Yi Hao immediately stopped them and said, "That's enough, you two. Take a break first and continue fighting later." What? Hu Emperor and Emperor Wu were stunned. They had fought so hard until now and had used all their skills. The result was about to be decided. However, Yi Hao directly stopped the two of them from fighting with just one sentence. Although it seemed like he had good intentions, they definitely wouldn't be happy. Because if they stopped fighting now, all their efforts would be in vain. Although the two emperors were unwilling, they could only stop in fear. At this moment, the two emperors were covered in wounds. Seeing the two emperors in such a miserable state, the citizens of Small Cloud City were once again relieved. The two emperors thought that they could really rest. However, the moment they separated, before they could catch their breaths, Yi Hao spoke again. Yi Hao actually spoke again, "We've rested enough. Everyone's time is precious. Let's return something." At this moment, the two emperors were cursing in their heart. How could he play with them like this? The two emperors were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that Yi Hao was playing with them. The two emperors were extremely unhappy. They had just separated and could only grit their teeth and fight again. Then, the two emperors repeatedly fought dozens of times. Every time they reached the critical moment, they would be interrupted by Yi Hao. At this moment, the citizens of Small Cloud City tried to hold back their laughter. The reason for that was because anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to tell that Yi Hao was toying with the two emperors like monkeys. "I'm not fighting anymore. Kill me or torture me. Do whatever you want." Hu Emperor finally gave up. Hu Emperor sat on the ground and panted weakly. "How despicable. You are playing with us." Emperor Wu also complained. "That's right. You guys have committed such heinous crimes. Do you really think that you can leave this place?" Yi Hao sneered. "As an emperor, you actually went back on your word. As an emperor, you are a man of your word. You actually went back on your word." The two emperors were able to leave because Yi Hao said that he would let the victors go. If these words were to lift up their clothes, countless teeth marks would be seen. The two emperors had even used their teeth to win the competition. However, Yi Hao's words confused them. They started discussing among themselves. They did not want to see Yi Hao's words being useless after they had fought so hard for so long. "I said that I would let you go," Yi Hao said with a smile. The two emperors were even more confused when they heard Yi Hao contradicting himself. However, Yi Hao's next words made them realize that they had been played. "I can let you go. But whether the citizens can let you go is up to you." The two emperors almost exploded when they heard Yi Hao's words. Chapter 494. "You can't do this. You liar. You are a devil." Emperor Wu and Emperor Hu stared at Yi Hao and yelled at him. "It seems like you are very angry and angry." Yi Hao looked at the two emperors and said, "I forgot to tell you that your country has been attacked by me. I think it's about time." Roar, roar, roar. Hearing Yi Hao's words, all the citizens shouted excitedly. After all, the more powerful the Fire Dragon Empire was, the better it was for them. "It's over. It's completely over." Emperor Hu's body went limp and he murmured in confusion. "It's all because of you. I will kill you." Hearing that his country was destroyed, Emperor Wu yelled and rushed towards Yi Hao. "Don't be impudent." Guan Yu shouted and slapped Emperor Wu away. Emperor Hu and Emperor Hu killed 1,323,151 people in 5 cities. 1,323,151 cuts will be carried out immediately, Yi Hao said. If they were on Earth, they would be turned into minced meat after so many cuts. However, there were elixirs in this world. As long as there were elixirs, the two emperors would recover immediately after eating the elixirs. "Your Majesty is wise," the citizens and soldiers of Small Cloud City shouted. Although the two emperors didn't know what death by 1,000 cuts was, when they heard that they would have to cut more than 1,000,000 cuts on their bodies, they immediately peed. The two emperors were so scared that they peed their pants. Your Majesty Yang Long, I know I was wrong. Please, kill me. Emperor Wu was the first to beg for mercy. That was more than 1,000,000 cuts. It would take a long time just to cut them. It would be like being placed in purgatory. Little bastard, give me a good beating if you dare. Emperor Hu scolded in an attempt to infuriate Yi Hao. Carry out the punishment. Yi Hao looked at the two emperors coldly like a stray dog. 2 rows of guards rushed out from the crowd and grabbed the two emperors. They dragged them to the middle of the square of Small Cloud City. The imperial bodyguards swiftly tied the two emperors to the pillars. At this moment, 2 executioners walked out. At this moment, the executioner was sweating profusely. After all, the execution this time was different from the past. That was more than $1,000,000. Just thinking about it made them feel pressured. Because if there were a few mistakes, there would be a possibility of a mistake. Yi Hao waved his sleeve, and a bunch of medicinal pills appeared beside the two emperors. Yi Hao believed that these pills would definitely be enough to end the second emperor's execution. Bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You demon, *CK your ancestors. The two emperors roared with all their might. However, they could not stop the blades in the executioner's hands from cutting their bodies. Originally, this execution in front of hundreds of thousands of people was definitely an extremely cruel scene. But at this moment, everyone felt an incomparable pain in their heart. Because of the slaughter of their compatriots in the 5 cities, there was too much resentment and too much hatred in their heart. Looking at the blades, every time they cut the two emperors' bodies, the anger in their hearts lessened a little. After a few thousand cuts, Emperor Wu's vitality gradually faded. The executioner said nervously, Your Majesty, he's about to die. Give him medicine. Yi Hao ordered. When the executioner heard the order, he immediately picked up a pill and put it into Emperor Wu's mouth. After a while, the blood on Emperor Wu's body gradually coagulated, and his wounds gradually healed. When the executioner saw that Emperor Wu's wounds had completely healed, his face gradually became rosy. He immediately picked up a bowl of wine, drank a mouthful, and sprayed it on Emperor Wu's face. Emperor Wu instantly woke up. Emperor Wu's mind was still a little slow, but when he saw that hundreds of thousands of people were looking at him, he immediately reacted and looked at his own body. When he saw that his body had healed, Emperor Wu could not help but struggle with all his might. He said, No, you demon, kill me. Emperor Wu could not tolerate this kind of pain. He finally understood what it meant to die was the happiest thing. Ha ha ha, this time, Emperor Hashan's dynasty will definitely take first place on the dynasty rankings. The Emperor Hashan's dynasty laughed loudly at this moment. He did not expect that the All-Kingdom Grand Ceremony this time would be so easy. It actually allowed his dragon power to increase to more than 70 million with ease. This was something that he had not even dreamed of. He believed that through the following competition, he would definitely be able to smoothly advance to an Emperor-level force. As long as he could advance to an Emperor-level force, his force would be at least several times stronger than it was now. Congratulations, Emperor Hashan. Emperor Hashan is so satisfied to fight with you. This battle was won so smoothly. Haha, looking at the sullen faces of the opposing forces, I find it funny just thinking about it. That's all thanks to Emperor Hashan's amazing ability, otherwise, how could we be so relaxed? The emperors on Emperor Hashan's side all began to flatter him. Everyone is too polite. This is all thanks to your efforts. This time, we will definitely be able to become famous on the continent and laugh proudly at the emperor's court. Emperor Hashan pretended to be humble and smiled. However, he had a look of enjoyment on his face. After these days of interaction, the emperors had a good understanding of Emperor Hashan's nature and quickly began to flatter him again. As for Emperor Hashan, he was naturally beaming with joy and was in a good mood. The emperors flattered him again and walked out of the mystic realm one after another. Everyone, take a look at our battle result. Emperor Hashan said with a smile. The emperors did not even take a look and immediately began to flatter him again. Is there even a need to look? Emperor Hashan's dragon power has more than 70 million. Let me ask you, who can compete with him? Let's not talk about other things. Just this achievement alone is rare in history. Even without looking, we know that Emperor Hashan's dragon power will definitely take first place. Emperor Hashan was instantly in a good mood and hurriedly said modestly, "You're too kind. It's only 70 million. There are many people who are better than me." Ah, that seems to be true. The emperors originally wanted to flatter him again. However, one of the emperors raised his head and looked at the dynasty rankings. He was stunned for a moment before he spoke. The emperor's expressions changed and then they looked like they did not believe him. Although they were flattering Emperor Hashan, it was all within reason. Because Emperor Hashan's results were indeed powerful. With such results in the first round, it was almost impossible not to take first place. Emperor Hashan was also stunned. Could there really be someone who could surpass him? Emperor Hashan raised his head with mixed feelings. When he saw the dynasty rankings, he immediately cried out, "How is this possible? There must be a mistake in the dynasty rankings." This was Emperor Hashan's most direct thought. However, he immediately overturned it. Because it was simply impossible. The 10,000 kingdom rankings were definitely the most authentic. There was no way it could be fake. Then, Emperor Hashan's expression turned gloomy. He squinted his eyes and quietly looked at the dynasty rankings. Chapter 495. But no matter how he thought about it, Emperor Hashan couldn't understand. Why was there 70 million dragon power points? In front of the number that he was so proud of, there were actually 3 existences that were stronger than him. Those 390 million dragon power points were placed above Emperor Hashan's. How ironic and how dazzling it was. Thinking back to the emperor's compliments just now, Emperor Hashan suddenly felt ridiculed, as if countless invisible slaps had hit his face. At this moment, Emperor Hashan felt that he had no face to stay here any longer. Because he could feel that the emperors were laughing at him in their hearts at this moment. And the opponent that he had defeated was probably laughing at him at this moment as well. Emperor Hashan, this. The emperors saw that Emperor Hashan didn't say anything. This awkward atmosphere was really uncomfortable. The emperors looked at Emperor Hashan and said carefully. Emperor Hashan's expression changed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said with a smile, "Like I said, there are many strong countries in the world of 10,000 nations. My 70 million dragon power points are nothing." Although Emperor Hashan pretended to not care, anyone could see that Emperor Hashan was forcing a smile and his tone was full of displeasure. This actually stumped the emperors because at this moment, they didn't know how to respond to Emperor Hashan's words. "Everyone, get ready. I will definitely lead you to victory in the next round," Emperor Hashan said in a deep voice. "Thank you very much, Emperor Hashan. Then I will take my leave and not disturb Emperor Hashan. I also have something to do. I will also take my leave. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to deal with. Emperor Hashan, let's meet again in the next round." The emperors spoke one after another. After they finished speaking, they immediately turned and left without waiting for Emperor Hashan's response. Emperor Hashan's expression became even gloomier. He didn't expect the emperors to be so realistic. "Your Majesty, these damned fence-sitters, what should we do next?" A guard beside Emperor Hashan asked. "Don't worry, they will regret it. Soon, they will pay the price for what they did today." Emperor Hashan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If he guessed correctly, the emperors were afraid of the 3 dynasties. After all, anyone who saw 3 empires with 90 million dragon power points would be terrified. Even he himself was no exception. That was because when he first saw this number, he was also extremely shocked. He thought that his 70 million dragon power points would be enough to get first place. Then, he would proceed to the next round, obtain victory, and become an emperor-level organization. This was all part of his plan. All of this seemed to have happened naturally. However, he never expected that a powerful enemy would appear out of nowhere. No. There were 3 powerful enemies. No matter how he looked at it, 3 people with 90 million dragon points gave him a lot of pressure. However, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that he was defeated just like that. It wasn't easy for him to have the chance to become famous. He couldn't let it be ruined just like that. Fire Dynasty, Sun Dynasty, and Chen Dynasty, I won't let you off so easily. Emperor Hashan narrowed his eyes. How could he have 70 million dragon power points if he didn't have a real background? Go and contact Emperor Wen, Emperor Tuor, and Emperor Ju. Emperor Hashan ordered his guard. The 3 emperors he was referring to were the emperors of the dynasties. Each of them had a few 100 million dragon power points. These martial monarchs were also his backers. Forget it, I'll go personally, Emperor Hashan said worriedly. It wouldn't be easy to get the help of the 3 emperors. However, there were still 3 months. He could persuade the 3 emperors now. Even if the 3 emperors didn't help, he would at least give up. In Emperor Wen's court, Emperor Wen was sitting on the dragon throne with a displeased expression. However, none of the officials dared to speak. After all, Emperor Wen was very powerful. In Emperor Wen's court, his words were absolute. Hashan greets Emperor Wen. May Emperor Wen live a long life. Emperor Hashan bowed respectfully. Emperor Hashan, why are you looking for me? Emperor Wen asked in a slightly stern tone. Emperor Wen, I'm here for the all-country grand ceremony. How dare you? Are you here to laugh at me? Before Emperor Hashan could finish his sentence, Emperor Wen interrupted him. He looked even more displeased. That was because the Wen dynasty had lost the All-Kingdom Grand Ceremony. They had lost 50 million points of dragon power. Although the loss of dragon power wasn't enough to lower his rank, it was still fatal to Emperor Wen. It had greatly reduced Emperor Wen's power. Emperor Wen, you misunderstood. How could I be so ungrateful? Emperor Hashan immediately smiled. Oh, what do you mean? Emperor Wen's frown eased slightly as he continued to ask. Emperor Wen, you might not know this, but Emperor Hashan managed to obtain 70 million dragon power points thanks to you, Emperor Hashan said. I've heard, Emperor Wen nodded and said, if you win the next round, you'll be on equal footing with me. Emperor Wen, you must be joking. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to be on equal footing with you. And I definitely wouldn't show off in front of Emperor Wen. Emperor Hashan hurriedly wiped off his cold sweat. Oh. Emperor Wen frowned slightly and asked curiously, then what do you mean? Emperor Wen, it's like this. Emperor Hashan immediately explained the matter of the 3 empires suppressing him perfectly. I see. But this is Emperor Hashan's matter. What does it have to do with me? Emperor Wen laughed contemptuously. I want to ask Emperor Wen for help. Emperor Hashan braced himself and said what was on his mind. Ha 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 tilde Emperor Wen looked at Emperor Hashan quietly and suddenly began to laugh loudly. Help you? Then tell me, who should I ask for help now that I, Emperor Wen, have lost? Now that he had lost 50 million dragon power points, Emperor Wen was already in a bad mood. How could he help Emperor Hashan so easily? Emperor Hashan also knew that Emperor Wen wouldn't help him so easily. On the other hand, if Emperor Wen were to help him so easily, then there would be a real problem. Sir, come with me. Emperor Hashan immediately took out a map. Emperor Hashan immediately opened the map. On the map, there were some red and blue marks. Emperor Wen, please take a look. This is Emperor Wen's empire. Emperor Hashan pointed at a blue dot on the map and said. Emperor Hashan then pointed at 3 red dots on the map and said, and these are the 3 empires. If they unite, they will definitely become a threat to Emperor Wen. Seeing that the Fire Empire, Sun Empire, and Chen Empire were very close to each other on the map, Emperor Wen frowned deeply. Because it was just as Hashan said. If the 3 empires united and became an imperial empire, it would definitely have a huge impact on him. However, although he thought this way, it didn't mean that Emperor Wen would be so easily manipulated. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.